Welcome, everyone, to TJ and the Grumpy Old Man's coverage of the college football playoff. We're seeing today a rematch of the SEC championship game, the Alabama Crimson Tide against the Georgia Bulldogs. Hopefully, we're going to be in for an interesting and enthralling game this evening, Grumpy Old Man.
I expect a close game today. I expect it to be super tight. I expect it to be a barn burner. I expect Georgia to win.
Hold on. You expect it to be super tight and a barn burner at the same time?
Yeah.
You expect no defense to be played then?
Barn burner means like coming down to the last minute. Super tight means a really close score. It has nothing to do with how many points are scored.
Fair enough, Grumpy Old Man. I'll tell you now. This is a rematch of the SEC championship game. The Georgia Bulldogs kind of got manhandled a little bit in the SEC championship game compared to what we've seen in the past from the Georgia Bulldogs. I mean, you look at that performance they had against Michigan, night and day difference. And I tell you, I always wondered, and I've been talking to you off air about this, Grump, if that's the type of game they needed as a wake-up call. They needed a little bit of a kick in the mouth, a little bit of a kick in the teeth to say, hey, guys, this was not a fluke. It wasn't like a bounce didn't go our way. It wasn't like there was a bad call by the referee that cost us that game. We just flat out were beat against Alabama. And they kind of had that reckoning moment to say, hey, we need to be playing at our top level in order to beat Alabama.
Two ways to look at it, right? I agree with your perception there. The other thing is, Kirby Smart just cannot seem to beat Alabama. So there's your negative aspect, honestly. But I agree with what you're saying wholeheartedly. I think Georgia went in as the favorite in the SEC championship game, undefeated. They've been the best team in college football all year. They came out 10-0, then kind of got kicked in the teeth a little bit, out-physicaled by Alabama. And I think that is a wake-up call for them. I really do. And for Kirby Smart.
Look at that right there. He picks. Look, Lee Corso picks the Georgia Bulldogs.
Pick the Georgia Bulldogs. That's what I'm doing as well. They got Uga, who knows what number. He looks like he's really happy to be on top of that desk. Got him dressed up in a Georgia T-shirt. I always hate when people take their animals and they put human clothes on them. I have to think that animals really don't like that.
I tell you, that dog lives a comfortable lifestyle. He gets fed, I'm sure, pampered. But speaking about it, I think if this is the time that Georgia and Kirby Smart finally beat the Alabama Crimson Tide on the largest and biggest stage, it's tonight. You look at the defense from Georgia. I mean, this is one of the best defenses they've had in quite some time. And Stetson Bennett did not have a great game originally when they faced off against the Alabama Crimson Tide. So I'll be interested to see if he's able to, rectify the mistakes they had and push and strive forward. I tell you, I was very impressed with Stetson Bennett against the Michigan Wolverines. And that's always what I said. You look at the offensive line is stout. The defense is unbelievable. The front seven is fantastic for the Georgia Bulldogs. You look at in the middle, right? You've got Jordan Davis, fantastic defensive tackle. You look at the linebacking core, right? You've got Nolan Smith, covers everywhere. You've got Nobe Dean. I mean, the guy is freaking flying left to right. Great lateral movement and ability to track down ball carriers. If this is the day for Georgia to beat Alabama on the biggest stage, it's today.
Yeah, without a doubt. I love when they do these little pregame shows too. And I'm going to tell you what, this is kudos to the WWE getting Sasha Banks, who's a female wrestler for them. Think about how far she's come in just a couple of years. They're making her wear some silly little space age mask. But just getting her on this show, on this pregame, is a big coup for them, I think.
I don't even know who that is, Grump.
It's the person who you're seeing here on the screen.
Okay, Grumpy. You can barely see half their face. Come on, man. I need your attention when you got commercials, brother.
Okay, this is not a commercial. This is This is part of the pregame show. It's not a commercial, just to let you know.
Oh, is it?
No. See, you don't pay any attention to the game. That's why they have me here.
Well, the game hasn't started yet, so let's keep attention here. Jeremy Ford here saying, "Grumpy Old Man." It's similar to the look of people who wear dog collars, Grump.
Yeah, I don't do that either. I think that's kind of crazy too. But usually, the people who are wearing those collars, it's for some, you know why they wear them.
He said, "Enjoy the game, guys." Absolutely, you too, Jeremy. I tell you now, Grump, you have picked Georgia. What are your reasons to think why Georgia is going to win this game?
I just think Georgia has played better all year. The only game that I think Alabama has really come out and played their best football was against Georgia, honestly. So, uh, and they came to play that game. So I was expecting them to keep that up in the first round of the championship series, and they kind of looked like they looked all year against Cincinnati, which is kind of underwhelming compared to most Alabama teams. That doesn't mean they're not good enough to win a championship. It's just I think that Georgia came out and they certainly stepped up their game against Michigan, totally dominated Michigan. And let's be honest, Michigan's a better team than Cincinnati. So that's kind of why I'm picking them. I like Stennett. That's Stetson Bennett. I just call him Stennett.
Do
Uh,
not call him Stennett, you
I,
grumpy old
that's
man.
what I'm going to call him. And I just like the grit that he shows. And Bryce Young was fantastic in the first game against Georgia. Didn't show me much last week against Cincinnati.
When he had pressure in his face, Bryce Young, I think, looked pedestrian at times. And for a guy who just won the Heisman, who I mean, he had a great performance against Georgia, and he's had a lot of performances where he's played really well this season. To see him playing again against Cincinnati, which I did not think too highly of, to see him kind of looking, pedestrian, that's a little worrisome, right? Get pressure in his face, and the offensive line for the Alabama Crimson Tide is a little banged up. So it's also worth mentioning that if you get pressure in Bryce Young's face, they struggle. All quarterbacks struggle when you put pressure in their face. But
Yes.
before we get too deep into today's live stream coverage, remember, if you're new to the channel, we invite you to subscribe. We go live during all these big sporting events, Grumpy Old Man. So we're going to be covering NFL playoffs, Grumpy, on Saturday, the Saturday evening game at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time of the New England Patriots against the Buffalo Bills. And we're also going to be covering on Sunday the San Francisco 49ers against the Dallas Cowboys at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. So to make sure you don't miss out on any of the big game action, you got to subscribe on YouTube, like on Facebook, and follow on Twitter, Grumpy Old Man.
Yes, without a doubt. You'll get the comedic stylings of TJ and the Grumpy Old Man, as well as some insightful football analysis from TJ. And just, whenever you see what coaches should and shouldn't do, that's when you'll hear from me. I'm the brains of the operation here.
Oh, is that what it is, Grumpy?
That's what I'm going with.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Jeremy also saying being a Canadian, college/university football isn't that big of a deal up here. Where does U.S. college football and basketball rank in comparison to pro sports? I tell you, I'd argue that college football has, a pretty damn close following to NFL football. I'd say there's a lot more enthusiasm from a normal dated or game to game basis. Obviously the Super Bowl is a different story, but from a game to game basis, just the alliances that these fan bases have to their teams and who they support it's unreal.
Yeah. To me, what I always like about college athletics is the excitement level with the students. Now, a little bit different in a championship game like this, but college basketball and college football they're just fun to watch. And you can tell the difference in the talent level, of course, but just the enthusiasm and the fan buy-in. That's like second to none, honestly. Better than you can see in any pro sport for certain.
And the other thing here is, like, where does it rank? I'd put college football has a bigger following than the NHL. College football, I think, has a bigger following than the MLB. I mean, the NBA, I'm pretty sure maybe has a bigger following than college football, and the NFL does as well. But I mean, college football is up there with one of the largest followings in the United States.
I'll go NFL, NBA, college football, college basketball, baseball, hockey. Baseball may be a little bit elevated, but it's up there. It's up there. It really is. Football is the Mac Daddy of sports in the United States. Nothing else even close. Not even close.
Let me ask you this, Grump. What are the keys for Georgia to win this game here today?
For me, you can't have Stetson Bennett turning the ball over. Throw the ball away if you have to. Let's see how Georgia's able to attack Alabama, because I know they were missing their top two cornerbacks last week. I don't know if they're back, either one of my, and they're also missing a wide receiver. So that's going to kind of limit some of the things Alabama can do offensively, and can Georgia capitalize throwing the ball down the field. That said, this game is going to come down, like most of them do, the battle in the trenches. I feel that Georgia is a better team on both sides of the ball on the line. They did not show it in the SEC championship game, but for Georgia to win, their defensive line has to dominate Alabama's offensive line. That's just a must.
And you look at it, right? And the SEC championship game. Now, Jordan Davis, he's projected to be a top 10 pick in this year's upcoming draft, or, definitely one of those early first round picks. I think as a lot of it is indicative of how he performs at the combine, as it is for most athletes there that are going to be drafted and selected high in the first round. He kind of looked gassed towards the tail end of the game. Obviously, they're on the field quite a large amount, and when you're running the ball like that, like Alabama was, and they were just keeping that Georgia defense on the field, you saw a lot of those Georgia defensemen kind of looking a little gassed. So it's about keeping the defense fresh. And you're right, that front seven for Georgia is monstrous. And here's the thing I want to mention about Alabama. You look at the wide receiver core. They find a way to get open. The offensive line for Alabama is no joke either, right? Evan Neal going to be a top 10 pick in this year's draft, right? The best offensive tackle prospect on the board this season. And I know they've had injuries, right? But J.C. Latham, when he stepped up, I thought he played well. He was a guy who was a 5-star recruit out of last year's class. I thought he did an admirable job for a first time stepping in. I thought, again, his pass pro looked good. I liked the way he looked on the field. I'm just saying, don't sleep too much on Alabama, right? I know that we're giving Georgia all this love. Alabama, I know they might be down, to their last, to the backups there when it comes in the secondary. That being said, I mean, Bama is Bama. I mean, Nick Saban's the best coach in all of college football. He's found ways to beat Georgia in the past. He's found ways to beat them even when, think about it, he's found ways to beat them when he had Jalen Hurts as the quarterback. I know that had to sub him off halfway through the game or towards the tail end of the game, but he has won with less talented teams than he has tonight.
I disagree.
Really? What makes you say that?
Alabama's been loaded for the last decade. They've been the superior team every single year. Yes, they might have had to change a quarterback, but here's the thing, right? And the same thing when Tua came on for Hurts, right? That's how they beat Georgia the last time. Tua came on and led them to victory. And why? Because you're used to a certain type of quarterback. All of a sudden you change it up. And, remember, it's still college football. So that can throw off how a team plays, how they prepare, right? They're preparing for Bryce Young. Let's say Bryce Young goes out and they got some kid on the bench who all he does is run the ball. Well, you're preparing for Bryce Young throwing the ball anytime. What does that do to your defensive front?
Okay. So hold on. Just so it didn't make too much sense. So now you're saying that prep-wise, if a quarterback goes injured, you give the advantage to the backup? I'm confused.
If they're similar in talent and they play two totally different games, if you're preparing for a passing game and then you got a guy who all he does is run, well, that's a little bit different. I mean,
I'm not sure how this ties into them being the ultra talented team. I'm just saying, I know you're trying to compare Jalen Hurts to Tua coming on. I'm just saying, I think that Alabama and Nick Saban have won with lesser talented teams. That's all, Grump. And for you to say that,
I don't think so. I think this is their least talented team in a number of years.
Really, I think the offensive line, despite one individual maybe, of a lesser quality than they've had in the past. I mean, like you look at Alex Leatherwood in the past and other items. I'm just saying, right? You've got Evan Neal. That's the best offensive lineman out there, and you're facing again a very, very highly vaunted and highly talented Georgia Bulldogs defense. All I'm saying is, I think wide receiver threats are there. The running back threat is there with Robinson. I think defensively, right, the secondary is a little banged up, but
Look at the guys that Alabama's put in the pros at skill positions the last 2-3 years. I think you're just mistaken.
Every single year, it's a revolving door. I mean, like every single year. How many first-round picks does Bama have?
I don't know. They had 3 first-round wide receiver picks last year and a first-round running back. So, I mean, I just think that this is a down year for them, honestly, talent-wise.
A down year for them in their international championship game. It's a testament to the coaching staff, and it's a testament to their ability to recruit and to consistently pump out championship quality teams. Think about it. Nick Saban has been this could be Nick Saban's 7th national championship at Alabama. How nuts is that?
It just shows it's a testament.
National championships in 2009.
It's a testament to the program there. I think he's a really good college football coach. And what does that entail? Being a fantastic recruiter, number one, first and foremost. What is he able to do? What makes Alabama so good? Look at their coaching staff. It's littered with former NFL head coaches. I mean, they know what they're doing in Alabama. They really do.
Jeremy Ford here saying, in Canada, it's the NHL World Juniors draft/free agency day, NBA, NFL, and Premier League soccer.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at that at all. That's why I prefaced it saying United States. That's why I prefaced it that way. Because I know things are vastly different. No matter you go to most countries in the world, and soccer is going to be number one.
Okay, soccer was towards the talent, but yes. Anyway, Grump. I mean, kind of changing topics a bit here. Now, what are the keys to Alabama's victory? How is Alabama going to pull one off here today if they do? And Nick Saban wins his 7th. We talked about it's a battle of the trenches. We talked about, hey, what does Georgia have to do in order to win? Let me ask you this: what are the keys to win for Alabama today?
If I'm Alabama, I try to run a little bit of up-tempo offense, because there are a lot of big physical guys on that Georgia defensive front. So how do you tire them out? You make them play after play without getting rest.
And again, like when you're running that hurry-up offense, they don't have a chance to make any substitutions on the defensive side of the ball. That being said, when you're running hurry-up, you have got to get first downs. You've got to make completions on passes. You absolutely have to string together some first downs. And when you do that, it really can take a lot of momentum out of that Georgia defense. It can really tire them out quick.
And one thing, Alabama's not going to give up if they go down a couple of scores. I'm not saying Georgia would do that either, but Alabama has that pedigree. And, I would see most on the Georgia side, if they go down 14-0, maybe a little bit of that doubt creeps in going, oh boy, here we go again, where you're not going to see that from Alabama. I think that's the biggest advantage that Alabama has in this game is the mental aspect that Georgia's like our bitch.
Well, let me ask you this too, and I'm gonna disappear for a sec so I could use the restroom before we start today's stream. Let me ask you this, Grumpy. Let me ask you this. It should be one that you can opine upon for a bit. What type of advantage does it have for Alabama? Right, I know that Georgia had played not too long ago in the national championship game or the college football playoff, but what type of advantage is this for Alabama that it seems like habitually year in and year out, they're always making it to the finals? I feel like it's just a part of their season, right? They just pencil in, hey, we're going to be playing until mid-January. We're going to be playing until January 10th every single season. The fact that they have been here on a consistent basis and that familiarity that they have.
Yeah, for me, I don't think that it makes much difference at all. I mean, Georgia's a team that's also been in the title game a couple of times. They've been in the Final Four, I don't know how many, numerous times as well. So I don't think that's as big an advantage. To me, the biggest advantage, once again, is the fact that Alabama's kind of owned Georgia in recent years. And mentally, that can creep into your head a little bit. That said, I like how Kirby Smart responded after the Michigan game. And I like what he said all week. I don't think his guys are going to be cowed by that by any shape or form. But, and that's kind of why I'm picking Georgia. They just seem like a team on a mission. And I feel losing to Alabama earlier this year could only help them. I think I probably would have picked Alabama if Georgia had won the SEC championship and then it came here, because maybe they come in a little bit overconfident. But that's not going to be the case today for Georgia.
No. And now here, Grumpy, I've got it. Jeremy F saying, if Georgia is going to win, what style of game will they need to play? And same from Bama. I think that Georgia, Grumpy old man. Oh, Grumpy, what you drinking there? Get a little protein shake in. Your dinner.
Yeah, I'm not like you. I'm not allowed to get up and wander around, take coffee breaks, take pee breaks every 10 minutes. I have to be here for the people. That's the difference between you and I.
Sacrifice for the people, Grump.
I always do.
What's
the Vegas one?
Smart is 0-4 versus Nick Saban.
Well, there's only been
out football playoffs.
Out of all the assistant coaches that Nick Saban has had, I think he's 1-26 against them.
The only coach to beat Nick Saban that was an assistant at one point is Jimbo Fisher.
Well, he also beat him this offseason, too, by getting the best recruiting class. So
Oh,
that's 2 victories for Jimbo.
oh, look at you. Look at you. I tell you, look how big. I mean, that Jordan Davis is one big son of a gun, man. I tell you, he could afford to lose a few pounds, I think, but he is a massive human being.
If he dropped 15 pounds, he'd probably be unstoppable.
He'd have much quicker get off, more explosion off the ball if he got in a little bit better shape. But I mean, man, there's no stopping that guy when he's motivated. That's for certain. Now, the win, I mean, I think Bama is more, I mean, they've got to establish. Bama, I think, has the ability to be more of a dual threat offense, to where the fact that Robinson will be able to pick up yards ad nauseum. And if the run game's going for Alabama, watch the hell out, because Bryce Young, when on, is able to really to thread the needle. If you get pressure in his face, that again with all quarterbacks, but if you get pressure in his face, that's when you're going to see a little bit of an issue. And this Alabama offensive line, besides Evan Neal, is susceptible to conceding a little bit of pressure in Bryce Young's face. So, I mean, the biggest thing for them, they have to have a solid and cohesive offensive line that's going to hold up in the pass block. If not, it could be a long day for Alabama. So,
and Georgia won the toss, and they deferred to the second half. Alabama would be receiving the ball. I think Alabama has the edge at the quarterback position, as well as the skill positions on offense, where I think that Georgia has the majority of the advantage on the defensive side of the ball.
And for Georgia to win, right, the front seven has to be able to stop the run. They have got to stay fresh on the field. They've got to put pressure in Bryce Young's face. And if the defense is playing well, I'm telling you, the offense will come. Because, I mean, you look at that Georgia offense, right? Brock Bowers, the true freshman tight end, really, they try to find him, right? Stetson Bennett tries to find Brock Bowers. Grumpy loves himself some Brock Bowers.
No, that's you.
You look at the running back tandem as well that Georgia has between Zamir White, James Cook, Kendall Milton, Kenny McIntosh. They have so many different running back options at Georgia, where, I mean, that if they're able to get that ball started and they're able to start running, draining some clock off, Alabama could be in for a long day. Right? It's going to be a battle of the trenches. My favorite type of game, Grumpy. My favorite game. But yeah, Georgia is going to be deferring until the second half. Tony Cheese saying here, I think if Alabama loses this game, their season's over.
It's a distinct possibility.
It's a distinct possibility indeed, grumpy old man, who I can only imagine the adrenaline running through these players right now.
I think usually you like to start with your defense on the field.
I mean, that's Georgia's point of strength too, right?
Yeah.
It's their defense. So what do you want to do, right? I want to get a quick stop. I want to force a 3 and out. I want the defense to establish that line of scrimmage, establish the physicality of the game. And I want Stetson Bennett to go ahead and come in, and I want them to establish a little bit of a run game. So big game, Grump. I'm excited, man. What a rematch.
And the ball is kicked off.
You're a little ahead of me, but that's fine. But yeah, kickoff here. I'll tell you, they elect to just take it at the 25-yard line. It's funny how the return game has really changed. Very rarely do you see kick returners try to take the ball out, because they can just field it anywhere inside the 20-yard line and just take it at the 25.
Yeah, Bryce Young's had a pretty good year this year. 4,500 passing yards, 46 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. That's pretty good.
It's a single season record, by the way, for touchdowns and I believe passing yards. Yeah, a pretty okay year, Grump.
What I'm going to look for at the start of this game is to see the physicality up front.
Yep.
Is because that's the one thing that impressed me with Alabama the first time they played early this year was their physicality, which I hadn't seen that in quite a while, particularly in a college football game. And
you got a 5-man. Oh, there you go. Oh, baby.
4-yard game.
You had a 5-man line. You saw that shift right at the last side. You get a run on the outside there by Bama. They go ahead, and Robinson lowers his shoulder. He picks up about 4 or 5 yards.
4 yards.
Yeah. Okay. And here it is. Bama running that no huddle. They catch him on the pitch. But I'll tell you, ooh, nice job on the cutback by Robinson. And I'll tell you, that is a poor angle right there by Trayvon Walker. He catches a little bit. He gets a little bit off balance, and he stops, which should have been a stop in the backfield. Robinson's able to cut it up for an additional 4 or 5. Right now, they're looking at 3rd and 2 for Alabama. Got to figure this is going to be, right, a run on 1st and 2nd down. I figure this is going to be a run on 3rd down. Right, Crump?
I don't know, but I never like when guys are not ready to go at the start of a snap.
They're
Here
trying
comes the pass.
to confuse him with the formation. And who the hell is that who they hit, Grumpy? It looks like the slot wide receiver for Bama. He picks up enough for the first down. Number 18, JT Daniels.
Number 4 did a nice job picking up the blitz, which gave that route a little bit of time to develop, and it was a nice wide open play. Picked up the 2 yards easily and got an additional 5.
I'm sorry. This is number 18, Slade Bolden. I tell you, Grump. It looks like this is going to be an up and down game. Oh,
okay. We're 3 snaps in. We're 3 snaps in.
Look at how the line's moving, Grump.
And they got him. There you go. And there's our boy.
Off. They're saying, they're saying this is a fumble. I thought he got the ball out.
There's a touchdown.
No Dean. Well, they're going to call it a touchdown because they review it.
Yeah, that's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. I thought it looked like
you're ahead of me, Grump. So, but always be nice if we were always on time. But continue.
Yeah, that looked like a fumble to me, and the camera just kind of stared back in the huddle. Now they're looking at one another.
Okay, Grumpy. I don't need you to just just to say thrown on here. Well, let's think why they called it a touchdown, Grump.
Because the guy fumbled and he picked it up and ran it in. That's why it's a touchdown.
Any turnover gets automatically reviewed. It's not a fumble. Watch again, Grump. I'm telling you, I think he gets rid of this ball.
It absolutely is a fumble. It's absolutely
he throws it at the end. Watch again. I don't think that's a fumble. I've got to watch it again. It looks his arm's going forward. It's intentional grounding. It's not a fumble, like I told you. The arm, he tries to push it out. He tries to push it to number 4 as the reception. It's going to be deemed an incomplete pass, and it's going to be second down for Alabama. He throws it on the ground. Watch again. You see the arm going forward. It's not a good throw, but the arm's going forward. It's an incomplete pass. It's not a fumble.
Okay.
The reason they call it a fumble on the field is because they can automatically review it.
Okay. I'm sticking with fumble on that.
What? How?
Because I don't think he actually was throwing. He had his arm, and he just kind of flipped it. To me, I don't think that his arm was going forward. I mean, they might reverse it.
The ball I don't know. I'm telling you, think about it, right? Because they've called it and ruled it a touchdown, they automatically get to review it. But, right, you have to have indisputable evidence to overturn the call on the field. I think he quite obviously throws the ball forward. He tries to throw it to number 1. And watch here again. Whoop, he's throwing the ball forward. You see it going forward. I'm pretty sure that's incomplete pass. I'm telling you, it's a tragedy if that's not ruled incomplete pass. It should have been intentional grounding.
Well, and if it's not intentional grounding, then they've really blown the call.
I was about to say, right? They've blown the call for Georgia.
You can't have it one or the other.
They've blown the call for Georgia. And again, because I don't think it's a fumble. I think it's an incomplete pass. It should have been intentional grounding, but it's not going to be called intentional grounding because you can't review a lack of a penalty.
Yeah, they should let that stand. He had his arm locked up.
I think you're nuts.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know. How are you not seeing the ball going forward?
Coming out with the call?
Okay, Grumpy. I don't need you talking like, here they come out with the call. Anyway, Tony Cheese saying here, shit job by the offensive line. Am I right, TJ? Yeah, I tell you. I mean, it's going to be, here it is, right? What is it ruled, Grump? Incomplete.
They wound up calling forward pass, and now Georgia got screwed because it's certainly intentional grounding. Then you have to throw that flag. You must throw the flag.
Oh, Grumpy, look at me. Look at me for a second, Grump, because
I don't need to look at you. I'm watching the game. You do what you do. I do what I do. Please. I watch the game.
Okay, Grump. You can watch him in the huddle. That being said, dude, it was a forward pass. It didn't reach the line of scrimmage. It looks like intentional grounding, but you can't challenge for intentional grounding. It's just a bad call by the refs.
Here's the thing. If you screw up a call, then you have to call that penalty because it's certainly intentional grounding.
You can't do that by the letter of the law, though.
Okay. Well, then the law needs to change because Georgia just got cost them 7 points.
No. That didn't cost them 7 points. It cost them 15 yards and a loss of a down. It was clearly an incomplete pass. Everybody saw it, incomplete. But the fact that they couldn't call the intentional grounding, which would have backed them up 15 yards. Right now, you've got Alabama at 2nd and 10 at about the 44-yard line. They catch an outside bubble screen, and number 1 picks up enough for the first down. Alabama Crimson Tide again, moving the ball. Jamison Williams picks up enough for the first down. And here it is. They're going to be running that no-huddle, Grump.
Just like I said they should.
Well, both teams are going to be doing that.
That's how you tire out a defensive line.
And you've got a little bit of look at that little read option here. It's a good job of getting pressure, staying within his base though by not just completely running like a maniac and allowing Bryce Young to make a move around. But it's an incomplete pass, forcing a 2nd and 10. Grumpy old man.
I heard you. You're talking, dude. You haven't stopped talking once. I'm gonna just let you roll. I'll jump in when I can.
Okay, Grumpy. My God, you sound salty, but no worries, Grump. It sounds salty that you didn't get that little fumble, and it's a quick pass out there to the tight end. You're going to have enough. You're going to have enough to make this a 3rd and short, Grump. I tell you, I feel like they're going to. Both of these teams. It looks like Alabama will be moving the ball up and down the field today.
We'll see if the officials keep on. Anytime they make a mistake, help them out. They certainly will be.
There's one mistake, Grumpy. That's all we're going to say.
And there's a big loss.
John Michie.
Michie not being in here, he was in there and had a good game against Georgia in the SEC championship, which is a loss for them. But they don't need to throw the ball down the field.
He's one of the best receivers on the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah, they don't need to be throwing the ball down the field. They can do a lot of those little things. Nice little pitch out there to the outside, got him a 1st down.
Well, what are they doing, Grump? You're seeing every single play. It's to the boundary, right? We want to run to the far side of the boundary. We want to go the opposite way the hashes are. Why do you do that? Your linebackers are having to chase more, as well as the defensive linemen. That additionally tires out defense. And here it is. What is this drive? They've already strung together about eight or 9 plays on this drive, Grumpy old man. And you're talking about, hey, how are we going to tire out that Georgia defense? They're looking like they're going to put together about a 12 or 13 play drive right here. They've been moving the ball kind of at will. You've got the man off the edge coming off of the boundary for put pressure in Bryce Young's face. He makes a nice completion, not a great throwing motion, but gets enough there for make it 2nd and 1.
Yeah, Georgia's gonna. I don't know if Georgia's looking. They're gonna have to play the underneath routes better than they are right now.
Well, they're playing more of that
zone. They're playing zone, and if you give a guy time, he'll be able to pick you apart in zone.
Tony G saying, yellow flag on Grump, excessive grumpiness. And look at this. The outside sweep, that's a good job. Did he get enough for the 1st down?
Looked a little short
in the backfield, but I mean, he starts carrying. I mean, he's carrying Grumpy. I mean, Robinson starts carrying their Nolan Smith.
Yeah, to me, it looks like he was about a half yard short.
I'm sorry, that's Trey Sanders. I don't know, man. I think he may have got enough for the 1st down. I'd be interested to see what the ruling is. Yeah, they gave him enough for a 1st down. Yikes. I tell you, that current drive, Alabama is moving the ball. And maybe we're going to have a little bit of a barn burner when you said, hey, a lot of back and forth, a lot of lead changes. Last team with the ball might win. I mean, you think about
you're going to have to get the ball and score for that to happen. And they're bringing the kitchen sink, and Bryce Young escapes, and incomplete pass. Nice coverage by 31.
I'll be honest with you. In the NFL, that's a flag, probably not in college, right? You got to turn the head in the NFL.
He didn't interfere with the guy.
I don't know. It looks like he's hand fighting with him down the field, Grump. And again, you're ahead of me, so it's tough for me to say when you've got that information. That's a bad angle. That's a bad angle by Georgia. I'm not saying I call it. I'm just saying the NFL that might be.
That's. There's no way that's pass interference. Absolutely no way. No way.
Grumpy, I think you've got a rooting interest in Georgia today.
I don't have a rooting, but that's not pass interference.
I'm just
saying. He didn't have his hands on it. The ball hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it.
I'm just saying I could see that being
nice wide receiver screen and nice pursuit by Georgia there for a gain of 4.
Yeah, that bubble screen gets out there quick, Grump. That wide receiver bubble screen. Georgia does a good job getting out there. But what have we seen? Everything to the outside. They want to make sure that Georgia's running. And this is now, what are they on play 12 or 13 of the drive?
It's not that many plays.
Okay. I'll have to see. I'll have to wait until we see at the end of the drive. They drop back, throws a little bit off his back foot, and he misses a wide open Crimson Tide receiver. I mean, Jesus. Not a good pass. Kind of thrown off his back foot, gets a little bit of pressure in his face, and panics and is unable to complete that 3rd down completion. 3rd and 5, and he kind of trips up a bit.
Yeah,
that doesn't help. But still, I don't think the throw was great.
No, it was not a great throw. Bill O'Brien is really pissed up in the press box.
He misses Jalil Billingsley, and Alabama is going to have to go ahead and settle for a field goal here. 37-yard attempt.
Pumps it right through, 3-0.
I'll be honest with you. For Alabama, is that a little bit of a disappointing opening drive?
No, not at all.
Really?
Take the opening drive, 5 minutes and 5 seconds, and you get yourself points on the board. That's never disappointing.
What I'm asking about, they move the ball at will. They're starting to establish some momentum, and a little bit of a slip by the wide receiver, not a great throw by Young, allows the drive to stall out. For reality, right there, completing third down after third down after third down.
They don't have to score. They're a better offensive team than Georgia is. They don't have to score every time that they touch the ball. They don't have to. 3 points is a win for them. You take the opening drive, go all the way down the field, get yourself 3 points. Now Georgia's already in catch-up mode already.
Oh, shit, man. It's a first quarter. I'm just saying, I think the ball will be moved today.
Okay, so you're saying this is the first quarter. This is from the guy who said this is going to be an up and down the game, the whole game after 3 plays.
It's going to be up and down. I promise you, total yards tonight might be something like between both teams 750 or 800 yards. I wouldn't be shocked at all if each team are having 350 or 400 plus yards today. I really do believe it. I mean, how many yards did Alabama just have on that drive? What, 50?
Yeah.
I'm saying I think the ball is going to be moved today. I wasn't sure. Like, hey, was the first game against Alabama's success on offense, was that more of a fluke, or did we see more of what the Georgia Bulldogs defense was against Michigan, back to how they played earlier? So that's more what I was interested in, Grump.
Yeah. Like I said, I look at that drive as a success for Alabama. They showed they could move the ball. They outside plays are working. How is Georgia going to adapt to that? That's the key. You can't let them do that the whole game. They'll wear you out.
I mean, the only way to adapt is to play tighter to the line of scrimmage and to play man coverage. And if that's the case, right, then you get burned deep on a situation if you don't get to Bryce Young and he has enough time for a wideout to get open.
Well, they've already put Bryce Young under pressure 3 or 4 times on that drive.
And you could tell Young's mechanics get compromised when he's under pressure, but he still has been getting the ball off quick and getting it to wideouts.
Yep. And his athletic ability enabled him to escape, which, probably should have been a sack. And it was an incomplete pass, but still it stopped him from maybe a 10, 15-yard loss.
It was Trayvon Walker who takes a bad angle, right? He doesn't break down and allows Bryce Young to bounce that out to the outside, roll out, and hit an open receiver. And you just think to yourself, okay, guys, you cannot be making poor mistakes. And trust me, that wasn't the first time that Trayvon Walker has taken a bad angle on that first drive. Remember, that cutback that Robinson had made, he also takes a little bit of a bad angle, and he allows that open avenue.
I'll tell you what, you look at these pictures of Stetson Bennett, it's like, man, how is he playing college football?
Preferred walk-on.
He looks like he should be like the water boy.
Well, good for him, man. Anytime
I'm not
saying
saying not good for him. I mean, congrats to him. I'm just saying, and he's not like even Adam Sandler water boy. I mean, just like the guy who actually gives him the water on the sidelines.
He's not a guy with a hulking stature. He's not a guy who looks like, the absolute, pinnacle of physical fitness. But the guy, I tell you, for his size, he's quick. He's kind of, he's almost a little bit like, and I say this in the most endearing way possible, he's almost a little bit like a rat, right? He's a guy who, he can escape. He's a guy who's gritty as all hell. And he's a guy who, when need be, I think, can really bring him up. He had a fantastic game against Michigan. I was more impressed with Stetson Bennett against Michigan than any other portion of the Georgia team. I mean, maybe the defense was fantastic, but I did not expect Bennett to look as dominating as he did.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see how they come out, what they come to do. What did Alabama do? Spread them out, a couple of runs, and start throwing the ball.
Everything is tight right here. It looks to be predestined to be a run play. A play action from Georgia. They seem pressure right in his face. Here's the thing.
Throw the ball away.
I do not get the play action. He tries to make a move to try to make a miss. The play action right off the bat, but you're running everything so tight. So right when these guys do have a blitz, it's going to be less time to get to the quarterback on this play action, and they're running like a booger play where everybody moves motion to the left. You hope that the entire defense reads the offensive line. They move with that motion, and yikes. Not a good first play for Georgia.
This drive is over.
It's right now second and 24.
Stetson Bennett, he tries to extend plays. You know what? At some point, just throw the ball away.
And on second down, they have a run. And Jesus, the whistle for a full start. What's the whistle for? Zamir White gets a handoff. What's the whistle? Christ.
Delay a game.
Prior to snap,
Alabama.
delay a game. Oh, Alabama. Are they trying to talk about they didn't have the subs? I don't know. What is that?
I don't know. That's too bad because they just took away a really big run for Georgia. So
they gave him 5 yards and they give him you don't have to waste it down. I don't know, Grump. That seems like a win. So now you're 2nd and 19 instead of 2nd is 24.
They probably saw Georgia was getting some yards out. Nope, below the whistle.
The hand clapping. So what they're trying to do. Okay, see, I hate this because every single time linebackers always do the hand clapping. All teams do that. They're trying to get the defense to motion, and they're trying to say that they're trying to get the Georgia offensive line to jump off with a full start. Oh, Jesus. Another one of these situations.
And he drops the ball. Holy shit.
You are about 5 seconds ahead of me, Grump. But yes, he does. I don't know how the hell he drops that football.
My God.
My God is
because
right.
He's nervous. He's nervous. The moment's too big for him. Moment is too big for him.
I mean, it's a good job of him evading, getting out of the pocket. He sees the open daylight. How the hell do you drop that football? It wasn't even like he had contact made with him. He just drops the football.
And he
does a good job of recovering, but you're right. You cannot be dropping the ball there. It makes it a third and manageable, 3rd and 5 here, Grump. You have to be a little worried if you're a Georgia fan. You've looked a little shaky. Bennett doesn't have a great first play, and then he's able to extend the play by gaining a few yards, but he fumbles, just running the fumbles unimpeded.
Oh, my gosh, another penalty.
God almighty. Ooh.
Delay a game.
Delay a game. Holy shit, Bennett. You're on 3rd and 5, and the quarterback takes a delay game. You're right. The moment does look a little too big for Bennett, and he looks nervous.
Okay, they've had, 4 plays, and he's made 3 mistakes. 4 plays, 3 mistakes. You're not going to win a game like that.
Especially when, Jesus, man. I tell you don't have a quarter or a quarter and a half for your quarterback to get settled in. Not in a national championship game, you don't.
Not against Alabama, you don't.
Exactly. Maybe that stuff, you did have a chance to do that against Michigan last week, and he didn't have to, but you don't have it today. 3rd and 10 for Georgia. He sees a little bit of pressure in his face. He rolls out to the right. Georgia sets him Bennett. Tries to ball for completion, and again, it's dropped, but it would not have been enough for the first down for Georgia.
I mean, I know they have another quarterback. I'd get him warmed up. See, this is the problem that he had in the last game. At some point, you just have to say, you know what? Throw the ball away, live to play another day. He tries to make that play, and he turns the ball over.
Well, he didn't this time.
He didn't this time, but very easily could have been. That's off the wide receiver's hands. They weren't getting the first down. Just throw the ball away.
Okay, well, I'm be honest with you. McConkey needs to come up with the catch there. Hits him off the hand. He just drops the ball. I mean, you talk about a very uninspiring first drive for the Georgia Bulldogs. If I'm a Georgia fan, all right, I'm not worried about the lack of production. I'm worried about how nervous Bennett looks. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah,
you got here. Grumpy Jeremy Ford saying, last week I was watching a Michigan game, and before the snap, the whole team would look over to the bench. Is that normal or an audio malfunction? So it just depends. Like a lot of times, if it's really tough to hear, they'll signal from the sidelines, so you don't have to worry too much about the quarterback going to each individual lineman and saying, "Hey, we've got a 34, we got 74 ISO, ready break." So they don't have to.
Nobody knows what 74 ISO is. Break it down so regular people can understand.
It's an example. It's a play call, Grumpy. Most people.
Well, tell them a play call. Tell them it's a play call. Because nobody knows 72 ISO. Tell them, speak to people like they're actual people, not football players, please.
So I'll give the play call, Grumpy, from the bench.
There you go.
And instead of the quarterback, as everything's loud, instead of the quarterback having to worry about trying to communicate, and that's why they'll usually go on a silent count. They'll look over to the sidelines. They'll see the play. Everybody's on the same page. The wide receivers will understand. The offensive line will understand. Everybody will be on the same page. And ideally, what happens is it gives your quarterback more time to read what type of defense he's going against, because the entire team will be set 5 or 10 seconds ahead of time. So you don't have to worry too much about those delay games or those unfortunate penalties. So that's usually what will happen.
That was on Bennett again, because he's just
I don't know how you take a delay game.
The moment's too big for him. He's staring at the clock, staring at it.
Unfortunate sack on first down on the play action, trying to escape, puts him at 2nd and 24. They get lucky. I'll be honest with you. That shit happens on every single play where a linebacker will clap to try to get their defensive lineman to move. That stuff happens all the time. Call to delay a game on the defensive side of the ball. You don't see that call all that often. Makes it 2nd and 19. Then
That
you're
should not. That to me, that play should not be an automatic penalty. You let the play go out, and then if you don't get a game, then you get the 5 because that was a big run. That was a big run. He was 9 yards downfield before there was any contact. That would have been a big play for Georgia. So that wound up hurting them in actuality. So,
okay.
I mean,
It went from 2nd and 19. Bennett then on 2nd down picks up 14 yards, but then fumbles the ball without being touched. And then he throws the ball away as he's trying, or he throws the ball to wide receiver covered, trying to pick up 5 yards or 10 yards after the delay game. It's not a good first drive for Stetson Bennett. Needs to calm down, needs to make sure that doesn't happen again. You need to see a big stop out of the Georgia defense. They need to do a good job, right? You talk about the drive time. I mean, Georgia's defense was out there for a pretty long drive against. You don't want Alabama to be stringing together another 10-plus play drive. John M. saying, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, John. How are you doing? And he's saying, nice shirt tonight, TJ. Thank you. Had to support the Pitt Panthers there on the show, the biggest stage of them all.
That's the closest they're ever getting to a championship game.
You saw Jeremy F. saying, I see. Thanks, TJ. Never seen that before. It doesn't happen a lot, but like sometimes what they'll do is they just want the quarterback to have a little extra time, so they'll have everybody look over to the sidelines. It doesn't happen all that often.
Yeah, on this drive, they really from Georgia you want to see. You can't give up a touchdown here. You can get away giving up a field goal, but you cannot give up a touchdown. That was nice pursuit on that little swing pass to the outside.
Well, they're trying to catch him with misdirection, right?
Yeah.
That's another time where the entire offensive line, and you've got the guy in the jet motion. He's coming. Everybody's running to the left. You're hoping to catch Georgia in that motion. They do a good job playing their. They do a good job of playing their technique, and they're able to stop that pass to the outside. But you've got a cross, Grumpy. You've got their slant across the middle. They beat him in man coverage, and he picks up enough for the first down.
Yeah. And they're not able to run the ball up the middle, but you have to test that interior defense periodically just to keep them honest.
How has Alabama, generally speaking, been gaining their yards? Plays to the outside, bubble screens, slants, and these runs and pitches to the outside where they don't have to mix it up on the interior. And what does that do? It tires out Jordan Davis. It makes those big defensive linemen have to travel side to side. And when you tire them out, it pays dividends at the end of the game.
They're going to have to play more man. Georgia's going to have to play more man because if they stay in this little soft zone like this, Alabama's just going to pick them apart all night.
You've got 3rd and 3 here for Bryce Young. I mean, ideally, you got to get off the field here on this drive for Georgia. You don't want to be giving up another 10 to 15 play drive here coming up. This is the 5th play of the drive. John M. saying, Grump, the Georgia offense needs to step it up.
Yeah. The quarterback in particular.
You've got trips set up here for Alabama. They're running motion out of the backfield. They put pressure on him, Georgia does. And look at that. Fantastic job by number 16 in pursuit. Stops that Alabama tight end from picking up any additional yards. I mean, Bryce Young has 2 guys right in his face. And look at this. He throws off his back foot. He does find a hot man where he's able to get that outlet pass to. But holy crap. I tell you, he looks nervous back there when he's got pressure in his face. And it was a good job in pursuit.
I thought Tom Brady's the only quarterback who struggles with pressure in his face.
Every quarterback struggles with pressure in his face. And you can tell, I mean, Bryce Young gets a little bit of happy feet, but he still completes the pass. And that's a good job by Georgia. Good job getting off the field. Good job of forcing this 4th down.
3 and out. Well, not 3 and out. Yeah.
But I mean, it's a good job by them. That Lewis Klein there, Lewis Sign, I'm sorry there, that safety comes in and really makes a big tackle on that Crimson Tide tight end in open space. That's huge.
I'll tell you what, I would make sure, because I know they have a good backup quarterback also, I'd make sure he's ready to go in this game. Because the one thing that Bennett gives you is his intangibles. And if he's out there choking and not being ready, the other kid's way more physically talented than he is.
You're talking about JT Daniels. JT Daniels was, again, the higher recruit as well when you talk about it. Stetson Bennett you talk about the season Stetson Bennett had, right? JT Daniels gets injured early in the season. Bennett comes in. He takes the ball and he runs with it. He does a fantastic job of earning that spot. And he's been all but great this season, and you think to yourself, it would be a shame if he's unable to cap it off, with a stellar performance. You don't want to see him get benched and get replaced by JT Daniels in the last most important game of the season, right?
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: you're at a win. I mean, bottom line, it's about winning.
I'm just talking about when you're talking, when you're thinking about the aesthetics of the game. You don't want to see that, as a
No.
general fan. But
As an unbiased fan like myself, I mean, you always root for the underdog. I mean, that kid's the ultimate underdog, right? I mean, it's the last game he's ever going to play.
You think so?
He's not going to play in the pros.
I'm just saying, maybe the CFL, maybe he'll get a chance somewhere.
No,
I'm not saying he's sticking. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be shocked. He might get a chance. He might get a look somewhere. I'm not saying he's going to be fantastic. Jeremy Ford saying, if the Georgia quarterback is slow out of the gates, should Bama expect the run game or short pass to the side kind of plays? If the quarterback's starting off slow, I expect to see a run here. And I'm shocked we didn't see one earlier. But I mean, I guess they got so far behind the chains, right? They need to start off first down with a positive play. You can't sit back there, throw an incomplete pass, and be looking at 2nd and 10. They need to, as weird as this may sound, they need to more game manage this drive. They need to kick up some yards on first down, run the football, run the football.
Get some yards so you're not behind the sticks to start like they were last time.
You desperately need a first down. Can't go 3 and out, 2 drives in a row.
Right.
And again, like that drive wasn't all that long for Bama, but in the same token, another 5-play drive. And if you're going to be going 3 and out on a consistent basis, or these drives that stall out really early, you got to worry about the defense staying fresh.
Right. The good news for Georgia, they're only down 3 points.
Yes. Yep. That's for certain, Grump. I tell you. Ooh. It's been good football. You could tell, though, a lot of these players are fantastic athletes. You're going to have plenty of first-round picks that are playing in this game this evening.
And I like Alabama's game plan. You know what? We're going to pressure him, make him beat us by making great throws.
Or put pressure in his exactly. Put pressure in his face, make him make decisions, and our guys, we believe our secondary can go ahead and cover. Right, that man coverage is what Alabama's always lived and died by. That's the Nick Saban defensive style: play man coverage, and play that bump and run. You only see a few teams in college football incorporate that. So, I know Pittsburgh is one of those teams, right? Run play, and Jesus freaking Christ. Left tackle stops blocking early. The hole was there. But you see just a late disengage by that Alabama defensive line. They were able to stop it for a 1-yard gain. That hole was there. I'm sorry. You've got to do better.
It's nice play by Anderson. Anderson's really good. Anderson's really, really good. That's about as good as you can play from that end position, how to play the run right there. He did a really good job there.
Jameer Slayer gets his head caught in a block, leaning, and that's why he gets shucked. He's got to do better than that.
I'm going to give credit to
the play by Anderson, but you've got to do better there. You've got to do better as a left tackle.
Again, they're just getting penetration on the Georgia line.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. That's when the running back's got to do better. You get tackled by an Alabama defender who's on his back. You've got to do better there. You've got to do better, Zamir White. Have to.
Got his hand in there to trip him up, though. That's a good play by Alabama. They're a well-coached team.
Okay.
Just got the heel. It's a good play by him. Now here's where you have to worry.
You're in 3rd and 9, right? What I told you. You're going to have to go ahead and get some sort of drive going. You're 3rd and 9. What are you looking for? They're going to drop players back. They've got 5 guys on the line with the outside linebackers. You have to look for something across the middle. They rush 4 and they get pressure. Now, right guard does get beat. Right, Bennett throws the ball and it just dribbles. You've got another 3 and out for Georgia.
I mean, number 50 was beat instantaneously.
Yikes! I tell you, it's right. You've got the right tack. You've got the right guard. Oh, Jesus Christ, man! He doesn't kick far enough. He's going against an outside line. He's going against a D end, and I tell you, it's a recipe for disaster.
31 again.
Anderson,
he's good.
Yeah. Anderson's done a good job on both of those plays. Will Anderson done a good job. This is a nightmarish situation, a nightmarish start to the game for Georgia. That punt was almost blocked too.
And now Georgia gets a penalty for getting too close to the receiver catching the ball. That's just dumb. It's just dumb. Why? He's fair catching it. Why are you getting right in his face?
You want to try to make it difficult because you want to try to allow maybe he makes a mistake and you recover the football. But oof. You talk about mental errors. Oh, Christ, man. This
dumb.
You got to be, if you're a Georgia fan, you're starting to sweat it a little bit. John M saying here, Grump, off topic. I'm furious that the Dolphins fired Brian Flores today.
I'll tell you what,
what's the call? He didn't touch him. What are you saying? He impeded his ability to field the catch?
Yeah, that's a terrible call. Again, we've had 3 calls in this game. All of them gone against Georgia.
That's not true. That's not true, right?
Absolutely. You need on the first play with the fumble for the incomplete pass. That's grounding. They should have thrown a flag for grounding that. Should have done that. Didn't do it.
They called it a fumble, and you said it was a fumble, right? They called it a fumble. It wasn't a fumble. Quite obvious. You could see through the ball forward.
But here's the thing. Then it's grounding. Throw the flag. You're allowed to do that.
You can't call grounding any fumble.
You're allowed to do that. You can throw that flag. They always huddle up and throw a flag after the fact. They do it all the time.
Listen. If it's grounding, that means it's an incomplete pass. If it's a fumble, that means it can't be grounding by law. So,
Okay, but here's the thing. Since it was an incomplete pass, it was grounding. And they should have went down. It's grounding. You don't get the benefit.
They don't do that. Anyway, Grump, I'll let you respond back to this comment.
I think that was the Dolphins. You wonder why teams are bad year after year. You look what the Dolphins do. And then the owner says today that the new head coach is going to make the decision on the quarterback. What does that tell you?
Tua's gone.
Well, the ownership does not believe in Tua. That's what it tells me. I'm not saying Tua's gone, but the ownership does not believe in him. That's what it says to me.
And I'll tell you this here. I mean, the rumor is they fired Brian Flores because they wanted Jim Harbaugh as the head coach.
Well, unless you have Jim Harbaugh signed, why would you let go of Brian Flores? I think Brian Flores is a good coach, a really good coach. I think the failures from the Dolphins have been in the general manager's office and the acquisition of talent. That's what I think. And then you look at the other end of the spectrum, the New York Giants keeping Joe Judge. My God, I'd be on the phone to Brian Flores tonight and say, yeah, Joe, I know we said we're going to keep you, but you suck. We're going to bring in somebody else who can win.
Charles B saying Kirby dumbass there had to start that retarded quarterback there from Blackshear, Georgia, talking about Stetson Bennett. They want to lose this game, and they played like Georgia Pussycats.
They come out and once again, it's like Alabama's our big brother. That's the way they play. It's like Alabama's our big brother. They can push us around. And today's the same thing we've seen from them in recent years. Like I said, I'd have the Davis kid warming up. I'd have him warming up.
John M saying here, and the general manager should have been fired, not the coach.
I 100% agree with that also. Think about how poorly they've drafted over the last number of years with all those draft picks. Just terrible draft picks. I mean, to me, it's shameful. I mean, Brian Flores is a good coach, a really good coach.
I'll tell you, I did not know Trayvon Walker was projected to be as high of a pick. They had him selected. Mel Kiper had him at 14. I think he has looked bad on a few different downs today. I think Nobe Dean's fantastic based off of what we saw against Michigan. So it's early.
I just want to say, look at how smart Bryce Young was. Reed isn't there. Just throw the ball away. That's one thing Bennett does not do. Just refuses. And it's cost him.
2nd and 10 now for the Alabama Crimson Tide. They've got the ball at the Alabama Crimson Tide 45-yard line.
Run to the outside. Gain of I'll tell you what. Man, oh man.
I'll tell you one thing. They freaking lit Robinson up.
That Georgia defense hits like a ton of bricks. It's not a mistake they're the number one defense in the country.
No, I mean, I tell you, they're fantastic. Low tackles. I mean, Jesus, you've got
number 16, 2 big plays out of the last 3, right?
Unbelievable.
Short tackler. That's the type of kid who translates to the pros.
You've got here 3rd and 6. Ball at the 49-yard line. See, they've got pressure off. Oh, dude, I wonder if that's going to be a delay game or like one of those late hits. I mean, it was kind of a little bit of a high and low. I'm happy they're not calling that, but you know how the game's played now. If you barely breathe on the quarterback after the ball's out, it's almost always a roughing the passer penalty.
And you're seeing Alabama's offensive line get a little overmatched. And there's the right tackle.
He hit him. Dude, I'm telling you, he hits him high. But
it looks like he hit him
he's
across the
wrapped up around the legs. I'm just saying he's in the process of getting tackled. I'm happy they didn't call that, but you see that the propensity for referees to overcall and over officiate some of these games. I'm happy they're kind of just letting them play. The Georgia defense, after giving up a few yards early, has really kind of settled in. That Georgia offense they need to find a rhythm. They're going to be starting off with the ball, at the 6-yard line?
7.
The 7-yard line. I tell you, Georgia needs to get a first down, 3 and out their first 2 possessions.
Like I said, the Davis kid should be warming up on the sidelines.
It's that bad already, you think?
The Bennett brings intangibles. And if he's not able to, 1 yard in the first quarter, that's not going to get it done. I don't care who you are.
No, it's not. You've got to be happy with your performance if you're Alabama. You wish that your success has more points on the board. But what does Georgia do? They try. Oh man, are they about to get a holding penalty? I was about to say, based off of where that flag has been thrown, it's either a face mask or a holding. And
it's against Georgia.
Oh Jesus!
You look at Kirby Smart's face; he knows.
They can't keep themselves from shooting themselves in the foot here. I tell you. Oh, illegal hands to the face on Georgia. Wow.
You can't, like I said, they're doing every day. Yeah, stop clapping, buddy. Stop. You know what you did.
I'll be interested to see whether it's really. Those hands to the face happen.
He hands on the helmet.
Did. I'm about to say that's pretty blatant. He did. Yeah. He's trying with that down block, and he doesn't have good hand placement, so he hits him in the side of the helmet. That's one that he wants to go ahead and clean up. And just when you think that the going can't get tougher for Georgia, you take a bad penalty and you put yourself behind the sticks. How many times are they going to have self-inflicted wounds? It's really stalled out the offense. The offense would struggle to begin with, but this is just yikes. You cannot continue to shoot yourself in the foot. First and 14, they've got another run, a hard run by Zamir White. That's a hard run right there. And what's going to get this offense started? They're going to have to move the ball on the ground. I don't feel Bennett's going to be the guy to move the ball for him.
They have to be more physical up front than Alabama. It's the key to the game. The line play will dictate who wins this game. It really will.
Absolutely, Grump. And then, John M. saying great hit. That Alabama offensive line will wear down. Georgia should control the line of scrimmage defensively. Look at that nice job timing the blitz. That's a borderline hold. It's a nice completion for the first down. That's center of the hold right there. Is that Eric? Is that Eric Gilbert? Or
no, number 0. Isn't his name Washington?
I'm sorry, that's right. Washington.
He's a big kid. Big kid.
Darnell Washington. Physical specimen. He originally committed, I think, to LSU. Went to LSU for a semester and then entered the transfer portal there to Georgia. As a borderline hold there, but they get themselves a first down. First down from the 20, Grump.
Oh, what a catch!
Oh my God, is right, Grump. You talk about they're having to bring out a little bit of the razzle dazzle, the trick play in the backfield. Good job by the offensive line. And Pickens is able to go ahead and get a huge reception for the Georgia Bulldogs. They pick up about 45 yards on that one pass. And
do you want to know why Bennett will never make in the NFL? He had to throw a fly ball to get the ball down there. He looked like a howitzer shot,
Dude, that's a hell of a catch. That's an over-the-shoulder catch, no less.
If he could throw the ball on the line, it's a touchdown pass.
And you get him here with the wide receiver screen. He's able to pick up a few yards. It looks like George is able to establish a little bit.
And they got an injury on the field.
I tell you, just by the way he's grabbing at it. Let's see if he's up. Those offensive linemen, they're tough guys.
Yeah, I tell you what, the way he hauled it in was able to control.
That is a hell of a catch, man. That is a hell of a catch.
The way he's diving, holds it in, controls, turns his body, rolls on the ground. Just fantastic play. really,
If
really
Georgia wins, that's
spectacular.
play of the game, right? You have to feel like that's play of the game. If
Okay,
Georgia, I'm
no,
saying this early. That's a freaking spectacular catch, though,
okay.
man. That's one of those ESPN top 10 catches. That's
If
over the shoulder the way he caught that.
if
Fantastic.
Georgia wins, that's not play of the game. It's not even a scoring play.
Shit. I'm just saying that's a fantastic play. Oh my God. Disjointed in a full start. Oh, come on, Georgia. You see number 50 there for the
And
Georgia Bulldogs. He is limping heavily.
that's okay. The way he was playing in there, he may be better off he's not even in there.
Warren Erickson. John M saying Auburn showed Georgia how to beat Bama.
Alabama's not played well this year. They've not been dominant. Oh my God. Number
I mean, half the
69. What
offensive
are you
line moves.
doing, Sailor?
Half the team moves. Half the team doesn't.
Ugh, terrible.
Got to be louder back there, quarterback. If half the team's moving and half the team's not, quarterback's not freaking loud enough. You had guys on the right-hand side of the ball also moving. You got to do a little bit better. You got to yell. Tony Cheese saying TJ's slowing everyone's streams down. I'm like 25 seconds ahead of you guys. Oh, man. We try.
That's all on TJ. He's way behind as usual.
Sorry. What can I say? Not great. I mean, you get that one big play. You're hoping to catch some momentum. That full start's killer. That's awful.
And they don't have much of a field goal kicker either.
The end of the first quarter, 3-0. Grumpy.
Yep. I mean, for Georgia, you have to consider yourself lucky that you're in this game right now. But 3-0 down, still got to fight your way through it, right?
For certain you do. And, for Georgia, right, even though I'm talking about a bad first quarter. Everything and anything could go wrong. I can't tell you how many times they're shooting themselves in the foot. They're still only down by 3. Alabama realistically wants to be up more by, how many they're up. And they had moved the ball pretty well, but Jesus, they really want to do better than that. They want to have a better result on that, Grump.
Yeah, but I mean, you knew it was going to be a tight game, right? You know it was going to be a tight game.
I'm just saying, right? Alabama kind of moved the ball at will, and they only come away with 3 points on that first drive. That's something they'll be a little disappointed in. Tony Cheese saying, my favorite is when coaches chest bump the players and their hats and headsets fall off, and they awkwardly have to pick their stuff up.
Isn't that what they have assistants for, is to pick all that stuff up for them? I guess it's only if you're a really big-time program.
They'll have like certain assistants. Your job is specifically to go ahead and yank people off. Your job is specifically to yank people back onto the sidelines.
They have the get back guy, right? The get back guy. Get back. Every team has a get back guy. Don't get too close to the action. Get back. On the get back guy.
The get back guy.
Sure.
Christ almighty. I tell you.
I mean, for first quarter, considering how Georgia played, I mean, defensively, outside that first drive, they've done a good job. And even you hold the Alabama to 3 points in the first quarter. That's a good job for Georgia.
I think that's a win. That's a win for Georgia for certain, especially with how poorly the offense has played. To only be down by 3 points, it's a win for Georgia.
I just don't have much faith in the Bennett kid. I just don't.
And that's what we talked about against Michigan. The Georgia team will go as far as Stetson Bennett will take them. And, he played fantastic against Michigan. Absolutely great. I mean, he had time in the pocket. He was dropping dimes just the same way he did to Pickens. He was hitting wide receivers and tight ends and Brock Bowers in stride. And today it's just been a little bit different. He's had pressure in his face. He's trying to do too much.
This is the second time you brought up Brock Bowers. How many catches did he have in that game? 3? I mean, I know you gush. I know you're pleasuring yourself underneath the table every time he's on the field. But, I mean, it's not like he was setting the world on fire. He wasn't their number one pass catcher by a long shot.
5 receptions, 55 yards, and a touchdown.
Oh, boy, that's great.
I don't know. For a tight end, 55 yards, 5 receptions, and a touchdown is not bad.
He doesn't deserve the pub that you're giving him. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, God,
not at this stage anyway.
Man, the guy's a true freshman. What can I say? That's why I give him the pub. He's been fantastic as a freshman.
Georgia, here's the thing. Georgia has to come away with points on this drive, though. Have to.
Yes. I mean, you can't come away. Yes, you do have to come away with points. As simple as that. It's 2nd and 14. Look at that. You've got there the time blitz. Oh, he does a little bit of a pop pass, and Georgia picks up enough to make this a 3rd and 9 situation.
It'll be 3rd and 9. Here's the thing. They don't have the level of offensive player talent-wise that Alabama does. That's the difference on the offensive sides of the ball.
Is it weird to see girls that are wearing like the shoulder pads, like the old? I mean, like that's the
The
man,
Road
like
Warriors.
Road Warrior shoulder
Well,
pad.
actually, it was the Legion of Doom. That's when the WWE, brought them in, and they changed their name from the Road Warriors to the Legion of Doom, and
They
they,
picked up. They've picked up
marked
quite a.
everything.
They've picked up 84 yards on this drive, a 3rd and 9. I tell you, it's not a great. Oh, he completes it for a first down. There's not a lot. There's not a lot of zip on that pass, dude. It looks like he short arms it. He doesn't step into the ball much. I tell you, this is what Bennett still just kind of looks. Yikes! He doesn't step into the ball, dude. He's throwing that off his back foot. He completes a pass in stride, but not a good throw.
It's a dumb play on first down. That's just a dumb play call.
Run it into the line of scrimmage.
Just dumb. You're playing hurry up offense. Throw the ball. Don't run it. Throw it.
Oh, good gracious! I mean, you're making it set. You just waste first down.
You look at how tight that offensive line formation is. I mean,
they're going to have the entire, as you get closer in the red zone, everything condenses with the field. And now you got all the Alabama defense just close in together, and you try to run it like an ISO, a dive right up the middle. It's just a bad play call.
But look at the spacing of the offensive line. You can get away with that when you're playing piddly pup you. Oh my God. I tell you what,
miscommunication.
They're not a great offensive team. They're really good defensively, but offensively, they're not a great team.
He still looks a little nervous. He does. He just still looks, in my opinion, Bennett still looks a little nervous. They were expecting to obviously have a little bit of a
I don't know where he's throwing the ball. That never had a chance of being completed, ever.
I think I'm not sure if the wrong route was run by the outside receiver, or maybe the inside number 19 takes the wrong side, right? Maybe he was supposed to cut that to the inside. But I mean, this drive, 5 for 6, 86 yards for them. They have a total of 91 yards on the day. Oh, that's a design QB sneak. They just must they must want to get him killed.
It was not it was not designed. It wasn't designed.
I think it's a design QB draw. He's looking to run the whole way.
Yes, it was not. It wasn't designed. He just, like I said, he's not taking any chances. He's looking. Okay, I'm going to go. I don't see anything. My first read isn't there. He's never making that. Let's just hope they can, put it.
Maybe he just tries to center the ball up too. Yikes! I mean, you can't miss this, right? I mean, Georgia. This is a chippy. I mean, this is a 20-something yard kick.
It's like an extra point.
Yep.
And we're back even again.
Yes, we are, Grumpy. For Georgia, man, I tell you, that's about as the best for Georgia, right? They want to go in. If they can go into halftime with a tie, or even only down by 7, that's a huge victory with how poorly they started today's game. It's a tie game at 3-3 right now. And if I'm Kirby Smart, I'm sitting there saying, holy crap, we are very, very fortunate. God is smiling on us today because Alabama's moved the ball, and it's right now a tie game.
I tell you, I disagree thinking they go in at halftime tied or down. They're the favorite in this game.
Georgia?
Yes, Georgia's the favorite. Georgia was the betting favorite in this game, not Alabama, Georgia. I would think, here's the thing. Georgia has seen them be up on Alabama at half and wind up losing. If they're trailing at half, are they going to have enough to come back? I don't know. I've just been unimpressed with Bennett today, totally. And sometimes, like Saban did against them, when he did the quarterback flip-flop to beat them in the last college football championship game they played, maybe it's something Kirby Smart should potentially do.
Yeah, Kirby Smart. John M saying here, Dolphins just requested permission to talk to Brian Dabble of the Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator.
Ryan Daboll.
Bills offensive coordinator. Well, Tua isn't Josh Allen. I'm cursed. Well, I tell you,
Brian Daboll.
They have to have like a wake up call. I think they're going to go heavy after Deshaun Watson. I'm still though shocked. I really thought that they were doing this because Harbaugh was available. That's what Schefter reported today.
Okay. Daboll was initially with New England, and he was, line coach, whatever. Then he wound up going to University of Alabama to be offensive coordinator before going back to the pros. So, like I said, you want to know why Alabama is good every year? Look at the quality of coaching that they have. And he will be a head coach sometime. I don't know if it'll be this year, but certainly sometime. I'm just surprised that the GM got to stay and Flores went. I think Flores did as good as he could with the talent that they had.
Yeah. And John M. also saying, yeah, Bennett's playing a little scared. I think so too. He's playing a little timid. And that's you can't have that from your quarterback.
He's like what, 5'6", or at least he looks like he's about 5'6", 112 pounds.
He's not 5'6". Come
I know
on.
he's not. I'm just saying that's what he looks like compared to everybody else on the field. He's
He,
no
look,
physical specimen.
he looks like he's kind of shriveling in a moment. He's listed at 5'11", 190 pounds.
That's very generous.
I think he's probably 5'10" and a half, maybe 5'11". He's not that small. He's small, grumpy old man, not that small. He is playing no timid, and that you can't have that. I mean, the best case scenario is if you're tied and he feels a little bit better going into the second quarter, because it's going to take him a while to kind of settle in, I think, and it has.
I think they did his measurements when he was in uniform with his cleats on. So he's probably about, I don't know, what, 5'9" and a half.
No, he's 5'10",
175.
Come on, man.
He's small. He's small and he's frail.
He's frail. I mean, he's 190 pounds.
He's not even 190 pounds. I guarantee he's not 190 pounds. And he's not 5'11" either. I mean, unless everybody's playing on Alabama's line 7 foot tall, he's not 5'11".
I tell you, I hate the fact that all of these, I mean, like, I understand it's for the player's safety, all these fair catches that happen on the kickoffs. It's like you never see an actual kickoff return anymore.
Get rid of the kickoff then. Don't even pretend to use it then. Don't even pretend.
It's just a waste of a down and waste of time. Oh, see, I was really worried they're going to call that a penalty or roughing the passer against Bryce Young. Here it is. What I tell you, when not pressured, fantastic. When pressured, he struggles a lot. That's what I tell. Every quarterback struggles when pressured.
That's every quarterback.
But that was the key to stopping and slowing down Bryce Young, getting pressure in his face. They didn't do it on the first drive. They've done a much better job. Here it is. They time up a cat blitz, but
wide open.
Up. He is wide open as right. They cut right through that zone, and he's able to pick up enough. It brings it. Oh, he's grasping his knee. Ooh, I wonder if that's serious or not.
I don't know. He's not getting up right now.
I wonder if they're going to do any tests, if they're going to do the ACL test real quick.
That would be a big loss for them. Huge.
You're without Michi, and now here you go. You'll be without Williams too. You talk about that's huge. Is right. You've got your Corey Brooks. He's the other wideout.
Just everything's zone. Everything is zone.
He's wide.
I tell you what, it's one of those non-contact injuries.
That's ACL, buddy.
Ouch.
Yep. You could just tell by the way his knee went like that. It buckled. Yeah. That's an ACL. He goes right for it. You hate to see that. You hate to see that for Jameson Williams. He's not coming back today. He was limping off, and he had to be helped off by two individuals, putting no pressure on his left knee. He's torn an ACL or MCL, something of that sort. He's going to be out for the rest of the day.
That's from Dr. TJ because he knows.
I'm telling you, Jameson Williams is either an MCL or an ACL, whatever buckled first. That may have been the inside, so it may have been an MCL.
Well,
I'm telling you, he's going to be out. That's torn. He's not coming back. Putting no pressure on that. He's going right to the locker room. And now it's crazy how quick the atmosphere and how quick the layout changes. Right now Alabama's missing probably their two best wide receivers, right? You're missing Michi, and now you're missing Williams. That's huge. That's a huge loss for Alabama.
Yeah. I mean, to me, the Georgia defensive line has held up their end of the bargain today. Their offensive line has not.
Mm-hmm.
And the quarterback play where Bryce Young, yes, he struggles a little bit when pressured, but he's not afraid to throw the ball away. Where Bennett, he's always trying to make something happen, and usually that's bad. I just, he's not a kid like, a Justin Herbert or a Patrick Mahomes, guys who can run and have tremendous arm strength or are able to throw themselves, when things don't happen. Their arms are so good that they're able to make plays. That's not his skill set. His arm isn't good enough.
No, it's not. And I tell you, so this is, that's a huge loss though for Alabama. And I think could change the outcome of a game. You're down your two best wideouts. Your defensive back core is kind of a little banged up. Alabama, you think to yourself, we've played really good football, and it just seems like we just cannot catch a break right now. You move the ball down the field on the first drive with ease. Now you're starting to get the ball moving and catch a huge play, and you lose again. Your number one and your two wide out are going to be out for the remainder of the game.
I I think they've gotten every single call has gone their way. I mean, injuries happen. That's not a break. I mean,
Okay. I wouldn't say they've gotten every call their way. It's not the case. A lot of these calls are self-inflicted. The only one you can argue is was a bad call on the intentional grounding. Other than that, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not sure, Grump. I
well, the
think
fact that they blew the whistle dead on that clap when he had a huge run underway.
okay, they blown a whistle, and that's maybe why they had a huge run. They're blowing a whistle before the ball snapped. Anyway, it's not worth worrying about too much. I just think that's a big loss for the Alabama Crimson Tide, a huge loss.
Correct. 100% agree. But I mean, it's like, okay, who are you covering?
You're looking at that wheel route, and what it is you got the safety staring in the backfield,
and then he ran right by him.
That's what caused the issue, right? You've got the strong safety there, Christopher Smith, who's staring in the backfield looking for a run. You're taking a look at it. He's definitely torn his MCL.
I find it funny. You got the guy poking in the tent, poking his nose in the tent.
It's supposed to be meant for privacy, but the player wants to know. Dude, I know he completes that pass, but that looks like a duck. I mean, that ball was floating up there for quite some time.
Yeah.
And he hits Slade, or I'm sorry, he hits a wide receiver, Slade Bolden.
You know, that's the thing about
Will he be able to step up?
That's the thing about Alabama quarterbacks. It's tough to judge them because usually they're just throwing under pristine conditions all the time.
They usually have a great pocket. Their wide receivers are fantastic.
Yep. And there's one, he rockets the ball in there. He didn't need to.
Well, I mean, if it's not, you're talking about an interception. He's going back to
the guy was wide open. He didn't need to throw a bullet there. He was wide open on that play. It wasn't anyone there. It was a bang, bang play. And if he didn't throw the ball 100 miles an hour, it's an easy catch and conversion.
It's good to see Williams walking to he looks like he's going to be walking to the what do you call it? He's going to be walking to the locker room over 11 minutes left in the second half. Or is it a full start?
Full start, Alabama.
You can't do that if you're Alabama. You're sitting there at 3rd and 1, and you get a full start penalty. Now it's going to be 3rd and 6. Yikes. You want to again, we talked about how Georgia was shooting themselves in the foot. Here's Alabama shooting themselves in the foot.
There's Alabama doing their best Georgia impression right there.
Yikes, man. I tell you. Can't be doing that.
No. Well, he looks okay.
He's hobbling. I'm telling you. I wonder what it's going to be. It's non-contact. The thing that worries me is it's non-contact, and he immediately grabs his knee. That makes me think ACL or MCL is torn.
Yeah. Either way, he's probably going to be limited, even if he does come back. There's the pressure again, and completed pass. Going to have to settle for a field goal attempt.
Yeah, it's about 2 yards short there, grumpy old man. And I mean, here, what have they gone to? They've gone to Slade Bolden, a guy who really hadn't seen all that much action this year, but now he seems to be the most relied wide receiver upon right now. Again, he's a little slot wide out too.
Again, Tyndall had his hand on his arm again,
getting pressure in the face.
Yeah, anytime he's going back to the locker room is not a good thing, though.
I mean, there's 11 minutes left. Yeah, think about this. Slade Bolden has 35 receptions for 364 yards on the season.
And
Alabama takes it. He does just slither that through. You look at Slade Bolden. This is probably going to be his highest output regarding receptions and receiving yards this season for Alabama. He had not had over 54 or 58 yards for the most receiving yards he's had this season. That was against Ole Miss.
Well, why are they throwing to him? Because their game is, we're not going to let Georgia's team speed and attacking defense get to our quarterback. We're going to dump up the short little dump off passes, check downs. Let's play check down Charlie if we have to.
It's because you got injuries to their top 2 wide receivers, and now they're having to rely upon their third wideout in order to be the primary producer of offense.
Okay, but before Williams went out, he's only had 1 catch tonight. Okay, they've been checking down all game. Why? Because they don't want the Georgia front 7 to get in on Bryce Young. That's the reason why. That's not the normal Alabama offense, is short little checkdowns. They throw the ball down the field. They know what Georgia does best. So how do you combat that? Check down. And it's worked for them for the most part.
Williams had 4 receptions. He had 4 receptions for 65 yards. Okay. He was killing it today. And he goes out injured. That's a big loss. And you've seen Bolden, right? Only 37 yards today, 6 receptions. After Williams went out, he had an additional 2 receptions. I'm just saying you're going to see Slade Bolden utilized.
But they were throwing what was the pass they were throwing to Williams before the big one? Wide receiver screens.
Okay, he's still the target. He's still the guy that
Okay.
they're going for.
You realize that's not the normal Georgia offense, right? It's throw the ball down the
That's
field.
Alabama, so not Georgia.
I'm
That's
sorry. Okay. That's not the Alabama offense. It's throwing the ball down the field. What I'm saying is they've game planned around the strength of Georgia. And it's a smart thing by Saban. Very smart.
Okay. Yep. I don't disagree on that. They definitely have wanted to get the ball wide, but you're going to again, I'm saying both are not incorrect. You're going to see Bolden get a lot more passes because he's the next guy up. He's the guy who's only got 356 receiving yards or 350 some odd receiving yards on a season. He's going to be now the feature wide receiver unless somebody else steps up. You got a comment here by Jeremy Ford saying, Grump, you said a coach can't win a game in hockey. Can they win a game in football?
No. Here's coaches can put you in. Now, here's the thing. TJ believes coaches are the be all end all. At the end of the day, coaches can put you in the best position to win a game, but the players have to execute. Okay. And it's even more so in football, particularly in the NFL. You look at Brandon Staley for the Chargers yesterday. I mean, he cost them the game. And that's what I think you find. You find coaches costing team games and more than winning. Look at Belichick, right? Greatest coach ever. All of a sudden, Brady leaves there. You know what? They're not winning division titles anymore.
Okay.
They're not dominating the league anymore. I mean, those are just
He's gone for 2 years. He goes from a bad team. He goes from a bad team with Cam Newton as a quarterback and brings a rookie in to win 10 games his first year for the rookie, dude. I tell you, I know you feel like a spurned lover for Bill Belichick, but he's done a fantastic job.
I'm just stating facts. Players win games.
They come in with a rookie quarterback and they win off 10 games this year.
You look at that. New England's just like every other team now. They make the same stupid mistakes that other teams do. Players win games, not coaches.
God almighty.
It'll always be like that.
The fact that you won't give Bill Belichick his right to, Tom Brady's going.
Wow. I'm surprised they ran this out, but
you are about 15 seconds, 10, 15 seconds ahead of me, Grumpy.
I'm not 10, 15 seconds ahead of you.
Yeah, because now
you know what? You need to speed your thing up. We can't be 3, 4, 5 minutes behind.
Okay, you understand I stream everything so I can watch it with you. You understand that, right? I'm not watching the TV, so I stream it here so we can focus on more than one thing.
Well, there's a huge return negated because of a hold way downfield.
Well, you can't hold on the kick return.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Good. Kirby Smart is pointing it out to him. Hey, you can't do that. Number 20.
Yeah. I'll tell you. Bad job.
Why are you blocking it?
If you can even hit pause and delay it about 5 or 10 seconds, Grump, that'd be greatly appreciated. That being said, Tony Cheese says, my guess was the game was going to be 64-63, but I guess that shit ain't going to happen. No,
it's got his hands all over him. I'm telling you, that's still borderline. That's ticky-tack.
Now I'm watching. See, that stuff, I tell you, I'm not a big fan of that call. I'm not a big fan of that holding call. You see a lot more egregious shit that will be let go today, and that is let go.
And you got another false start.
Okay, Grumpy, I now just have got the full start. It's because the center's not hearing it. You know what that is? Bennett is not being in charge when he's calling and when he is out there yelling at it. Or maybe the center just misses the snap count. I could tell maybe it looks endearing. He rubs his helmet like that. Maybe he got the snap count wrong, the center did. Everybody else is moving, and he was expecting the ball to come.
I mean, I keep on saying you can't play behind the sticks. Not with this kid at quarterback, you can't.
Yikes. You're sitting there at first and 15.
Immediately pressure on him. Okay. Immediately, instantaneously.
Well, yeah, I just now see the pressure, so thank you so much for being
okay, because I stopped and I waited 10 seconds and you're still behind. I can't help you there. I can't do it.
You can't hit pause and wait? You can't do it?
Dude, I just did it. And you're still 10 seconds behind. I just did that.
Yeah, Grump. Now I'm just seeing the replay. And again, he almost gets the ball off to where it's catchable pass, but yikes. Oh, man, you got the head down to that guard. He's supposed to be picking it up on a play action. Here's the thing.
Do me a favor. Tell me when they snap the ball.
Okay, I'll let you know when they snap it, Grump. We've got a snap. He gets out in the flats there.
Another swing pass, and they're just have to punt.
It's gonna be,
and that's a dangerous pass, honestly.
Especially if you don't have enough zip on that ball, you're looking at a pick six.
Yeah. Watch out for that later in the game. Because McConkey's not going to run by you. And they're just going to close in on him.
Tony G saying, I don't know how college football works. I'm shocked that we haven't seen as much movement as I was hoping. I mean, Georgia's defense has settled in, and Georgia's offense has looked abysmal. You're looking at 3rd and 12. Man, oh, man. Look at a little dump off pass here to the running back. He's only able
and
to
they got a punt.
2 or 3.
Like I said, they have honestly, they need to put the other kid in a quarterback.
Here's the thing. Every freaking drive, how many more times are we going to see on first down you take a full start, delay a game, and you put yourself at 1st and 15? This Georgia offense could not move the ball. They cannot move the ball as effectively against this Alabama defense as they did against Michigan.
Anderson's been player of the first half for me.
He's been fantastic.
He's making plays all over the field.
He's been fantastic. John Ping saying, hi, gents. Rest in peace to number 1 wide receiver in New York Jets history.
He must be talking. I don't know if it's got to be Don Maynard. And Alabama fumbles the punt. They get right down on top of it. And,
they muffed it.
To gate any return opportunity.
Yeah, Don Maynard did die today, Grumpy.
Yeah. He had to be in his upper 70s, no?
Born in 35, so he was in, I would say he's probably, in the 80s?
85.
Yep.
86, yeah. He was a really good wide receiver back in the day. He was number 1 wide receiver in Jets history.
Look at Lee Corso. Lee Corso is kind of getting up there in age now, too.
He's in his 80s.
Yeah, but look at that dog.
Look at the dog. He's like, I want to go to bed. They keep him in this box all day.
Dog is sleeping. Nice job of timing the blitz. Here it is again, getting outside, and this is a wideout. This is the wideout screen. They're still able to pick up about 4 or 5 yards.
They pursue, though. Georgia can really pursue.
Yep. And now here it is. Who's going to step up as a wide receiver for Alabama? They're not going to change up the game plan. They're not going to say, hey, we're going to go to a run-centric team. It's just not what they're going to do. Tony G saying, now Grumpy is ahead of me and TJ. We got to figure this out, guys, or the live stream's going to go to shit. Oh, man, I tell you.
I mean, I can't remember the last time they ran.
Holy shit, and it's a busted play. You cannot, I mean, Christ almighty. How the hell do you get beat that bad? Hey, Jesus. And
because no pressure. Because they had no pressure on them. That's why.
You send a 4-man blitz, you're not going to get pressure on them. You've got to send some pressures, right? You send 4-man blitz. And number 5, yikes. I mean, number 5 for Georgia, you've got to do a better job than that. God almighty. Oh, that's Keely Ringo. He was one of the top 5-star cornerback recruit. He's a sophomore, I believe.
I don't care where any of these kids are ranked. All I care is how they play on Saturdays.
Yep, he gets beat. I mean, the corner gets burned by the freaking tight end.
I don't know why he's going underneath on that.
He's trying to make a big play. He's trying to make the pick.
See, it's always a mistake. Everything doesn't have to be a big play. Just, you know what? Just mark your man. So if they get a first down, they get a first down. You've settled in defensively. Now in the last 2 drives, 2 huge chunk plays in the passing game.
Yep. A big catch there by Cameron Latu.
And,
he drops the ball. Man. Oh, hold on. There's a flag.
That was pinballing around in there.
I think there's a flag thrown late. Or am I wrong? Okay, 3rd and goal.
That ball's got to be caught by someone there. That ball's bouncing around.
You've got to come up.
He's got to catch that.
You got to. It's a little behind him, but you've got to come up with that ball.
Yeah.
Look at her taking a little selfie at the game. Taking a little selfie. Hashtag college football finals.
That girl looked distraught.
I tell you, she
got her hair colored jet black just for this game.
The death of our season. And now they're forcing Bryce Young out of the pocket, and a huge sack here by the Georgia Bulldogs defense. Bryce Young takes about a 15-yard loss on that sack, and now it turns an easy chip field goal into, probably about a 40-yard kick. That's a hell of a job, and a good job by the Georgia defense, and a good job of breaking down, playing within his technique. Number 41, good job on that play.
Too much speed. on the outside. He just walks around 55.
Channing
And
Tindall.
honestly, you can't expect the tackle to pick that guy up and when he's running when Bryce Young is running out of the pocket like that. You just can't.
Ooh,
And
nice job.
ooh,
The uprights.
man, this guy's seeing how close can I get it to that goal post without hitting it. But still, Georgia's in okay shape right here. They're just down 6, a touchdown, and you're a point up, touchdown, an extra point. But I mean, I've just been underwhelmed by their offense, honestly. The quarterback just not able to get the job done. The play calling has been, I mean, haphazard at best. And the fact that they continually commit penalties on first down, it's like you got to, you got to be ready for that.
That's the story of the game. Undisciplined play by Georgia, delay of games, full starts. It goes on, and you put yourself behind the chains like that, you're going to struggle to be successful. The offense struggles enough as is with Stetson Bennett right now at quarterback, and you're not helping him out. You're not giving him a chance to make this, second and third and manageable. You're making it starting off first and 15, so you're second and third and long. It's just tough for you expect a quarterback like Bennett to go ahead and complete those. John M. saying the Dogs are throwing this game away.
And to be honest with you, for a head coach, it has to drive you absolutely crazy. All the dead ball penalties. Those are the worst. I mean, it's like you're setting yourself back every single drive. Even the hold on the kickoff return. Dude, why are you holding a guy 40 yards downfield?
I think it was a bad call. I don't think it was much.
But here's the thing. Why do you even have your hands on the guy at 40 yards downfield? If you know the guy's running up behind you,
on the kick return, they mark their man. That's what they do.
Well, you know what? Don't grab the guy ever. Because if he's running up behind, he's going to run. He's pushing him down the field. It was an undisciplined, dumb penalty. You're so far down the field, let him go. Let your returner make a cut. Let your returner make a cut. That's his job.
I do agree with that. When you're about 40 or 50 yards downfield, or you're at the 45-yard line, or your 45-yard line, you don't have to have a huge block. I mean, all you need to do is kind of get in the way and force him to make and commit to one direction or the other, and your return man can make a cut off of you.
And the worst thing was there were 2 guys on that one guy, and they're 40 yards downfield. Get your hands off of him. It's just dumb. Just dumb. Don't grab anybody.
You're in a situation, though, if you're the Georgia Bulldogs, you're down by 6. You're going to have enough time to go ahead and move the ball downfield and come up with points, possibly a touchdown, if you can get some movement going.
Yeah, to me, like I said, I'm going to tell you again, that Davis kid should be in the game already. You got to mix things up. It's not working.
Daniels, JT Daniels, not Davis.
Daniels, okay. Doesn't matter. Anybody but Bennett. Let me just put it to you that way. Needs to be in there.
I'm not willing to give up on Bennett. I think that he's not had a fantastic first half. You are continually putting yourself behind the line of scrimmage, and when you do that, you're not running the football. You haven't been able to run the football that well either yet today. And what do you blame that on, Grump?
That's
right?
The offensive line. Oh, number 8. Is that Daniels?
That's that's Williams.
Williams.
He's done. I told you. I'm telling you, he's out. He's out the rest of the game. He's torn something in his knee. You could tell immediately. They did the test. They said, "Yep, you've got a torn ACL. You've got a torn MCL. Whatever."
Go out of bounds. There you go. Don't try to field it there.
Number 1, Jameson Williams.
Okay, so that was somebody else. Maybe that was Michi's number 8. That was Michi number 8.
Okay, gotcha. I'm just saying you've got to get the run game established of Georgia. You have got to get the ball moving.
Anderson has been all over the field tonight for them.
Think about this. Rushing yards. Georgia only has 11 rushing yards. But think about this. They've only had 5 rushing attempts by running backs for a total of 7 yards. Bennett, despite being sacked in that long scramble he had, only has 4 rushing yards. I'm saying you have got to establish line of scrimmage. You've got to run the football. If I'm Georgia, run the ball on a sweep, run the ball on a jet. Do not just pound it in the line of scrimmage. It's 1st and 10. You have 7 minutes left. And what do? They run a power. But Cook's able, I think he gains about 3 or 4.
Okay. Let's see if they could do something dumb. I mean, I think Alabama's in their heads. The offensive line has not done its job tonight for Georgia, period. End of sentence, end of story. Not done the job.
John M. saying, what was the over-under for this game?
I do not know. I'm going to tell you what is more than 12.
I think you're going to probably end up with the under just just based off of this.
Well, games tend to open up in the second half.
With adjustments. They pick up a first down, Georgia does.
That kid's got no arm.
This is what I sort of said. Bennett does not have a great arm, but when you're consistently putting yourself behind the chains, it makes it really, really tough for that offense. When they haven't been shooting themselves in the foot, they've been doing an okay job. That's a good pickup of the twist right there by the Georgia offensive line. Gives him enough time where he's able to get the ball off. But his throwing motion has not looked great today. He does look kind of a little timid. He looks a little nervous.
Everything's a lollipop with this guy. Everything. Lollipop.
He doesn't look sound in his fundamentals back there throwing the football.
Like I said, this will be his last football game ever.
Dude, that is a hell of a pass and a catch. He throws on the run. He's rolling out. He hits number 5, the wide receiver, in stride.
I think he was out of bounds.
Oh, they're calling an incomplete pass. Maybe he dropped it.
No, he was out of bounds. I think he was out of bounds.
I wish they would show us that replay. It was a good pass. I think it was a good pass, just unable to haul it in.
I mean, you have to do something to help your run game. I don't like the splits in the offensive line, I'll tell you right now.
Ugh. He comes up with the catch, and he's fighting for yards right there.
Yeah.
I like the fight. Do you know who that was, Grumpy, who made that catch?
Number 19.
Brock Bowers, Grumpy. That's right. Brock Bowers, a hell of a fight. You even just said that's a nice fight by him. True freshman Brock Bowers fighting for extra yards.
It was a nice fight.
I'll be honest. He got lucky as hell because that should have been intercepted. If number 10 from Alabama has his head up, that's a pick. That is not a good throw. It's late. And
he's a Billy Bobbler. He's Billy Bobble. Bobble in the ball. Billy Bobble.
He still comes up the catch. Georgia's only 1 for 5 on third down conversions. Yikes.
Is this a surprise to you?
I'm just saying that. Oh, Jesus.
He was down. I think
so too.
Absolutely, he's down.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if the refs can overturn this. And then look at it and say, well, that's okay. Alabama ball.
A nice slant right there. Boop. He's able to create a little bit of separation. Gets him in stride.
It was the same play we saw earlier from the Alabama wide receiver. The same exact movements from the wide receiver, honestly. So you know that, here's the thing. Nick Saban knows what Kirby Smart's offense is going to do. It's just that plain and simple. You see the guys running the same routes. It's from that tree.
It's just a slant, dude. I mean, a lot of times. Holy shit.
Get rid of it.
How much time do you think you have back there, Bennett? And number 59, 59 has a running back help over top, and he still surrenders the sack. Jesus, man. How much time do you think you have back there in the pocket, Bennett?
I mean, come on. The clock has to be going off at some point in time, doesn't it? He ran from the other end all the way around.
Jesus. Well, here's the thing. He kind of gets caught up on the tight end. He needed to kick a little bit. Jesus. He went to try to go ahead and he's got to kick off the ball more vertically. He tries to go ahead and set him by playing a little bit, to force the issue, but he's got to kick off the ball. I mean, that number 15 is way too quick for the offensive lineman to keep up step for step with. Yikes. Poor technique. 2nd and 14 for Georgia. They've got the ball in Alabama territory. He's got a little bit of pressure in his face. Bennett starts rolling out, and he throws the ball out. You're going to be looking at 3rd and 14.
Well, they'll be punting after this play.
It's the way it looks, Grump.
Anderson again.
Anderson's been good. I mean, you talk about, what has he done there to his type of stock? I mean,
I'm going to tell you what.
He's only a sophomore, but he's done a fantastic job tonight.
I don't like the numbers on the players. I don't like okay, if you're a rush end, your number is, 50 something, 31s, 15s. No, I don't like that.
Looks like they're going to be sending a 3 or 4 man rush. Never mind. Here it is. A blitz, a 4-man rush. They leave a lot back in coverage.
Ugh, another dump.
Jesus hell, man. Number 10 gets lit up there by Alabama's number 2-2.
I mean, to me, did you go for it here?
If you feel like your kicker can't make it, I would.
I don't think.
How confident are you in your kicker?
I'm going to bet
4th and 6. That's a pretty far chunk, Grump.
You're not punting from the 30. I predict he misses. I'm going to predict he misses this kick. This kid's got missed kick written all over him right here.
49-yard field goal attempt.
Ugh. I don't have confidence in him.
Oh, he
And
slithers
oh,
to the uprights.
you know what
Holy
he said?
crap.
You know what he said? He should look at the Alabama sideline and give a little DX crotch chop. If you can get it that close to the bar, so can I.
Holy crap. Look at that. And he slithers that ball in.
Ugh. I mean,
They
these
make the right
guys.
choice.
Yeah, I was wrong there.
Jack
Now
B.
he's got to be feeling confident now.
Oh, yeah, for certain. He's dialed in. He's dialed in. Right now, Georgia only down by 3. 3 minutes and 9 seconds left.
If they can somehow not let Alabama, I tell you what, that's a shot to the head.
No, he hits him in the chest.
Okay.
He hits him in the chest. It's a clean hit.
Okay.
Watch. He hits him in the chest. Hits him in the arm and the chest, not the helmet. But I mean, he's crowning. He's using the crown of his helmet to hit.
That's a penalty. That's a penalty. It's targeting. Absolutely. That should have been a penalty.
No.
What I've seen, I'm just saying, what I have seen called in the NCAA this year, that's a penalty. I've seen guys hit guys with the crown of their helmet in their chest and get 15. I've seen it this year.
I think that's a bullshit call across the board, and I'm happy they didn't call it here. I just wish they would never call that all over the place.
I'm just saying that I've seen that called all year. Alabama got lucky there.
Grumpy, I'm about to go use the restroom here, so we don't have to during the halftime.
Oh, that's good. Now we'll have some entertainment here for the show. Thank God TJ's leaving for a while. I get a word in edgewise here. Like I said, TJ loves his college football, loves football. He's, like I said, he knows more than I do with the X's and O's. Being a former football player at a high level, I mean, he knows more than I do. But for me, so far, this whole game has been about Stetson Bennett just not being up to the task. I think Georgia's defense has played much better than the first time they played Alabama. And let's see if they can continue this. And there's a big run. I mean, there was a hole there, but the team speed once again by Georgia is able to hold them to a run of 4. They gave them 3. Okay, let's give them 3. Alabama hasn't been running the ball much either. Neither team is really committed to the run today. Let's see if Alabama changes it up on this drive. There's Bryce Young. Again, pressure in his face. He gets happy feet and throws the ball into the dirt. I mean, to me, I know he's just, what is he, a sophomore? I'm glad he's not coming out because
I'll tell you, man, getting some pressure in Bryce Young's face right here forces that incomplete pass. You wonder what that's doing to Bryce Young's psyche as well. The more times he gets brought down to the ground and gets hit there as he's throwing the ball.
I don't know. I was just going to tell the people what I thought, but you just jumped right in after I said the exact same thing. Right now,
great minds think alike. Holy shit, are you kidding me? You cannot take a freaking offsides penalty. It's 3rd and 7. Your defense has done a great job, and you take a freaking offs. And
let's see what they call. Let's see what they call offsides. Yep, another
Christ,
another dead.
I'll be honest. I think he was back in time. I thought he was back.
All the guy has to do is move after that when he's over the line. It's a dead.
I didn't think he was over the line when he moved, though.
But another dead ball penalty, dead spot penalty. You just can't do that.
It's a they call them pre-snap penalties, Grump. But yeah, it's another bad pre-snap penalty. Now you're at 3rd and 2. I was about to ask you if they force a 3 and out, you got to feel confident Georgia might be able to drive the field and score again. That wide receiver is watch out for a trick play. That wide receiver's line very far back there. Here it is. Oh, the screen, get it, make it.
He couldn't make the tackle.
Ringo misses the tackle, and he's able to turn that what should have been a stop at the line of scrimmage into a freaking 20-yard plus play, an explosive play. I'm sorry, you've got to wrap up and make that tackle, Keely Ringo. Look at the side, though. Look at that wide receiver, number 11. This is a trick play. Had a chance for a trick play. He takes a step backwards. Keely Ringo misses the tackle.
That's tough. I mean, that's tough. That guy's flying past him there, and he takes a little step further into the backfield.
Trayvon Walker over pursues again. Ugh. Robinson
neither team has run the ball today.
Nope. They have both struggled to move the ball. Yes, they have, Grumpy.
I mean, and they're not even committing to it. They're like,
well, they're not getting any movement. They're not getting much movement on the run game. So they're just saying, hey, how can we go ahead and try to get to the ball the outside and let our athletes make the play?
Oh, out of bounds.
Going to be 3rd and 8 here. Still a minute and 45 left.
Let's see if they can get another offsides penalty here. Make it easier.
Let's see if Georgia can shoot themselves in the foot once more.
I mean, this is a key sequence right here. If you can get Alabama off the field, and even if you don't score, you get.
They're not in field goal range. If you're Alabama and it's 4th and 5, do you go for it and give them good position, possibly a chance to go ahead and move the ball downfield?
I don't.
So you would punt the ball and pin them and say, I want to go in half with a 3-point lead. And
that's right.
Get the ball.
That's right. They haven't shown that they can move. They haven't shown.
What the hell was that? Oh, timeout on Georgia defense.
With 3 seconds to go on the clock, they call a timeout. See, I'm sorry, that's just not smart. That's not Kirby smart.
I guess they were saying, hey, we want to ensure that we're not going to give up any points before half. We think that we can drive and move the ball downfield at a halftime.
But it was a dead ball after the incomplete pass.
I'm just saying I'm saying they're not worried about trying to go and score a touchdown or a field goal at half. They want to prevent Alabama, so they want to make sure their defense is prepped for this 3rd down. They're not as concerned with scoring points this drive.
Okay.
As odd as that might sound.
I'm just saying 3rd and 8 with the snap clock running down.
Yeah, the play
within
clock.
3 seconds. I just say, man, that's just, I don't know. I just think it's not a smart call.
They do that again, as I'll say one more time. I think the reason they're doing that is because they want to make sure the defensive formation they have out there is good for what type of player, what they may have seen in film. It's 3rd and 8.
I understand. You know what? Brandon Staley did that last night for the Chargers against the Raiders, wound up costing the game because the Raiders coach said, yeah, we just kind of changed our mindset after that. The Chargers could have made the playoffs, but he choked it away.
Yeah, big difference in the scenario. It's not apples to apples, man. Georgia. Looks like they're putting pressure on Bryce Young. He throws off his back foot. Oh, my God. Did he make that catch?
That's got to be an incomplete pass. No way.
Did Bolden nick that catch?
No, the ball bounced in the air. There's no way it bounced off his body and in. I mean, that ball had to hit the ground.
I was about to say, he almost comes up with it's incomplete. He almost comes up with a fantastic catch, though, man.
No way that's a catch.
I said, he almost comes up with a fantastic catch.
It wasn't even close. Unless you're bouncing the ball up the ground and catching it, that's not legal as far as I know.
4th and 8 for Alabama. They're going to be punting the ball, pinning Georgia deep. Now, let me ask you this. Alabama has 3 timeouts left. If you're Georgia, how do you come out? How do you come out here? Are you trying to say, hey, Bennett, we want you to move the ball downfield. We have 2 timeouts left, and it's going to be 1 minute and 30 seconds. We want you to move the ball downfield, or they're going to play it safe and say, we want to go on the halftime down by 3 with getting the ball at the second half?
First thing I'm going to try to run some type of misdirection run play to see if I get any yards.
So you're running the ball on first down.
On first down, but I'm going to do something that I don't usually do to see if we can generate a little bit something on the first play rush. That's what I would do, because the last thing you want to do is give Alabama a chance to score before the end of the half. You go down by 3, you're getting the ball to start the second half. You're in good shape. That's what I would do. And if you get shut down in the run, I just kind of run clock on that. If Alabama wants to burn their timeouts, that's fine.
You can tell by the formation, it's a freaking run. My God, everybody's closed in tight. We're a little bit over.
The gaps in the running game is
tight. They don't have large splits, is what you mean.
You can get away with that when you're playing piddly pup you, but not Alabama.
Okay, the larger splits you have, if they're more athletic defensive line, they're going to get penetration. So that's the reason why they're cutting down their splits. John M. saying dogs need to score before half, and they get the ball at the second half. Yeah, I tell you, they've said, you know what, we're going to be happy going down in the halftime down 3. Halftime down 3.
Both teams are fine with the score going into half like this. They might as well just kneel it out.
Jesus,
they're just letting it run all the way down.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this: if you're Alabama, do you start calling timeouts here at this point?
Why not? Care either.
Why not? I'd call timeout. Timeout. I don't get why Alabama, Nick Saban saying no timeouts. I mean, you're in good field position. It's 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6.
Both teams are happy just going to half like this. Saban's no problem.
Saban's been here, done that. That's for certain.
I'll tell you what I do here. I throw a bomb. Right here. Last play, throw a bomb. That's what I would do. They're not
say even if you take a sack, you just can't.
Even if you throw an interception, there's going to be no. Okay, now it looks like Oh, or is that it, or what?
No, they call timeout. Alabama's called a timeout.
With 22 seconds left, why?
So I don't get it.
Like I said, that's where,
I don't know why you're not calling something earlier. I think Alabama calls this timeout. Maybe they had time left on the play clock. I'd be shocked if it was Georgia calling that timeout.
Well, it wouldn't shock me. They've done dumb things like that already tonight. But I mean, yeah, it was an Alabama timeout. But I mean, if that was your plan, why were you not doing that earlier? I mean, you could have done it on first down when they just, run a power. They just ran two
Here's the thing. If you don't pick up the first down, you punt. I mean, maybe you say, I can get one pass, get us in field goal range for a long field goal attempt. I would have called one earlier. I don't get the wait so long for the timeout. It kind of baffles me by Nick Saban. I mean, they look like they're going to probably run the football again.
I mean, this is not an explosive Georgia offense.
No, it's not. That's why I would have called my timeout ahead of time. Do you feel confident they would have picked up in third and five? They haven't picked up many third down conversions yet today.
Oh, I hate this kid at quarterback.
He feels like a liability in the backfield. Zamir White picks up enough for the first down. Now, if you're Georgia, do you call
timeout? Call timeout, Georgia. Call timeout, Georgia.
Nope, they're just walking back.
It looks like they did. Nope, they didn't. See, I just give up. Just go home. Get back on the bus. Get back on the plane. Go back to Georgia. Too afraid to take a chance to win. Throw a bomb.
Here's what you should be doing. Next half, guess what, Georgia football team, Georgia Bulldogs? You've got to freaking establish the run. You've got to run more powers. Run the freaking football if you're Georgia. You cannot say, hey, we're going to pass the ball 40 times today and be successful. You cannot have Bennett have 40 passing attempts against that Alabama defense to be successful. You've got to run the damn ball.
Yeah, I mean, it was underwhelming first half of football, really.
It was a slog, man. It was. If you're just a general spectator, you like the game. It's been a boring first half for you.
Yeah.
So,
I tell you what time it is, TJ?
Grump, I do know what time it is. Do you know what time it is, Grumpy?
I do. Why don't you tell us?
It's ad time, Grump. You know who sponsors the TJ and the Grumpy Old Man podcast?
Tell me.
DraftKings, Grump, our hockey fans, DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, has a no-brainer offer that will make you a winner once any shot gets past the goalie. New customers can bet just $1 on any NHL game and win $100 in free bets if either team scores. The NHL got rid of ties in 2005, so you know somebody is going to light the lamp. If Sportsbook isn't available in your state yet, no worries. Everyone can play for huge cash prizes all season long with DraftKings Daily Fantasy Hockey Contests. DraftKings is giving all new customers a free shot at millions of dollars in total prizes with their first deposit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the promo code THPN and throw down $1 on any NHL game and win $100 in free bets if either team scores a goal. That's promo code THPN this week at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. You must be 21 years or older in New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Minimum of a $5 deposit and a $1 wager required. One per customer. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for full details. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
He's a gambler.
Look at that. John M. saying Kirby Smart is overrated. If he didn't have 25 five-star athletes, he'd never win a conference championship.
He's a good college coach, though. He is.
I always wonder if it has something to do with the fact that he mentally just is a mental midget against Nick Saban.
A lot of these guys they're intimidated by him.
I mean, Nick Saban's the greatest coach in college football history. Yes, he is. He is. Come on.
He's not.
Who's a better coach, Grump?
100 other better coaches. Hundreds.
Who? Name. Start listing them off. The better coaches than Nick Saban, who's going for now his seventh national championship in 11 seasons.
Bud Wilkerson, Newt Rockne, Paul Bear Bryant, Joe Paterno.
I forgot they won 7 national championships in 11 years.
Okay, the game was different back then. There was no such thing as a bowl championship series. It was just rankings at the end of the year. So that's a new thing. You cannot compare the old coaches and with national champions. You can't do it. John McKay was a great coach. Barry Switzer, Jimmy Johnson. They were all great college head coaches with multiple national championships. And this is before the bowl championship series. I'm just saying you
He's
can't
going
go.
for his 7th national
I
championship.
don't care about that
I'm
because
sorry, and he's going for his 7th national championship in the last 12 seasons or last 13 seasons.
I don't care because that means nothing to me because the rules are different now than they used to be. The rules are different.
It's tougher to be rated number 1 at the end of the season as it now than it used to
No,
be.
it's not. No, it's not because you have the top 4 teams where these other guys, oh, their team was ranked second this year. Well, they never had a shot to win a national championship because it was just given to them by the Writers Association. That's how it was determined previously.
You win games, you go undefeated, and you play tough schedule. That's how you win.
It was by the writers. You didn't earn it on the field.
So
I'm just saying. Nick Saban is a great college football coach. He's not the greatest college football coach of all time. He's just not.
I'm sorry. I just think you're showing a sign of the age, Grumpy. Here's the thing. Nick
Well,
Saban,
you dismiss anything that didn't happen 10 years ago. That's you in a nutshell.
I'm not a Nick Saban fan by any stretch of the imagination. The guy is fantastic, though. He's an unbelievable recruiter. He's an unbelievable coach. The guy, the success he's had, and he's going for a 7th national championship in 13
Okay,
seasons.
again, if you're not rated number 1 at the end of the regular season, you didn't win a national championship. So a lot of those that Alabama was not the number 1 team in the country, they were maybe number 2, but they made it to the championship series. They would not have been national championships 20 years ago. They would have been in second place.
Okay, Grumpy. It's such BS. I can't even pull how many of those. How many times has Alabama rated number 1 and didn't make it? They've been to the college football playoffs every single season. They've been top 4 every single year for the last 13 years.
But if they weren't number 1, if they were not number 1 at the end of the regular season or the end of the bowl game, they would not have been national champions. It was just looked at. It was just
you threw Joe Paterno out there. Did Joe Paterno have 13 straight seasons where they finished top 4 in the NFL or in college football? The answer to that's no. I just say, man, the success he's had, and now here they're talking about the impactful play of the ruled incomplete pass and how that changes things. I mean, if that was ruled a fumble, man, you're looking at a totally different ball game.
Yeah.
You okay, Grump?
My God, he cannot throw the ball. This kid, he's terrible.
To Bryce Young? Are you talking about? I mean, both these quarterbacks have been underwhelming, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, Bryce Young is definitely the better of both, but I mean, Bennett, yikes.
Like I
Bryce
said,
Young has looked more competent.
Georgia's just gotten beat after the first drive, just a couple of big plays, and that's it.
You're looking at total offense, Grump. You're walking away at the end of the first half with 300 and 369 yards of total offense combined between Georgia and Alabama. Do you see that starting? You said games usually open up, so you expecting more offensive firepower in the second half?
I expect more scoring in the second half without a doubt. Defenses get worn down a little bit, and it tends to open up, particularly in the fourth quarter.
Georgia is in this game, but how many times are they going to shoot themselves in the foot? Right? That's if I'm going into halftime, what am I telling the Georgia team? If I'm Kirby Smart, we've got to stop making dumb penalties. We've got to stop making dumb pre-snap penalties. We have got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot. We got to get ahead of the chains. We cannot have second and third and long. We have to be second and third and manageable. We've got to get long drives together. Our big, we look at the points that we've produced. It's all come off of big plays. We have got to slowly start dinking and ducking our way down the field. We have got to establish the line of scrimmage on offense. Defense, we've done great. We've settled in. We've got to prevent the big plays, right? We've got to make sure tackles. We can't allow a busted play because of a mistake on our side. We've got to be mentally smart, and we've got to prevent bad form and technique. And again, like that bad decision there, and a bad tackle by Keely Ringo, and a bad cuff by Keely Ringo. I mean, that costs them their big yards and results in field goal attempts here for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah, it's what. Defensively, I think they've done the job. They've held Alabama to 9 points at half. You can't ask for better than that, honestly.
No.
But offensively, the quarterback looks shook to me. I mean, from him running and just dropping the ball, he would have picked up a first down in that first series. Then who knows what happens? I mean, he's underwhelming. For me, his arm isn't good enough. His decision-making is poor, and he's just not that good. He's a good story, but if the other kid's a better player, he should be playing right now.
So in your situation, if you're Georgia, do you go to the backup? You go up to JT Daniels, who was the starter at the beginning of the season. Do you go to JT Daniels?
I give Bennett one more series. It's like anytime there's any adversity at all, that's it. Drive's over. And
If they can go behind the chains and go to 1st and 15 or 2nd and 15, there is no chance of them converting and moving and creating a first down. No chance.
Even like 2nd and 10. It's like, that's it. Drive's over. I mean, as a fan of teams who've had woeful offenses, I feel for Georgia fans because, I mean, you look at it and it's like, okay, if we're not picking up 5 or 6 yards on first down, just get the punt team ready. Hey, kid, loosen up your leg. You're getting ready to go in. I mean, they're just not good enough offensively, and it stems from the quarterback. His arm is just not good enough. I'm sorry.
That's a lot of those. I mean, you look at Alabama. Alabama, as of recent, has really found the ability to recruit quarterbacks. Right? You look at the last few national championships they've won. Tua's obviously helped. Mac Jones was a good quarterback. Jalen Hurts was okay. But I mean, that's one thing they've really improved on. A lot of those SEC teams, they have got great defenses, great offensive line, great running backs. They always just miss. They have the missing link at quarterback. And I think that's how it is for Georgia.
Here's the thing. I don't think Alabama's quarterbacks are great, not by any stretch of the imagination. All those guys you mentioned, they're okay.
All 3 of them are professional quarterbacks.
Okay, but they're not great quarterbacks.
For a college game, they're good quarterbacks. They're good above average quarterbacks. They're better than the A.J. McCarrons in the past that Alabama used to have.
It's system. They're system quarterbacks. Their talent pool is so great, and their offensive line is so good. They're never pressured. Their wide receivers run free in the backfield all the time, wide open. They're always wide open all the time. Why? Because they have so much talent. That's why they look so good. I mean, Tua Tagovailoa couldn't throw through a damn paper bag. And I think Bryce Young, okay, he won the Heisman Trophy. Does he look good today? Did he look good against Cincinnati? The answer is no.
Well, both games, he had more pressure in his face than he's used to. And that, I think, hurts Bryce Young.
Well,
he's always throwing off his back foot, and he compromises his throwing motion when he gets pressure. Some people will step into pressure. Some people don't. Bryce Young tries to wean in a way and avoids pressure at all costs, and he alters his mechanics.
Yeah, like I said, for me, I've not been overwhelmed with Alabama's quarterback talent. I think out of all of them, Young is maybe the most talented of the quarterbacks.
More talented? I mean, Mac Jones, I've gained a lot more.
Mac Jones is not talented. He's not a talent. He doesn't have a great arm either. He's got an average arm. That's what he has. He's smart, but he just has an average arm.
So let's go back to what we needed, right? We talked about what Georgia needs to do, what Kirby Smart's saying in the locker room at halftime. If you're Alabama, now you lose Jamison Williams. You lost Michie and Williams. Your 2 best wide receivers. The running game really hasn't been there all that much. You've got some pressure in Bryce Young's face. Your defense has done a good job of thwarting that Georgia offense. I mean, Georgia has definitely been shooting themselves in the foot. You haven't made a lot of mistakes on the offensive or defensive side of the ball that have cost you big time. If you're Alabama, you're Nick Saban. What's your game plan? What's your talking points here at halftime, Grump?
Same old, same old. We're in control of this game. They can't beat us offensively. That's what I would say. Play your game. Right now, do you really think that Georgia's a threat to score? I mean, you think they're a threat to score a touchdown? Let me just put it to you that way.
No.
They're not. Not with this guy at quarterback, they're not.
If Georgia doesn't shoot themselves in the foot, I think they do score more touchdowns and they come out in the second half and they produce more points. They've got to run the ball on first down, pick up 2 or 3 yards, because Alabama's done a really good job of keeping those running plays under wraps. I mean, you haven't seen a big explosive running play once yet from Georgia today.
No. But they haven't dedicated themselves to the run. See, that's the whole
You
thing.
did so a little bit at the end of the second half. So maybe that's what Kirby Smart was saying. Hey, we're not going to go and try to score touchdown, but we want to try to establish a little bit of the run game, run the power. They're going to get some positive yards. They got to put themselves in front of the chain. But let's Alabama, what we're talking about. They've done a good job of stuffing the run. Now you've got Williams who's out hurt, Michi's out hurt. Again, what are you saying here? What wide receiver, are you trying to say, hey, we need a wide receiver to step up? We need to make sure we provide more protection back there for Bryce Young, right? You lose two outstanding wide receivers. It's going to take our wideouts a little longer to get open. We need to have the offensive line providing more protection and more of a pocket for Bryce Young.
Yeah, I just think anytime he's given any time, he's going to complete a pass for a big play. They have to keep the pressure up on him. If Georgia doesn't keep the pressure up, they're not going to beat Alabama.
Brian Robinson, the running back for Alabama, 7 rushes, 18 rushing yards, 2.6 yards a carry right now. They have got to get Brian Robinson started. They have got to get the running game started. No doubt about that.
I think it's more important that Georgia gets their running game started.
I'm saying both teams have not had the ability to move the ball on the ground.
To me, I hate the splits in the Georgia offensive line. You're going to play that compact on the front line, and I'm going to tell you what, you're not going to run up the middle on Alabama. You're just not. They're too good.
Not a single touchdown has been scored today, though. All field goals.
Well,
how nuts is that?
That's good defense, right?
Good defense for certain. And Bryce Young has been, even though he's been facing pressure and kind of, alters his mechanics a bit, he's still been putting up yards. What is he near, 190 yards in the first half of passing, 200 yards of passing?
Okay, you had 2 huge plays. That was like 100 yards on 2 plays or 100 plus yards on 2 plays. So, I mean, yes, he's got 200 yards, but 2 of them were, short completions that were, just run after the catch yards. Not the first one, but the second one was run after the catch yards. That had to be 45, 50 yards run after the catch. And then the one with Williams, he was wide open in the middle of the field, and he even got some run after the catch yards.
Yeah, yards, gotcha. So let me ask you this, Grump. Going into first half, right? Georgia's going to be receiving the football. They're going to be getting this kick. I mean, obviously, touchdowns have been few and far. There's been no touchdowns scored. I mean, what would you look at as bare minimum threshold for success for the Georgia offense coming into this?
Couple of first downs. Got to flip the field.
Okay, so that's the bare minimum needed to be successful.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you're only down by 3. Your defense has played really, really well, with the exception of the first drive and a couple of plays. It was the first drive and 2 plays, and they've all directly led to scores. Other than that, they've shut Alabama down.
And what do you look as a successful drive here for the Alabama defense, right? I mean, I think even if they flip the field, I think if the Alabama defense is able to get a stop and they're still able to look dominant out there on the field, they're able to prevent the running game from being started. I think that's a win for the Alabama offense or Alabama defense.
Okay, so you want to know what's successful for Alabama, defense or offense?
Defense. If you weren't watching Katy Perry, you'd know what I'm talking about.
3 and out. 3 and out. And I honestly, they get them 3 and out. Georgia's going to say, we're in trouble.
Yeah. We got a comment here from John M saying, Grump, if Kirby Smart loses this game, do you just go to another conference? I mean, Saban's your daddy.
You can say that about almost every team and that's played Alabama in the last 10 years. And TJ, I'd much rather watch Katy Perry than you.
I'm glad you'd much rather watch Katy Perry than talk to me, but guess what? The fans are here to listen.
No, I said I'd much rather look at Katy Perry than you. I didn't say talk to you.
I'd rather you'd pay attention.
I was paying attention
during halftime. But we've got here Kirby Smart. Does he get branded as a guy who could just never beat Saban if they lose today? I mean, they've played a lot of close games. I really felt like if there was a year for Kirby Smart to beat Nick Saban, the Alabama Crimson Tide, it was this year. Right, Alabama's only going to get better next year. Right, you look at how many returners they're going to have next season. I mean, It's a tall order to ask Georgia to compete at that same level. You've got, I mean, JT Daniels, he's a junior, he's a transfer. You really don't have much in Daniels. That's the reason why you have Stetson Bennett as the quarterback. But I mean, you look at Alabama, how many of those guys are going to be returning? I know you're going to lose Evan Neal. You're going to have almost the entire offensive line come back minus Chris Neal. Both tackles will have to be replaced. Bryce Young is returning. You're going to lose Brian Robinson, but you're probably going to keep Trey Sanders. And your defense, you got a lot of pieces coming back.
Alabama just reloads. Just to go back to the greatest coach thing, you got to understand when games were played years ago, they weren't recruiting from all over the country. They pretty much stayed in their geographical region for the most part. It's not like it is now, where you're traveling out to California to watch all these guys play, and you're able to pay better than other teams. And you might see Alabama actually take a drop in the next couple of years. Looking at Saban complaining about the name, image, and likeness thing, and I think he looks at that as a concern. Also, he's used to getting anybody he wants. That's another reason why they're winning national championships. He's got the most talent in all of college football, and he has for years.
It's not just talent alone that wins you. You look at how many great recruiting classes Texas has had, how many great recruiting classes a lot of these teams have had, and they could just never string together wins.
Well, Clemson.
It's not just talent alone.
Yeah, Clemson's. Dabo Swinney, right? He's been fantastic at Clemson as well, right? It's all depends on the quarterback you have.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's just like any football team, right? If you have the best quarterback and the best quarterback talent, you're going to be in there every single year.
I agree with that. I mean, it's really tough. It's really, yeah, it's almost like you've got to do anything to spite the team if you've got good quarterback talent, not to make a real big run or to be a successful organization.
Right.
This is talk about a big second half for Kirby Smart. I think this is a bigger second half for Kirby Smart than it is for Nick Saban.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it validates Kirby Smart if they win. It doesn't do anything for Nick Saban. I mean, I guess if you're looking at it that way, but
I mean, this builds on Nick Saban's legacy, man. Again, if you
Alabama's the favorite, they're always the favorite every single year. They're picked number one to start the year. There's a reason, and it's not just because he's coaching. They have so much more talent than everyone else. They have the best coaches on the staff than any team in college football.
So Nick Saban doesn't get any credit for bringing those fantastic coaches in.
Not at all. I didn't say that. Bill Belichick is the one who gave him his.
Hold on. Does Nick Saban, or does he not? Because you said not at all. Does Nick Saban get credit for bringing in this fantastic offensive and defensive coordinators, old head coaches that have, kind of lost a little bit of their touch and used, this Alabama chance to go ahead and revitalize their coaching career? Does he get credit for that?
Look at all these guys who have gone to Alabama. Where'd they come from? Where'd they come from?
The NFL.
Brian Daboll, where was he? New England. Bill O'Brien, where was he? New England.
Okay, no. Bill O'Brien was Penn State, and then he was
Houston. No. Bill O'Brien coached at New England. He was the offensive coordinator for the New England Patriots.
How many years ago?
Just before he got his head coaching gig.
So before he got his head coaching gig with Penn State. Okay. So you're saying
a picture for you. Let me draw a picture. Since you don't want to wait, I'll just say right up top. Belichick hired Saban when he was in Cleveland. Okay? They're real tight. Belichick has as much to do with Saban. They have that pipeline. They talk all the time. So
two coaches. Was Jimbo Fisher, was he related? Did he play for? Oh, wait a second. He didn't fit that narrative. Oh, sorry about that. Bill O'Brien didn't coach in New England. He coached in New England. I mean, think about it. Penn State, the issue with Penn State happened what? It happened in 2011, 2012 with Sandusky. He went to be the head coach at Penn State. Then he left Penn State to be the head coach of the Houston Texans. Then he left the was fired from the Houston Texans and found his way to Alabama.
And all the guys on the Houston Texans staff, where'd they come from? Oh, that's right, New England. I'm just telling you. You see, you don't want to look at it too.
They came from New England 15 years ago. That means New England and Bill Belichick are the reason why.
If Brian Flores goes, let's say he goes to Alabama to be defensive coordinator next year, what would you say? oh, well, he was with Miami, had nothing to do with New England. No, he was in
I'm
New
not
England
saying
for
he's
a
got
lot of
nothing to do.
years.
For you to say that because two coaches, maybe you could
They all
squint at and say,
These guys all cut their teeth in the New England system. And the New England system is run by Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick, Nick Saban cut his teeth under Bill Belichick.
look at the
Just to
success.
let you
Look
know.
at the successful coaches that have come out. The really successful ones that have been coordinators under him. I mean, I would say Sarkisian maybe could be one. He had no tie to Patriots. He had no tie to the Patriots. Kirby Smart had no tie to the Patriots. Jimbo Fisher had no ties to the Patriots. There's a lot more coaches that have no ties to the Patriots than that do. Come on,
I'm
man.
just talking about the big names that are on their coaching staff now and have been the last couple of years. That's all.
Tony G said, I was told I'm not allowed to make Sandusky jokes at work anymore.
It's funny
Just
because my
depends on who you
son,
tell them to. Yeah.
my son, he's of that age where, all that stuff is funny. And like he would make little Sandusky jokes in fantasy football leagues and stuff like that. And I'm like, dude, it's really in poor taste. But, they do what they do.
And poor taste is right, Grumpy. John P saying, FYI, if Bennett continues to struggle tonight, does Kirby give JT Daniels a shot? 2021 quarterback rating of 151.1, albeit only 722 yards on 94 passing attempts, 7 touchdowns, and 3 picks.
At some point in time, you got to change something up. It's not working.
I say he is more of Stetson Bennett's a game manager. I mean, that's I think he had moments where he can look really good, but he's a game manager. And this is a guy where you continually get yourself behind the line of scrimmage with poor, pre-snap penalties. It's going to be really tough for him to do anything. I don't know. If you get stopped on this drive, if you go 3 and out and there's no penalties, I'm saying JT Daniels start warming up.
Here's an
two drives.
Average yards to go, second and 11 and 3rd and 9. And they open up with a nice power run.
Look at this. You run the ball on a power and you pick up some yards. Ho, what a novel idea.
I bet Kirby Smart read them the riot act at half.
Dude, how many more pre-snap penalties? Again, pre-snap penalties, it's poor discipline. You needed to run the football, and the fact that just because they'd go, 1st and 15, they just say, okay, we got to pass, or here's a play action. Dude, do what makes your offense successful. Running the football, controlling the line of scrimmage, and when need be, you use Bennett and you catch him in odd downs passing the football. He's not.
I absolutely hate this kid at quarterback. I hate him. 7, 6, 5. My God, snap the ball. Nice way to stay on your feet.
Look at that. Zamir White again.
But what did he do?
White.
He broke that first tackle.
It's a one-on-one situation, man. Zamir White, you're one of the top running backs in the nation, man. I'm expecting you to win some of those battles. It's a good job breaking that tackle. Is right.
That's a big break, that tackle. Otherwise, it's you're behind the
Marco Helms tackle there. Absolutely. And look at this. You're able to run the football. What a shock. And again, that was not a play where the offensive line did a fantastic job. It was a one-on-one situation. The running back won. You've got to give the running back the situation. He's better. I trust our running back. And oh my God,
get rid of it, man. I hate that kid. He sucks. I'm sorry, he sucks.
Jesus Christ,
he sucks. Why?
Not the play.
Why the trick? Why the trick play? You don't need.
You're running the ball at freaking 10 yards a clip coming out of halftime. First down on a rush. And now we try with a freaking play action, a flea flicker, a freaking trick play. And now you're 2nd and 10. Now you're back in the 2nd and 10, 2nd and 11. Holy shit. They call an intentional grounding?
That's terrible. I'm sorry. You cannot. That's a terrible call. That is an absolutely terrible call. That's a hideous call right there. You cannot make that call. That's terrible. There was a guy in the area. There's a wide receiver out there. He stopped his route.
Jesus Christ.
That's a terrible call, particularly with the one they let Alabama get away with to start the game.
Dude, but think about this. Call. You talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Now you're 2nd and freaking 19.
So now that you know that they're going to be passing the ball.
Dude, he is not a great quarterback. And there's Cook.
No. It's not that he's not a great quarterback. He's a shitty quarterback.
I mean, he completes the pass. It's not a great throw, but it's now going to be 3rd and 8. But here are 3rd and long again. You're running the ball freaking 10 yards a clip out of halftime, and you try with a freaking trick play on a damn flea flicker, and your
shithead quarterback gets an intentional grounding. I'm sorry. You got to do better than that.
You want to talk about bad play calling? That's bad play calling right there by Georgia's offensive coordinator. My God.
Here's the thing. Their quarterback can't handle anything that's not out of the, it has to be perfect for him to be successful.
Todd Monken, you got to do better than that, man. Oh, my God.
Throw it away, you piece of shit.
Well, here it is. They don't pick up the twist. They put themselves in third.
Anytime they go behind the sticks, they might as well just send the punter out. First and 24, second and 19, just punt. Don't even waste your time trying to gain yards. Just punt, because you have no shot at picking up with this guy at quarterback. He sucks. He has no ability. He doesn't have a speck. You know what? It's like putting Daniel Rudy of Notre Dame, putting him at the quarterback position. Not a speck
Rudy Rudiger, Grumpy. Rudy Rudiger.
Why is this asshole holding on the ball so long?
I'm telling you, man, that's
terrible.
I know we had said, hey, a couple first downs is a win for Georgia. Watching at how well they're running the ball, and then watching their offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, trying to outsmart himself. That's actually, I think that's
football coaches.
Unsuccessful
coaches generally played football, so they're automatically dumb. If you measure IQs, they're limited. They play football, not brainless dolts. Okay, for the most part, it's what they are. And hey, I'm smart. Yeah, I know we ran the ball good. Let's play a trick play. It doesn't work. Just do what's working until they stop it. You finally got something moving on the ground, and then once again, you shoot yourself in the foot because, hey, I'm smarter than everybody else. No, you're not. You're dumber than everybody else, and you're just hoping that the guy on the other side has even less intellect than you do.
We talk about, where coaches can lose teams games. Todd Monken, I'm sorry, man. That's awful. You're moving the ball at will against the Alabama defense on the first drive. And what do? You say, oh, this is not broken, but we're going to try to fix it. We're going to try to make something even better. We're only gaining 10 yards a carry. Let me see if I can increase that to 20 or a touchdown here on this next play. We're going to strike big here with a big flea flicker for a touchdown. Screw the establishing the run game. I'll be damned with getting, 10, 15 yards a carry. That's not enough. We need to go ahead and strike for a 30-yard touchdown pass.
And I'm going to tell you what else. They had that pass covered all the way down the field. Two guys were on the deep fly pattern, as well as two guys on the other side. That play was never going to work. Never.
John,
like I said, I'm going to guarantee you that Kirby Smart took the Alabama playbook and just walked over to Georgia and just runs the same plays, same terminology, everything.
No, it's not that. Not that.
Yeah, I'm going to bet it's the same exact things they run in Alabama. Everything's the same.
John P. saying Kirby needs to run the ball up Alabama's throat with JT Daniels. And if they need to pass, he's a better passer than Bennett.
He's just here's the thing. I haven't seen enough of JT Daniels, but I know this kid is not the answer. That much I do know. And I don't care that he's the good story. I don't care.
I mean, that drive, I don't chalk it up to a bad job by Bennett. I mean, I know I get the intentional grounding. That's a bad job by the offensive coordinator. Why are you even putting yourself in that situation, dude? You get paid. I'm talking about $1.1 million a year. You should know when you're, again, Trump 10, 10, 15 yards a carry. Keep running. Don't fix what's not broken, dude. I don't get it.
I mean,
the good positive, though, for Georgia is they did get 2 first downs. They look like they established the run despite a freaking moronic play call by the offensive coordinator. Your defense is settled in. Can you continue to have that defensive success here in the second half?
Well, they're going to have to – they can't let Alabama get a couple of first downs right here.
I mean, what does Alabama do? They say, we need to establish the run game, too. We didn't get any rushing yards in the first half. Let's start giving the ball to Brian Robinson a few times. We're being too one-dimensional on offense. We're throwing the ball all too often. We got to get back to basics, get back to running, get back to what we feel confident in.
Well, it could have been that they were starting off inside the 10 also. So
I assume they're going to run the ball more than they did in the first half. What, they only had like 7 rushes in the first half? They've got to run the ball more. Or 7 rushes with Robinson and 2 with Sanders. I mean, 9 total rushing attempts to running backs. Assume they're going to run the ball more often.
And there's a deep throw. Pick it off. Intercepted. There you go.
Is that going to be passive?
Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid. It's like, don't do anything dumb. Just disengage.
That's That's a bad choice by Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Man, that's a bad choice, dude. He's shaking his head. He's like, I know that's on me. Christ.
Throw the ball out of bounds.
They're running zone over top.
Now, here's the thing.
I'll be honest.
31 is holding the guy all the way down.
I was about to say, is that borderline pass interference against number 19 on Alabama? It wasn't much effort by 19, but he definitely was impeding that route the entire time.
It's not pass interference. I hate when they do this. I really hate when they do this. You're losing.
Defensive holding.
You're losing, bud. Yeah, it's holding. It's defensive holding for me, and for certain it was. Let's see if this noodle arm clown can do anything out here. Oh my God!
Here it is again. What have they not freaking learned? What has Monken not learned?
I'm telling you, Kirby Smart's running the Alabama playbook. They know from formation what they're going to do.
I don't get why not freaking the run.
Anderson knew exactly what he was going to do. He knew exactly what he was going to do.
Anderson's had a fantastic night. I know he's only a sophomore, but he is. You talk about a guy who's really solidified himself as a fantastic outside linebacker. Anderson's fantastic, man.
What's his size? I wonder what his size is.
I'll get it pulled for us. Don't worry.
Because, I mean, I'm just wondering where this
he's listed at 6'4", 243 pounds.
I mean,
even if he's 6'3", even if he's oversized, even if he's listed high. Oh. Jesus Christ! But see what this is. Now you're in third, and what are you now? Third and 7.
7.
You get an incomplete pass on a freaking wide receiver screen on the first down, and now you go ahead and pick up 3 yards on the pass. I don't understand why you're not freaking running the ball on first down.
They're just saying we're sending everybody.
Put pressure in his face and set these stunts. I mean, the Georgia offensive line has been so slow, lugubrious, and freaking awful at picking up these stunts. I do the same thing. They don't give Bennett any time, and he's a freaking when he gets pressure in his face, just like all quarterbacks, he just goes into panic mode. He plays scared and afraid, like scared and naked.
And they're right.
Here it is, Anderson coming off the edge.
Oh, he sucks. Get the other kid in now, immediately. Bench this kid's ass. You have no shot of winning with this guy as your quarterback. 0. He cannot get the job done.
I think you're right. You got to go with the quarterback change. But here's the thing. Offensive coordinator has been miserable. Moncton, I don't get it. A throw on first down. You get the ball in fantastic field. Do you go for it on fourth down, you think?
No.
I would. You're going to punt the ball? Why? Holy shit. What a freaking mistake. He's probably going to punt this to the end zone.
Oh, my God. That's it. Don't let it go in the – jeez.
I'm about to say they about screwed that up is right. My God. Oh, at least I guess they're in the 5-yard line. But if I'm Alabama, I'm saying I want to commit more to running the football. I think Georgia needs to do the same. I don't – the pass hasn't been there for either team ever since both guys have settled in. Run the damn ball. If I'm Alabama, start running the ball. Start weighing down and start running those pitches. Start running those outside zone plays. And again, make the Georgia defense – the more lateral movement they were required to do, the more they're going to tire quicker. And it just
okay. Number one thing, Kirby Smart, change up the quarterback. It's obvious right now. This guy doesn't have it, and it's too much for him. He has no athletic ability. That's his biggest issue. If the Daniels kid has athletic ability where he can get outside the pocket and maybe generate something with his legs, you're going to have to do that because this guy's no threat at all. None. He has no arm, no athletic ability. None. And I'm sorry. I know that you're Stetson Bennett the fourth. I don't give 2 shits. You played about 4 times too long. Put the other kid in.
John M. saying, I told you, Grumpy, Kirby Smart's overrated.
I don't care what this kid has done for your program. Bench him.
John M. saying a wasted turnover. It is. I mean, that you talk about gifted. You were gifted a golden opportunity. You get the ball at the 40. You get the ball at Georgia gets the ball at the 40. What, like the 45-yard line at the Alabama 45-yard line, and you go 3 and out by gaining 3 yards.
Again, do you think that they can score a touchdown with Stetson Bennett as your quarterback? I don't.
No, absolutely not. Here's the thing. Run the freaking ball. I don't understand. Every freaking down is a pass play. And that is something. I mean, dude, Stetson Bennett's not a freaking proficient passer. And they just say, not only are we going to leave the lesser of the 2 passing quarterbacks in, again, Bennett's not look good tonight. We're also not going to play to our strength with this running the football. I don't get it.
This is when guys try to outsmart themselves. I'm going to be, but I'm still running the Alabama offense because I'm telling you what, he knows every single play that's happening. They're looking at formations and they know exactly what they're running.
Kirby Smart and Nick Saban from the Dolphins, Miami Dolphins, growing back in the old days.
Yeah, there you go. He's been with them forever.
John P. saying here, as I said, JT Daniels at quarterback. Run the ball until you need to pass. He's better at passing than Bennett anyway. Yeah.
Well, he can't possibly be worse. I don't know what Bennett's numbers are today, but take away that big completion. I bet he don't have 50 yards passing. He's been
how long was that completion to Pickens? Do you remember?
I don't know.
It was a 52-yard completion.
Yeah, there you go.
So today, if you take that away, he doesn't have 100 yards passing. He's got about 90. He's got 90 or 89 yards passing.
Let's see what Alabama does on this. Do they come out trying to run the ball?
Run the ball. Run the damn ball. Same thing. I mean, here's it.
Oh, there you go. Come on. Don't try to strip it. Just make the tackle. He wound up, instead of trying to strip the ball, he let him gain an extra 2 yards. Just make the tackle. Don't try to be a hero. Just make the tackle.
Alabama still picks up 2 on the ground, even though Georgia stacks it, or 1 on the ground, even though Georgia stacks everybody on the line of scrimmage expecting run. They still pick up a yard.
It's because the one guy tried to strip him instead of actually just making the tackle.
And look at that. Here's
how many missed tackles on that play? 4?
Dude, I tell you that.
That's ball game right there. That's ball game right there.
Let's see if Alabama is going to pull a Todd Monken and say, I want to go ahead and start throwing the ball every down.
4.
Bad missed tackle by Keely Ringo again. Jesus Christ.
4 guys.
Let's see if they try to outsmart themselves. They get a little bit of movement here running the football. Let's see if they immediately go to the pass. Maybe they'll pull out a trick play. Maybe here comes a flea flicker. Oh, well, isn't this crazy, grumpy old man? Once they start moving the ball on the ground, like via a run, they say, oh, terrific. We're going to keep running the football because it seems like our offensive line is getting a little bit of a rhythm. Let's run the ball again. If I'm Alabama, guess what? On 2nd and 3, I'm going to run the ball once more. I tell you, the offensive coordinator for Georgia just the play calling has been mystifying.
When you run the ball if you're able to run the ball, it opens everything up for the pass. Here comes a pass. You watch. Here comes a pass. Told you.
He picks up enough for the first. I mean, that's a pretty nice spot. I thought he got to the yard line, but I mean, he does pick up enough for the first down. Look at all those.
Alabama doesn't have any talent. They haven't had any talent. Yeah, look at the guys they put in. This is a lesser talent year than they've had in the past. I'm just telling you.
Fair enough, Grump. I'll be interested to see what happens with Brian Robinson.
There's
Alvin Kamara and Mark Ingram on the sidelines.
And they go right back to those little
wide receiver bubble screen. Don't try to outsmart yourself, man. I get it. You want to go ahead and run it to the sidelines. After the first drive, it didn't work so well. I mean, they kind of started to play a little bit closer on the line of scrimmage. Even if they're playing zone, they're playing closer up on that. Run the football. Run it.
I mean, I think you'll see this kid in the pros next year as a backup.
There's Williams. He's out for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's done.
I'm sure he's going to have off-season surgery here. He's going to have surgery this off-season.
Maybe it's just a sprain.
Doubtful. The way he went down like that, I don't think so. You talk about throwing the ball from an unbelievable angle. He gets the ball away. And
they don't wait any time. They don't waste any time getting that ball out of his hands. Snap, catch, bam, ball's out.
You think about how different this game would be with Williams in it. You also forget that. Yeah, I forgot. They lost Williams in the first half.
Yeah.
Michie and Williams, both, top 2 wideouts, both been out for quite some time. And I'll be honest, after that, I don't think they've completed a third down since the first drive, Grumpy.
I don't know.
I could tell you, I don't think they have.
But now it seems like
no pressure, and it gives them all day.
Oh, no, they just completed a third down on the last series. They completed a third down as well. That's 2 straight third down conversions.
Last drive. Last drive, they threw the pick. No.
On the last series of plays, they've converted 2 straight third downs.
On this series, on this drive.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And again,
A little bit of a missed tackle. Yep.
Too high. Just hit the guy at the waist, not at the shoulders. You stop him right there.
And Alabama's going to want to start chewing some clock again. Look at this, though.
Same play.
I don't get this. That has not worked. After the first, that's a nice spot, too. It's a generous spot. After the first drive, those outside bubble screens have not been very fortuitous for you. Run the damn ball.
Okay, Georgia had their chance, and they blew it. It's just that plain and simple. They had their chance.
I don't think game's over. I mean, Alabama still has not adopted the run, enough.
I think that first down run, where Robinson picked up that run for the first down on third down, that was ball game right there.
And look at that. Robinson just lowers the shoulder. How the hell is a safety? You're coming and you're trying to tackle Robinson up high. You've got to be lower on that, man. And think about it. He goes ahead and gains an extra about 4 or 5 or 3 or 4 yards on that because he just says, hey, I've got low man wins and I'm going to go ahead and drive you off.
Why not just cut him right at the knees? Why not cut him right at the knees? Go right at his ankles.
An extra
You're not going to tackle a guy like that up high. Just not going to happen. All these guys are strong up top. The only one who gets ragdolled is that Stetson Bennett character. Going around like a Kirby doll.
3rd and 2. Let's see here. Will Alabama pick up enough yards for the first down?
And there you go, right? Easy.
Running back and then running back.
I'm telling you, this game's over. It's over right now. It's over. That run, that big run, ended the game.
You think so?
Yep. And now every single third down they pick up with ease. Every single third down. They'll march right down, score a touchdown, and there's your ball game.
If you hold them to a field goal, you're in okay shape. But you've got to get a quarterback change. You have to go for a quarterback change.
Back to the run, 5-6 yards.
I'm telling you, he's starting to carry him. Maximilian V, they're saying he's laughing there. I tell you, if you're an Alabama fan, you got to feel confident right now. Have to feel confident. Absolutely. Look at that. I'm telling you, they're just, Robinson's starting to drag. As I said, run the damn ball. Run the football. And here you go. You got an injury timeout here.
Jerome Davis has been quiet in the second half.
Yep. Let me ask you this.
I didn't see
Jordan Davis. You think this is hurting draft stock for Jordan Davis? I think he's had a pretty quiet game in general today. Hasn't looked explosive. Hasn't really caused any mayhem. I don't think he's done a fantastic job stopping the run just quite yet. Do you think this hurts draft stock position for Jordan Davis?
He's too fat. That's his problem.
He does need to get in shape. I do agree.
He needs to lose
some pounds.
20 pounds, 15, 20 pounds, and then he'll be a beast because he's got all the ability in the world. But he's one of those guys you got to worry about when he signs his first pro contract. Is he going to eat himself out of the league? He's going to have to go to a team that has a really strong presence as a head coach and an organization and weight and conditioning guy, because
D tackles just have a propensity to do that, to eat themselves out of the league, and some do it later than others. You think about Albert Haynesworth. Remember how dominant he used to be, all pro defensive tackle, and ate himself out of the league
until he got the big contract.
He signed that. What was it? How it was 6 or 7 year contract he signed?
I don't remember.
At the time for the Redskins.
Yeah.
And couldn't pass the conditioning test. They had like women going out there. It was like, I'm going to do this in my skirt and see if I can pass the conditioning test. And she missed it by like 2 seconds. And you think to yourself, how the hell is Albert Haynesworth, professional football player, unable to pass this test?
Yeah. He's not the first guy to not pass his conditioning test.
He failed it 3 times in a row, I believe.
Yeah. For me, it's your job when you're when you're a professional. You should be prepared from day one. It's not like 40 years ago where you just, you rest all off season and then you just show up at training camp. Training camp was longer, of course. TJ, I remember when it was a 14-game season and 6 exhibition games.
Yeah, so the guys, how crazy that's changed. Now you're down to 3 exhibition games. Was it 17 regular season games? And
that's just a matter of time before they go to 18 regular season games, which is what they wanted all along. And they just, you know what they did with the NFLPA? They just nickel and dime their way down the field. And then, okay, 18, because the players were adamant, never going to do 18, never going to do 18. 17, 18 is not
We
that
can go ahead and raise the salary cap. Here you go. Here's more money. Oh, fantastic. I'm in. Count me
Yeah,
in.
just
That's how it always works,
yeah,
man.
about player
Did you
health.
see today, by the way, that the college football playoff heads could not agree upon expanding the college football playoffs?
2026 now at the earliest.
What a
Like,
freaking joke.
it,
What
it
a
is a
freaking
joke.
joke.
And here's the thing. You won't see teams winning like Alabama is now when it goes to 8 teams. It's going to be a lot more upsets.
Well, you're playing a lot more
Well,
games.
you got to play 3 games to win, right?
Yeah. Yep. I can't believe they couldn't agree on it. Now, I mean, Alabama is threatening in Georgia territory. It's a run here by Brian Robinson. He cuts it backside, picks up about 3 yards, makes this now 3rd and 1. Again, 3rd and short for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Once again, a team now that has been completing 3rd down after 3rd down. After that interception by Bryce Young, they've kind of left it more into the short passes to the outside, the periphery, to the boundary,
And
and
there's
more
Davis
runs.
again, breathing hard, hands on the hip. This is a repeat of the SEC championship game for him.
He's looked invisible.
He's
looked
too
invisible
fat.
today.
He's too fat. And he gets the first down right through the vacated hole of Davis.
Yikes. I tell
It's
you,
what it is.
getting pushed around out there.
I tell you, they're scoring a touchdown here, and that'll be it. Georgia might, like I said, they might as well just get on the bus now. The game's over.
Well, here's the thing. Alabama said, hey, we're going to adopt running the football, something that Georgia just didn't want to do. And yeah, you're right, though. Jordan Davis is exhausted. I mean, you look at it, other defensive linemen are moving people off the ball. That was a one-on-one block, and Davis is just a stalemate at the line of scrimmage. I've been so unimpressed with him today.
He's good in the first quarter. But he wears out very quickly.
Guess what? You're not going to be the freaking Hulk and the biggest guy on campus when you go to the NFL, buddy.
Right.
And when I see this, you get out of shape, you get exhausted, you get tired, you don't get any penetration. You're going to be fighting against bigger guys and stronger guys in the NFL.
Better players, just better players.
Yep. Exactly.
I mean, okay, 2nd and 11. They come out and throw the ball. A little bit of pressure, and
you're far ahead of me again, Grumpy.
Well, you know what? I can't help you there. I don't know why you keep. I haven't touched the screen once. It's you. It's a you thing.
It's a me thing, huh?
Yeah, I can't help it.
Incomplete pass, making this 3rd and 11. I mean, this is a must stop. You have got to hold Alabama to a field goal, best case scenario, and here it is. Oh, did he hit him kind of up high around the helmet? Yeah, I'm not saying I like
but I'm going to tell you what,
penalties, but they are always called as penalties throughout the regular season.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The 88 was held rushing in as well. There was holding back on the wide receiver. There were multiple infractions. Nothing was called. Tell me when they snapped the ball.
Snap the ball.
I wasn't ahead.
They get pressure in the face of Bryce Young. Oh my! You have 84.
Got to catch that one.
I was about to say, you talk about how badly it hurts not having Williams or Michi. That's one you like to think Williams comes up with a catch. Now that's Hall, the freshman, the true freshman who drops that ball right in his hands. Hall has got to come up with that ball.
Yeah, actually, I'm surprised. They just should have kept running the ball.
They've been moving the ball at will on the run.
I don't know why they got stopped on one play and then they go to passing all the time. And he's got to catch that.
You got to hit this kick here. It's a 48-yarder, the longest of the day for the Alabama. Oh, it gets blocked. Oh my gosh! You know what was worse? Georgia goes ahead. I think Georgia's number 7 tries to pick the ball up first,
and now they get the ball at the 20 instead of just letting it bounce around. Don't touch it, and they get the ball where the ball was kicked. Another mistake by Georgia.
Holy shit. He just gets right through penetration. That was a low kick, too. You got to get the ball a little higher.
Well, the further you are away, you have to kick the ball lower to make it reach.
I know.
You can't Stetson Bennett it over when you're that far away from the end zone.
Oh, man. John M. saying, oh, my God, blocked. I tell you, it's blocked, baby.
I mean,
all right, Grumpy, I guess I'm not packing up the bags yet. Here, what does Georgia have to do?
Change quarterback. Change quarterback.
And change the quarterback. Run the football. Change the quarterback. Run the football.
Change the quarterback. Number 1, new quarterback. Hey, we rode you as far as we could. Sorry. Six
We tried to
playing.
give you every single chance we could to go ahead and be successful, but you're not footing the bill right now.
And here's
JT Daniels, show us why we brought you in as a transfer.
he looks shaky back there. Bennett looks shaky. He's looked shaky all game. Shaky.
Moment has looked too big.
He looked like he'd been rattlesnaked.
Rattlesnake. God,
Shaky.
Shaky. Oh, man. I'll tell you, it's been a defensive battle. This is not what I think most people enjoy regarding a football game, but it's been a defensive battle all day today.
Yeah. And I'm a fan of those old time games, defensive battles.
Absolutely.
I really am. Especially if I know my team is winning, I can still watch some of those games from back in the day. I mean, one of the greatest games ever was when the Giants beat the 49ers, when the 49ers were going for a three-peat in 1990, and the Giants beat them 15-13 on the last second kick. I mean, that was a spectacular game. Giants dropping balls in the end zone, Maurice Carthon, just a fantastic defensive play by Eric Howard when it seemed like after the Giants had knocked out Joe Montana again, and Steve Young comes in and starts moving him down the field, and Eric Howard, nose tackle, makes a play, shoots the gap, strips Roger Craig, a great running back from Nebraska from the ball. LT recovers it, and they move it down a couple of first downs, and they go for the field goal and win it. I also remember the fake punt when the Giants tried that, and Gary Reasons, who was the up back, takes a kick, and John Taylor had to make a tackle on him. But they couldn't put the ball in the end zone either. Wound up winning 15-13, 5 field goals by Matt Barr. It was really an incredible game. What a physical game.
I always think about how fortunate the 49ers were with back-to-back Hall of Fame quarterbacks between Montana and Steve Young.
It also helped they played in a crappy division.
That definitely helped.
But it was Bill Walsh's system, right? That's where West Coast offense started.
Exactly.
Bill Walsh was a disciple of Don Coryell, Air Coryell. And, you see who sprouted out of Bill Walsh's tree. Mike Holmgren. Andy Reid came from that too. I mean, all those guys.
What a fantastic coaches.
Fantastic coach. He was a terrible dresser, though, Bill Walsh. Terrible. Oh, terrible.
John M. saying here, Grump, if Smart doesn't change quarterbacks, will you agree he's overrated? Oh, look at oh my goodness, guys.
Go, baby, go. Go, baby, go.
Look
40,
at this.
35, 30, 25, 20, and he's knocked out at the 13-yard
with
line.
an explosive play on a run. Holy shit, guys. It's like I said, if you run the damn football, you're going to get yards. You had been running the football at will. Don't try to outsmart yourself, Todd McConkey. Just run the damn ball.
Nice cutback. Nice 2 cuts there by number 4.
I was about to say, it's nice vision. And again, a good job of finding the cutback lane. Absolutely. I mean, that's Dalvin Cook's brother, Grumpy old man.
That's right. That's right.
Yep. He's had himself a good little bit. Run the football, Georgia. Do not try to have Stetson Bennett win you via passing the ball. And here it is, empty back set. A quarterback design run. Jesus Christ.
I'll tell you, and he fumbles. Oh, they're gonna say he was down. Okay, this little flea bag should not be running the ball. Like I said, it reminds me of the movie Waterboy when they said, "Oh, since the success of the Waterboy, Michigan played the Towel Boy, and he got destroyed," or whatever the heck they said.
Here's the Towel Boy. It's Bennett.
Yeah, that's what he's.
He's able to put together a few yards, but I don't get why you're not just running the ball to running back.
Why?
Let your freaking offensive line win the battles. Keep on running the power. Keep running the ball with Zamir White, with Cook. I mean, that's what you need to do.
There's a run to White, guaranteed.
Look at this. Look at your face mask too. It's a face mask. It's a face.
Okay. Okay. Finally, they throw a play against Alabama when they're inside the 3. They ain't calling that any other time.
With McIntosh, I tell you, nice run by McIntosh. But Georgia, anything but freaking running the ball is criminal. It just makes me think more again about how bad the play calling has been for Georgia so far this
game. Get up on the line
and
run the ball. Don't let them catch a breath. Get up there and run it. And it's not even like you run a QB sneak with this little pipsqueak.
I mean, you've got big backs. Run the ball. Even put Kendall Milton in. Just have him run the ball in between the tackles. Todd Monken, do not try to outsmart yourself if you're Georgia. Keep running the damn ball. I just don't get anything else. Maybe they'll go with a play action here. Just run the damn. He almost fumbled.
Oh, you almost fumbled it.
Well, look at the line of scrimmage. Look at the line of scrimmage. Georgia's offensive line is winning that line of scrimmage battle, and the fact that they have not freaking exploited that yet just shows you how inept of an offensive coordinator Todd Monken is. You have got to exploit that.
Okay, who came in to be an extra blocker on that drive? Carter, number 88, the guy who just blocked the kick and has made how many plays on the defensive line today? Right now, if Georgia wins, he's my MVP of the game. Look at this.
Boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
They're bringing heavy package.
Boom, boom.
The heavy package, baby.
Oh, they took out number 69, who just blows.
And now Georgia with a 4-point lead over Alabama. My goodness gracious.
Now you're going to start seeing the points. You're going to see the points start going on the board now.
Okay. John P. saying, just run the damn ball until you can't.
That's right. Dude, look at this guy. This guy sucks. I'm sorry. 13 just
Bennett has got to go. He has every which way. Here's my question. Does Bennett find a way to screw this up for Georgia? Because, dude, how the hell are you fumbling that snap?
Okay. You want to know who Bennett reminds me of if he was playing quarterback right now? Me. That's who. Because I can't do that. I can't play the position either.
I tell you, any way he can make a mistake, he just seems to be doing so. And I worry about that, because I would be remiss if I didn't say that Alabama is going to respond back here. They're not going to be down. It's not like hey, we're going to be down by 4 and Georgia's going to march down the field and take an 11-point lead. I don't think. I'm telling you, Bennett
the ball. Run the ball.
Yeah.
Don't need to get fancy. Do what you do best, running the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And not let 13 get involved. He sucks. I'm sorry. Remember I said this is his last game? There's a reason why I said that. He has no shot. He'll never get an invite to a camp. Never. He won't play in the CFL. He won't play in Europe football. He won't play in Mars football. He's not playing any. He couldn't even play Pee Wee football. He sucks.
Oh my goodness. This is bad scenario for Alabama, right? You're without your two best wide receivers, Williams and Michie, and now you're down. You're down by 4 points. Don't abandon the game plan. If I'm Alabama, I'm saying the same thing. We need to get back to running the football. We have got to run the football. Have to.
Look at the margins of victory.
Yeah, Georgia's had quite large margins of victories against the same opponents Alabama has played. But
oh my God,
he almost escapes that. Number 11 almost escaped.
Like he got hurt. Looks like the cornerback took a little shot to the shoulder there.
Ringo, yeah. You're looking at Trayshawn Holden almost escapes out of that tackle. But Alabama, you've been moving the ball up and down the field. You've got to come away with a touchdown, right? Have to. I'd run the ball right here. Run the ball on second and intermediate, second and short. You got to make this third and manageable. It's already second and manageable. Run the football. And you want to pick up another yard or two, right? You're going to be sitting at 3rd and 3. It's better than taking no yards on it, but
I like how they've mixed their play selection up. They went away from it. They took one rush for a -1, and they went away from their plan. But I don't think that's necessary, honestly.
3rd and 3. 3rd and very manageable. Got to come up with a first down here.
It's a huge play for Georgia. They can really take control of the game.
Look at the linebacking core. There's nobody as a middle linebacker that's across the middle. And it goes obviously there to the pass. A nice catch, nice pass and catch. They pick up the first down. A nice reception there by Trayshawn Holden. And you've got an injury here. Oh, 95. He's played pretty well there for that Georgia defensive line.
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
I'd say Devontae White, I'd say he's had a more productive day than Jordan Davis has.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
That's a face mask, by the way. Hands to the face on number 95. I don't know what happened there. But I'll tell you what, the guard was holding him. He was holding it. He had him by the face mask. No call, of course.
Hands to the face on the offense. Tony Chi saying Bennett would be a perfect Jets quarterback.
They already have a quarterback.
I'm just saying, hey, maybe him and Chad Pennington. Pennington's kid may be a good quarterback for the Jets in the future.
Pennington with 2 shoulder surgeries was better than this kid. Two torn rotator cuffs in his throwing arm, better than this kid.
Christ almighty. John M saying, this is where the Dogs offense and defensive lines take over. Please.
Can only
John's got a rooting battle. He's an Auburn fan. He doesn't want Alabama to be winning tonight.
I'm sure not.
Oh, man.
I got to say, I'm rooting for Joe. I just want somebody different to win for a change.
It would be nice. I like that it was a little bit of a different cast and crew and character in the Final Four this year, but
Cincinnati was a waste. Michigan was a paper tiger.
Yes.
The two best teams are in there again. The SEC is the best conference. Not even close, honestly, the next best conference. SEC is so much better from top to bottom than any other conference.
From top to bottom, they're fantastic. There's no doubt about it. I mean, from year to year, maybe you could say I can squint at it, maybe say the Big Ten, or I can maybe say the ACC. But I mean, top to bottom, on average, the SEC is the best.
The ACC was a one-team conference always. Clemson, no one else was any good. No one. The SEC is by far the best. And it's been like that for, I want to say 15, 20 years now.
I'll be interested to see with name, image, and likeness if that's going to change that up, right? Oh, wait a second. The rich are going to get richer and the poor are going to get poorer.
It's the way it always works.
Have-nots.
When you let money become involved, what makes you think the little guy is going to be at the advantage? It's never going to happen.
They're going to be an opportunity.
They're going to be at a bigger disadvantage.
Exactly.
They don't have the money.
Exactly. And they don't have the support or the backing.
And you got the SEC, right? You see everyone's going to Texas A&M. Why aren't they going to Alabama or Georgia or, some of these other big schools from the SEC?
Alabama still had the second best recruiting class. So, I mean, it's not like they, struggled. And Georgia was a top 5 recruiting class. But, I mean, like they see that, holy crap, Texas A&M's donors are shelling out $30 million.
But let's say you're a top prospect and Texas A&M is paying more and you're going to get a chance.
Program. I'd go. Why not?
You're going to get a chance to play early in your career. That's where you're going to go.
Yep. I've got good facilities. I get paid more, and
you're going to be on TV every week.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
I mean, Texas A&M had a pretty good year this year. They beat Alabama.
Tony Cheese says this is why I'd like communism in America.
Oh, Tony.
John P said, I've got no skin in the game. I'm an Air Force Falcon fan for obvious reasons. By the way, congratulations on their first responder bowl victory, but I'd like to see Georgia win. I wouldn't mind seeing this game going overtime. Close game makes me happy.
Starting the fourth quarter, little dump off pass to our friend number 18 who's back involved here in the second half.
Yeah, I was about to say here, Grumpy Old Maid, you've got another reception by Slade Bolden. I mean, that's the guy they're going to have to rely upon, right? Those short Charlie, when you need the Charlie check down catch, that's where you're going to go is the Bolden. 7 receptions, 44 yards. Brian Robinson gets hit in the hole. Oh, he must have had hands to the face. Yep, here it is.
Oh, of course they'll call that one.
I'm sure there were hands to the face on defense.
Yeah, I'm just saying there were hands to face on 88 on the previous play. On 95, nothing got called. I'm just saying, if you're going to call it, you got to call it both ways. That's 2 against Georgia, none against Alabama. I'm just saying, and I've seen Alabama do it a couple times.
I mean, he's got.
No, I'm sorry, no.
I don't know. He did have contact in the guy's face, man.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. He never got his thing. He got underneath. He got the chin strap.
He had hands in his face, man. Come on.
Okay, I didn't see it. I didn't see his hand on his helmet at all.
Be honest. Come on, hands to the face.
I
can say they missed a call against Georgia too, but it's hands to the face. Look at that cat blitz off the edge. A good job by the back, pick it up. A deep throw by Bryce Young hits the wide receiver in stride. Alabama now knocking on a doorstep. They're about inside the 5-yard line. Alabama has a chance to go ahead and score themselves their first touchdown of the evening.
Yeah, they will score here.
Look at that.
Mean, what does it tell you, right? I told you the scoring was going to start at the end of the third quarter. It always does.
I wonder if it's going to be who's got the ball last wins today.
Well, if 13 is quarterback, it doesn't matter.
I tell you, man, Bryce Young, he gets a little bit of pressure in his face.
Off
he
the
steps back off the back foot and chicken arms it, man. I tell you, you talk about what type of holes Bryce Young has in his game. There are holes aplenty.
All I
I
know
would
is,
not be standing up in front of the line saying, "I can't wait to draft this guy as the first overall pick next year."
okay,
She has a lot of holes in his game.
yeah, to me, he doesn't like pressure either. Throws the ball up for grabs.
No quarterback does, though.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you got to be better than that. Got to be willing to take a hit.
I do agree with that. I mean, there was not. I mean, the pressure. He had quite a bit of time back in the pocket, and he still kind of chicken arms it, and kind of steps off his back foot. Got a comment here from John P saying the Saban effect on the officials.
I firmly believe that. And here's nice.
Brian
Oh, you got
Robinson.
to stop him. All right,
That's a
nice
good
play.
tackle. That's a good tackle. He meets Brian Robinson in a hole. That's a good job by that safety coming down hard. I mean, that's a good job.
Yes.
Lewis Kine there coming down there and
Yeah, I
making
mean, he's a hard hitter, that kid.
He's had a few mistakes today, but also made a few big plays. I mean, tackling Robinson one-on-one there and preventing additional yards is a good job. Good play by the safety. Oh, if you're Alabama, let me ask you this.
You go
Do
for
you
the
run the
touchdown.
ball here and do you go for it on fourth down?
Absolutely. Here's the thing. They're playing out a shotgun. This is going to be a pass. They're going to roll him out.
3rd and 3. They're going to roll him out. Roll Young out?
Yep, I would.
Gets a little bit of pressure in his face, throws again off his back foot, and just misses the wide receiver. He's open in the end zone, but just because of that pressure he faces, kind of bails out at the last second, and it forces an inaccurate throw by Bryce Young.
Fourth down, to me, I mean, you could go for the field goal, but for me, I'm saying,
Christ, man, he just throws. He gets terrified if he holds on to that a second longer.
His mechanics just.
It goes out, I'm telling you, it goes out the window. Anytime he has pressure, dude, out the window.
And they're going for it on 4. Oh, no. 21-yard field goal attempt. Okay.
Dude. Oh, the hashes are wide in college football. He puts it through the uprights, but I always kind of worry when you're close like that and you're on one of the hashes. If you're Alabama only down by 1.
You know what it tells me? They're not scared of Georgia's offense.
I would be afraid that they're just running the ball down your throat unless you're going to stack. Here's the thing. Is Moncton just going to say, oh, now that we have the lead, we're going to go run 3 downs in a row, and Alabama's going to stack everybody in the box to say beat us passing, and they're not going to make the adjustment? I could see that happening.
Maybe they're not so much they're not scared of Georgia's offense, but maybe they're not scared of the Georgia coaches.
I could see that. John M. saying, TJ, you're pretty good at play-by-play. Well, I appreciate it.
Honestly, he's excellent at it.
Well, I appreciate that, John. Thanks there, Grumpy. But I tell you, making an interesting game, a 1-point game like this, midway through the 4th quarter, I don't think any of us could have dreamed for a better scenario than this as a neutral fan.
You can't. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at Coach Rod Smith. Some of these commercials they put up for Jersey's Mike's. It means interesting. That's all.
Jersey Mike's.
Yeah.
Like some Jersey Mike's.
He started off making, little sandwiches, and now he's CEO. Dedication and hard work gets you go a long way, right?
Yeah, it certainly will. John P. says here, Georgia, just run, pass, grind it out, eat up the clock, dominate the line of scrimmage.
I hate run, pass. I hate run, pass. That's something the Giants of yesteryear used to do, run, pass. And the whole thing is, if you're not running the ball, everyone knows you're passing. And I'm talking about the Giants from the 80s when Sims was quarterback. And it makes it so tough on your quarterback, honestly, when it's like 3rd and 8 all the time.
I want them to run the football. The only thing I worry about is if Alabama says, hey, we're going to stack 7 or 8 guys in the box, you got to mix it up a bit. I know again, I'm a big proponent of running the football, but if you see 7 or 8 guys stacked in line of scrimmage, got to throw.
Yeah.
Hey, he says also with JT Daniels at the helm.
There you go.
There it is.
They're not going to play the Daniels. It's pretty obvious.
They just scored a touchdown with Bennett. They're going to keep Bennett in the rest of the way. Right, wrong, or indifferent, Bennett's in. So, yikes. Oh, Grumpy. I tell you, man. We could not have asked for a better game than today.
A barn burner. Isn't it a barn burner? Going down to the wire?
It is going down to the wire. That's for certain.
There you go.
It is, man. I tell you.
I mean, I did not expect a blowout in this game.
I expected the game to be close. I mean, like people are asking, hey, we saw that Georgia kind of got their teeth kicked in earlier on. Are we expecting the same on that side? No, we do not. I will say this much. I was not expecting Bennett to look as poorly as he had today. And maybe this just speaks to a testament of how fantastic the Alabama is and how bad Michigan was. You talk about the paper tiger. I saw him carve up that Michigan defense. This is what the Sam Bennett I saw tonight was the Sam Bennett I was expecting to see against Michigan, and we just haven't seen that.
Yep.
Kirby's probably going to watch out. He'll pull a hammy. You see how it kind of started to slow up there. He started pulling up a bit at the end. I be careful, man.
Like probably his 20-yard dash time is what most people 40 is.
40-yard dash is maybe.
Yeah, just let it bounce
that through the end zone. John P saying, great game. All you can ask for is this competitiveness in a national championship.
Very true. Very true.
For certain.
I mean, look at this, 12 rushes between these two guys today.
12 rushes, 124 yards. It's not rocket science that you started running the ball more, you've seen more success. They should have been doing it in the first half too. They completely abandon the rush because they get put behind the line of scrimmage and it'd be 1st and 15. And you say, oh, we got to pass 3 downs in a row now. Let's go ahead and break out the flea flicker. They
probably had 90 yards on 2 rushes though. So just saying.
I'm just saying, here's a predictable run. I have no problem with it. See, still, boom. He's still able to pick up 5 yards. He falls forward on that too. He finds the cutback lane and he's able to pick up 5. What, Grump?
I mean, I'm surprised he didn't do a cutback there. He had a huge area.
It was play side. He did do a cutback.
Well, I mean, he should have kicked it more to the outside. There was no one there. He wound up running right into the defensive player.
Pick up 5 yards. Pick up your yards, man. No need to dance around. Pick up the yards. And you got Cook back in here too. Look at that. 31. Anderson. Oh, my God. Anderson. Look at
again with the freaking trick play.
Trick play.
Again with the trick play.
What's the need for the wide receiver end around?
I don't understand.
Oh, my God. Moncton, what the fuck are you thinking?
Now you got to punt.
Stupid play call. Right. Anderson gets there, and dude, Bennett doesn't do much. He kind of puts a little bit of block on it, but man, what's up with that? It's too long of a developing play. Were you really expecting to run a trick play to the short side of the field that they were going to bite on that, or to the long side of the field? You think they were going to bite on that? A long developing trick play? Holy shit, you've been running powers ad nauseum, gashing the defense, and you lose 3 yards on a trick play. That's just so dumb.
Now you got to depend on this kid completing an 8-yard pass.
Oh, Jesus Christ. And here it is, right? They send pressure, and they get right into his face. Bennett will take – oh, my God, is that a fumble? Oh, I don't know if that's a fumble, Grump.
He sucks.
If not –
you got to get that kid out of the game. I'm sorry. And now they got to punt. And Alabama's
going to say, is this intentional grounding or is this a fumble? Fumble. They're going to rule that as a fumble for Alabama. I was about to say it looked like a fumble to me.
It doesn't matter. They still get to kick it because it went out of bounds.
No, he picked that up before it went out of bounds.
Oh, he was out of bounds.
First down for Alabama. He recovered the ball inbounds. That was a fumble by Bennett. That's what I told you. It looked like he fumbled it and he recovered it inbounds. Holy shit.
Is that okay? No, his arm's going forward. Absolutely not.
The ball comes out.
You have to overrule that. I'm sorry. His arm was going forward and the ball slipped out as his arm was going forward. That's not a fumble. I'm sorry.
I don't know. He had the 1 foot in bounds. I think he had that 1 foot in bounds.
Is that toe on the line?
Look at Branch so nonchalantly picking that up, dude. Could you imagine if that
toe out of bounds? Is that toe out of bounds? First of all, to me, he went to throw that ball's arms going forward.
I cannot believe he didn't try to toast
his foot was out of bounds. I'm going to tell you what his foot was out of bounds.
I can't believe that he didn't try to toast that. Look at this guy. He's like, holy shit, Georgia.
Okay. 13 sucks. He's got to get benched.
I don't know how the hell to keep rolling with him out there.
Okay. I don't know. The arm is going forward. The arm is going forward. The arm is going forward.
The ball comes out towards
the arm is going forward. The arm is going forward. If you call the other one, you have to call his.
That's going to be a call in the field stands, man. The ball's coming out before it starts going forward. Look at it. The ball starts tilting.
I'm sorry.
The ball starts tilting as it's going forward. I'm telling you, they're going to rule that a fumble. They're going to rule that a fumble.
I'll tell you what. Then Georgia got screwed all night on the calls. All night.
Okay, here's the thing. Bennett's at fault, and so is the offensive play calling. You're picking up 5 yards on first down, and you try to end around making it 3 and 8.
You're going to try to tell me. See, you're going to try to tell me that.
Look at he's saying right here. I don't need you to do that dumb shit right here. We're up by 1 point. I don't need you trying to throw the ball away, making hero ball
all the time. Here's the thing. They don't have a camera angle to see if that kid stepped out.
I don't know.
On that sideline when he nonchalantly went.
These are ACC officials. Here it is. Oh, I'm thinking he's. I got to see the better angle. Can you not zoom in for us?
To me, that foot looks like it's on the white.
It might be on the line too. Come on. Oh my God, he's not. Oh my God, he's not on the white. You see the green in between. Holy shit. He's got the ball, and I think you see a little bit of green in between. Oh my God, Bennett, you just completely screwed over Georgia. I think they're going to say he had the ball, and they're say call on the field stands Alabama football. Holy shit, Bennett. Just when you think that bastard. Do you remember when I said that last drive? I said, even though Georgia's moving the ball, Bennett will find a way to screw this team over just because he is so freaking inept offensively. Sure enough, Bennett will find a way to screw the Georgia Bulldogs over. And guess what? If that's a fumble, you're out of the game.
That needs to be benched. He needs to be benched.
Gotta be benched. John P. said, if they average 4 to 5 yards a carry the rest of the way, Georgia wins. Their offensive coordinator needs to be fired for certain. Moncton has completely shit the bed to this. I don't understand what he's doing. Don't understand what he's watching. He's got to go. Got to go. He has got to wisen up. Kirby Smart's going to say, why the F are we doing these trick plays?
I mean, first and second and 5, and you tried trick play.
A wide receiver.
Why the trick plays? You don't need to run trick plays. To me, that his arm was going forward, though, when the ball came out.
I think the ball starts slipping out. As they say, incomplete pass is not a crucial turnover against Alabama. I think they're going to say call on the field stands. I just tell them.
Alabama's gotten every single call tonight. Every single one they've gotten.
Look at this, though. The ball, look at the way it starts tilting at the end. The ball starts.
He's throwing it. His arm is going forward. His arm is going forward.
The ball's already coming out before it's starting a forward motion. You're going to see a call on the field stands. First down. Told you.
Here's the thing.
That kid has to freaking.
He's got to be benched.
He sucks.
Sorry, you got to. Sorry, you're sitting. You're sitting. Take your helmet off. Take your pads off.
Don't freaking take the jersey off, Bennett. Thanks for what you've done this year, but take your freaking jersey off now.
We need production out of the position. We can't have negative plays.
Holy shit, man. You want to talk about how the hell are the freaking offensive coordinators still saying, let's run trick play?
This is how it goes for Georgia every time they play Alabama. Every single time. Everything repeats itself over and over and over again.
At least, I mean, you cannot allow them to score a touchdown, right?
Okay.
You got to hold them to a field goal, right?
Would it shock you if they score a touchdown here and then get 2? Because
they'll not, and they'll go up by 7, and they'll give the ball to. They'll keep Stetson in, and he'll shit the bed, and then they'll give JT Daniels the last drive, and they'll say, "Here you go, Daniels. Look at this though." Alabama says, "Hey, we've been running the ball right. Let me go ahead and run the ball and pick up 4 yards."
Well,
it's not rocket science. Run the power, run the ball. I don't get it.
What's this?
What is this guy? What is he doing?
Moron! Get off the field.
They had a whole bunch of debris thrown on the field. Unhappy Georgia fans.
Yeah, I guarantee you that's where it's from. But like Georgia lose, they beat themselves.
Yep. They beat
cannot play quarterback.
Horrible job.
He had forever, and he throws the ball. He's out of bounds.
I mean,
just give a touchdown anyway, ref. I know you want to.
And then John P. says, Georgia coaches need to be fired. JT needs to be inserted into the game. History favors the bold.
That's why I like John on these podcasts, because he is smart. He remembers all those legendary sayings.
What's the flag? Oh my God. Roughing the passer. Oh, Wyatt.
They haven't called anything all game, and now they're calling it now. Like I said,
did he hit him in a helmet? God almighty, you cannot hit somebody. You cannot club him in a helmet. That's one of the rules. I don't like that call, never have, but he hits it. He clubs the guy right in the face mask.
They were one play away from holding him to a field goal attempt. Now they will score now, of course. Well, how many times they got to look at it? Oh, let's verify what the officials say is correct.
John P. saying the Saban effect. Oh, buddy, we're gonna march us in with a run. I'm telling you, they're gonna score. They're going to see, here comes a touchdown. Here comes a 2-point.
Why would you do anything but run the ball here?
I wouldn't either. Run the football. I mean, that's been your bread and butter. It's the same thing I ask Georgia every single time. Why are you not just running the power? Why are you applying trick? Why are you trying to apply trick plays? Why are you trying to throw the ball? Run the goddamn ball. Run the power. Simple as that. Simples.
It's just, I mean, I feel bad for the kids on defense.
They've played their ass off. They've done a
gallantly.
fantastic job, and just dude, Moncton's been one of the dude. This might be one of the worst offensive
Watch out for
ball
pass
games I've ever
18.
seen. Ooh, nice job, deflection. Is that? Oh, night number 16 again. Look at that, Grump. The safety putting pressure in the face of Bryce Young. Fantastic job by Lewis Klein.
I don't know why they just didn't run the ball again. I
I couldn't
honestly,
tell
I
you
don't
either.
know why.
I couldn't tell you. Now you're sitting here at third. You're sitting here about 3rd and 4. It's like you just were here, just not too like 5 or 10 plays ago. You were sitting in the same exact situation. 3rd and 3. You figure they're going to try to roll out Bryce Young. Even I'd still run the ball from 3rd and 3. He gets pressure in his face, throws ball.
Touchdown.
He caught it. Okay, I thought he dropped it. Nice catch. He throws crossbody, dangerous as hell. But I mean, even though he's scrambling for his life, he finds Cameron Latu for the touchdown. You've got to go for a 2-point conversion. If you hit the 2-point conversion, you're going to be up 7. And if this is the situation, you have absolutely
this guy. I don't want to see this guy. I wonder if he's benched. Doesn't have his helmet on.
He should be benched.
He should be benched. He should be benched. He's been terrible today. He's cost them points today. You can't do that from the quarterback position.
And not only that, he turns over the ball and gives them a fortuitous position for Alabama. But think about how shitty of a situation that Sean M saying, "FF." We're feeling the same way, John. I mean, this is just a poorly called game for Georgia. I mean,
Georgia can't beat Alabama. They don't think they can beat them.
The offensive coordinator,
coaching staff.
The coaching staff. I was about to say the coaching staff has done anything it could to prevent them from winning.
He's running for it,
and he gets stopped.
He didn't get it.
So they're going to have a 5-point lead. Alabama will. Georgia has to score a touchdown in order to take the lead. They've got plenty of time on the clock. Georgia, what must you do? Run the football. Put
in a new quarterback.
Run the power. Run the sweep. Run the dive. Do not run freaking end rounds. Do not run trick plays. Do not run play actions. Run the goddamn ball. Simple as that. Simple, man.
Georgia's defense can run.
Dude, their lateral mobility is fantastic.
They can run.
Dude, they can really hawk a guy.
That's why everything's a quick hitter outside.
Yep. I'm going to be back, Grumpy. I got to go to the bathroom before this.
Again?
Well, oh, yeah, Grumpy, man. It's on the edge of my seat.
Pathetic.
That being said, Grump, what are you going to do if JT Daniels is not in the game? What are you going to do if we still see Stetson Bennett?
I'm not going to do anything because I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm rooting for Georgia, honestly, but they're too dumb. They don't think they can beat Alabama. I mean, that's what it is. They don't think they can beat Alabama. And this is where you see it at crunch time. How many times they lose to Alabama right at the end because they don't think they can beat them. And I think that's from the coaching staff. They try to, we're going to have to do something special to beat Alabama. No, you don't. When you try to do special things, bad things happen. Just do what you do best. And you could have beat Alabama. I mean, this game's not over, but still the coaching decisions and the play calling has just been asinine at best for most of the time. You just keep on going away from the things that are working for you. Trick plays, not one trick play has worked for them today. Every single trick play has failed. Why? Because I'm going to tell you what, they run the same plays at Alabama, the same exact plays from the same exact formations, and Alabama knows it. He sees them lined up, and it's like, it's like Waterboy again. He's got Coach Beau's, or he's got Henry Winkler's little playbook, the little green playbook. He knows exactly what he's calling all the time. And that's what it's like here.
John P. says here, Kirby and his staff are psyched out by Saban and his staff. You're not kidding there. You are
I would
not
almost say, you know what? Let's try to drive Young out of the game.
What do you mean by that?
Knock him out of the game. That's what I mean. Knock him out of the game.
That shit all the time, but it makes no sense because it's not what happens, Grump.
Well,
Every time you hit a guy, you try to knock him out of the game, but it doesn't happen like that.
No, take a 15-yarder for piling on, hit helmet to helmet, whatever you got to do. Send it to the tent. See what happens.
It's the biggest issue is the offense is not able to move the ball. That's the biggest issue.
Here's when Brian Daboll was the offensive coordinator when they brought in the Noodles at the quarterback position. He still throws the same way with that noodly little arm.
Hey, look at him. He's still freaking heaving and hoeing, damn it, crow hopping and just contorting his body to throw that. Oh, yeah. Reliving back that overtime loss, or Georgia lost by 3.
Well, get ready for another loss, Georgia fans. You can just feel it. It's the same. It's just a repeat of history. They can't beat Georgia. Doesn't think they can beat Alabama. That's the biggest problem.
Let me ask you this now: does Kirby smart? What do you think?
Oh, this piece of shit's going back in the game. Why? Look at him. He's defeated. Look at the look on his face. He knows he doesn't have a
He
shot.
can't even
He knows
freaking
he
handle
doesn't.
a snap under center, and this son of a bitch is the starting quarterback for a team in the freaking college football playoff. My God, in the national championship game.
The one good thing for Georgia fans, they never have to watch this piece of shit ever play again. That's the one positive. And they'll look back. Yeah, remember that piece of shit was our quarterback? He dreamed since he was 3 years old. He wanted to play here. Well, he played like he was 3.
If Jake Fromm was quarterback right now, they would win. No doubt in my mind. Like you think about okay, if they were in different situations, any quarterback would be a better option than this. It's pathetic.
He's freaking terrible.
Christ. Oh my God.
He should have thrown that ball away so much earlier than he did. Why the hell is he waiting?
I couldn't tell you. He was well out of the pocket. Just Jesus. John M. said, this is where the Dogs coaches earn their money.
Well, guess what? They might as well send their paychecks back. This piece of shit is still in the game. You're not winning with him as your quarterback.
Here's the thing. You will win if you run the football. If Moncton doesn't try to outsmart himself, the offensive coordinator for Georgia doesn't try to outsmart him, and a play action pass, he's open. He hits it. He hits open wide out. But here's the thing. Please run the ball. Okay, terrific. You get a play action pass. They're sitting on the run. You're able to complete one.
That's the only reason. Because anytime they put pressure on this kid, he's a turnover waiting to happen.
He folds like an accordion.
He sucks.
John P. said, it's not young. It's self-inflicted wounds by the Georgia coaching staff and Bennett. Yep.
True. But I'd still rather take their best players off the field.
I was about to say, man, if you run the football and you keep playing the powers, keep getting, and here's another rollout pass. Oh my God.
Shithead.
Deep. Oh my God.
Another fly ball down the field.
I see 3 flags though, so it must be past.
It doesn't matter. It's
only 15 yards.
It's only 15 yards. If you're, as a defender in college, that's a no-brainer. Tackle the guy if you have to. Don't let if it's 80. Oh no way. I don't care. I'll give him 15 yards all day.
If I get beat, I'm not going to let him get past me. Here we go. Boop. I'm going to
not giving up 60. That's
exactly what he does. He does literally tackle him to prevent.
There you go. Smart move. That's a smart play right there.
Yep. He says, hey, I'll take the 15-yard penalty as opposed to giving up a touchdown. Boop.
And I'm dragging him down. I don't care.
Yep. There are a few flags.
Nothing.
Just a few flags.
As opposed to 50. That would have been like what?
That would have been a touchdown. I mean, if you catch that in stride, that's a touchdown. Yeah. I mean, I think he probably would have been impeded anyway. But I don't get you come out here.
God.
We're throwing the football. Holy shit! He catches the ball, but man, he bobbles that shit all over the place.
Too, wasn't it?
It was a hospital pass. I don't get why we're not running the ball. I mean, you're getting the ball, you're passing it in gains, but do not go away from your game plan, dude. I mean, Bennett has struggled all game. I mean, it was a good job fighting for that catch.
I don't know why Alabama just isn't bringing the house at this kid. I'd run 7 or 8 guys. He will turn the ball.
6 every down. I mean, you play bump and run coverage. Leave one safety over the top. Bring 6 every single down. Make this guy make a decision. I mean, they're trying to bring everybody they can in the full protect. Here we go.
Hey! He takes a snap. There you go. Again. Why?
Georgia play calling at its finest.
Now they got a punt.
Georgia play calling is mind-boggling. For certain it is. It's crazy. It's like if you're running the football, they said, hey, we're going to bring 6. And what do? They get freaking sacked.
Anytime you bring 6 guys, this kid's going to turn the ball over, take a sack because he sucks. He just sucks.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. It just, I can't get it. I just don't get it. And now you're not 2nd and 18. Run the football here. Run the football.
No.
Run the ball. Run the ball here. You need to make this 3rd manageable. Run the ball.
You're not going to run the ball here.
Oh, my God. Was that a full start? Oh, my God. He just bombed it
another bomb job. Let's see.
It's offsides. Oh, my God. He got it. It's a touchdown.
What luck.
Feet are inbounds. Georgia scores a touchdown. Again, I'll tell you.
What the flag is.
Unbelievable.
Let's see what the flag is.
Donnie Mitchell makes a fantastic catch.
Flag is. Oh, okay, offsides on Alabama. Okay.
A fantastic catch by Donnie Mitchell. What a play of the game. I'll tell you, nothing to do with Bennett, but what a catch. Unbelievable. Fantastic.
I wanted to see what the flag was because I saw that flag sign come up.
It was neutral zone.
I'll tell you what, there was also pass interference. This is about as far as that kid can throw the ball, honestly. I mean,
man.
Oh, my God. Nice catch.
I'll tell you.
Nah, a little hand checking. I wouldn't have called that a penalty.
Nor would I. I mean, he does a little bit of push off, but I don't think. I mean, like it's a little bit of push off. It's not, dude. Stop with that smirk on your face. You have been single handedly just
You
shit.
suck, kid. You suck.
They're going for a 2-point conversion. Up 1, trying to go up by 3, making it at least a field goal to tie the game.
Like I said, there's going to be a lot of scoring.
And look at the play call, though. I mean, you're running it. Jesus Christ. I get the power, but you're wide.
You throw the ball the whole way down the field. Now you're going to try to run.
No, I like the run, but I don't like the play call. Look at this. Your wide receivers don't pick up. They do not pick up the safety, right? That guy on the edge is supposed to be picked up, and it's supposed to allow Cook to kick that on the inside of number 15. But because you've got 4 to the out or number 1 to the outside, your wide receiver picks up the wrong guy.
Didn't block anybody. He didn't even block his mama on that.
He's supposed to kick out, but your wide receivers pick up the wrong guys. Your wide receivers don't know who to block. They try to look inside. You're supposed to be picking up those 2 guys on the outside edge. Your pulling guard's supposed to hit that guy off the line of scrimmage on the end. And you're supposed to be it's like an 81 option. Boop, and you go ahead and hit that right up the gut. It's supposed to be designed inside. You're not supposed to bounce it to the outside. Your wideouts picked up the wrong guys. So
is it me or do I feel heartbreak on the way for Georgia fans?
I don't know, man. With a catch like that, you have to feel like maybe you got some divine intervention looking over you with a catch like that.
Okay.
Tony Cheese. Tony Cheese. I like this Bennett kid. He's keeping the Bulldogs in the game. Tony Cheese with the empty chair as the pitcher there, Grump.
Actually, that must be about you, boy.
It is.
The empty chair. Yeah. I like, you know what I like? I think that what he should have said was, Lou Saban says, "Hey, Bennett, you're the best player on our team."
You mean Nick Saban? You call him Lou Saban.
Oh, they had Lou Saban. I remember Lou Saban. He was another former coach in the NFL, coached the Bills and Broncos, coached in college. He was the guy who says, "They're killing me, Whitey. They're killing me."
God almighty.
You ever remember that? You remember that?
No.
Oh, jeez. You know what? I'm going to have to make – I'm sure – we can find it somewhere. I'll make a copy of it so we can put it on our podcast this week.
Oh,
killing me, Whitey. They're killing me.
Oh man. John M saying, "Oh my freaking God, finally!" John P saying, "Holy crap!" And despite the coaching decisions, Georgia's still in this. Yep, they're winning in spite of poor coaching. That's always we talk about
abysmal quarterback play. Let's be honest, right?
Mm-hmm. Tony Cheese says, "For the record, that message was sent sarcastically before the touchdown." Oh, I know. Trust me. Even though Bennett scored that touchdown, it was all the wide receivers play and not the quarterback.
Bennett sucks. I'm sorry, he sucks.
He does. I mean, he struggled today, and yikes. Now let me ask you this. Could you see this as the final outcome? Alabama takes the ball. They drive down the field. They run the football. They drain the rest of the clock out. 9-minute drive, and they score a touchdown. Maybe they leave a minute and a half left on the clock. Maybe they score a field goal. Maybe they score a touchdown. They go up, and they take the lead. And it requires Bennett to drive them down the field and score. Do you think that he could do so?
No, he sucks. He got lucky with this drive, honestly.
It was a free play, so he just tossed it up. It was kind of short on the pass, but he was able – I mean, the wide receiver makes a fantastic catch.
If it wasn't a free play, he probably would have thrown an interception, get pick 6 or something. He sucks.
Well, he should not have thrown that ball if it wasn't a free play. That's for certain. Oh, yeah, Stetson Bennett. He was 3 for 3, 68 yards and a touchdown that last drive. He's been freaking miserable.
Why don't you show us his numbers for the rest of the game and all his foibles out there?
Well, Alabama's going to be taking the ball at the 25-yard line. They've got 8 minutes and 9 seconds left.
There's plenty more scoring to come. There's at least 2 or 3 more scores to go in this game.
What I think is going to happen, you're about to see Alabama control the game clock. I really do believe that. John P. said, Bennett, is he going to be Mr. Irrelevant in the draft?
He's already Mr. Irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. He's not getting drafted. This is his last game.
Yep, I agree. I mean, think about this. If you're JT Daniels on the sidelines, how do you feel with Stetson Bennett starting over?
You know what he's saying? I'm so much better than this piece of shit, and I'm sitting. He's costing us points. Let's see if they go to the run here to start.
They do. And look at that. I'll tell you, it wasn't okay. It wasn't Jordan Davis on that play. Don't go ahead and freaking pump it up. Freaking, 95 gets in the backfield. Wayne
Wyatt.
makes the. Was that Crump?
Wyatt is his name.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Devontae White gets initial penetration,
That's right.
and you just happen to get lucky on that tackle for a loss. That's not your play, buddy.
Their defensive front is really good, though.
Oh, for certain is. It's stout. Their linebacking core is fantastic. Right now, you're sitting at 2nd and 12 for Alabama. Here's the thing: I'd run the football again. Man, they're not. I mean, the runs worked. I get it. One down, it didn't.
Got to put pressure on him, though.
They've got their pass rush set in. As all the time in the world. Ooh, I tell you.
No, there's no flag. They're crying for a flag. There's no way there should be a flag there.
I don't know. I'll look.
No.
I got to watch that again. I don't think it was, but I got to watch this again here.
You can't call out pass interference on that.
I don't know. He bumps him off the route a bit.
No.
I don't think he's making a catch.
Come on. You can't call that. With all the shit you would go during the game.
It's a call. I'm just saying. It's one of those, again, like it's one of those where people,
okay. If you're calling that, you're going to have 7.5-hour games if you're calling plays like that.
I agree. 3rd and 12 for Alabama.
It's a big play for the Georgia defense.
I'm about to say, I thought that was a borderline, a little bit of a disjointed play for Alabama. All right, hold on. That might be bad. Was he not all over him there?
No, he's not even complaining about it.
I was about to say, I mean, you talk about when you lose 2 big wide receiver threats. I mean, you lost Michi last week, and then here you are losing Williams. I mean, that really hurts.
Quick 3 and out.
No. It was not passing for. He did have his arm hooked.
Here's the thing: he's one of those little slow white guys.
He's a slow white possession wide receiver. So.
All right, I won't say just because he's white, he's slow.
He did have his arm hooked. He did have his arm.
He's those little possession receivers. Yeah. Okay, 3 and out. I mean, Georgia. You know what? They need to score. Piece of shit needs to do something.
I'll tell you, they sent a blitz there on that one. Nice. Ooh. Never mind. That was not a great punt.
Nope. Now, right now, they need to score a touchdown right here.
Drive the ball, run the football, drive the ball. John P. said, maybe the Georgia defense rises above it despite their quarterback and coaches.
The defense has been great today. They've been the best defense in the country all year. They had the one rough game against Alabama in the SEC championship game. Other than that, they've been the best defense by far in the country, playing the best teams.
And they are fantastic.
They are great. That defensive front is really outstanding. Their front 7 is fantastic.
Oh, that for certain they are, Grump. I tell you.
TJ, I'm going to take a little break if that's okay. I've been sitting here for 3.5+ hours. I know you've gone to the bathroom, I don't know, 4 times now.
I think only 3 times.
I'm going to try it once. What do you say?
Go ahead, Grumpy. I'll let you go to the bathroom this one time. This one time, Grumpy old man. I'll let it go. Oh, geez, I tell you, this has been a back and forth game. I don't count him out. I mean, the play calling has been bad, and Bennett every step of the way where it looks like he could screw the pooch, he has done so. He looks nervous all game. I think, though, if you're Georgia, you got to come out running the football. You've done so well. Please continue to run the ball. The only time you change it up, maybe with a play action, maybe you're looking more for geared towards passing, is if they stack 7 or 8 guys in the box, which I tell you is a possibility. Alabama now being down 1 and just going 3 and out. I mean, they have timeouts still left on the board, but they're going to want to stop you as soon as possible to move the ball down the field. They don't want to become one-dimensional on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, Bryce Young is working with limited offensive weapons, too, to begin with, so it's an uphill climb for Alabama. It certainly is. And then John P. said, definitely an entertaining game despite the incompetence. For certain it is. I'll tell you. I mean, this game is everything you could want for, despite, albeit if the game maybe goes to overtime, that's, the best way this game could end. Both of these teams are extremely talented. One team has hideous coaching. The other team is, banged up and has some injuries. And again, I think the inferior team, but I always wonder if play calling's a little different, how things would change. But man, you even forget Georgia. They had the incomplete pass that was called, or the fumble that was called on the field that was turned into incomplete pass. I think it was rightfully called. And then that fumble by Bennett, and they still are winning at this moment. About anything and everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for Georgia so far, and they're still up with a 1-point lead. So maybe this is the year that finally Kirby Smart's able to win big against Nick Saban.
I wouldn't count on it.
John M saying here, Grump, just go in the purple bottle.
I still got purple juice in the purple bottle. I ain't mixing business with pleasure.
Business. I don't want to see you drinking pee either. My God.
I mean, anytime they put pressure on this kid, he's a turnover waiting to happen.
I don't know what the hell the center was doing on that situation. I know it was a free play, but
if I'm Alabama, I'm running run blitzes. I'm throwing six.
That's why I said 6 or 7 guys in the box.
Every single
beat us
play.
passing the football. And even if you do, we're still going to put pressure on Bennett's face. We're going to have him shit down his leg. Here it is, right? They've got 7 in the box already. They got 8 in the box, actually.
9.
And let's see. Oh, okay. They're still gaining yards, right? I'll tell you one thing. If you're Alabama and you're stacking 8 or 9 in the box and Georgia's still gaining 3 or 4 yards to carry, watch out. Your team's gassed.
True that.
John M saying, Grumpy, you coming back?
Here's the thing. I wash my hands. I don't think TJ does.
Oh, stop. Oh, stop it, Grumpy. You probably stop for a little break for some cashews, some nuts. You probably
actually, I do have some cashews sitting over there. I did not take a break for cashews.
Yeah, I haven't eaten dinner yet today. I'm gonna
neither have I.
Lunch down with some dinner. Oh, you had your protein shakes. That was
okay. Yeah, that's a really great dinner.
The power, they gash right through it. Zamir White lowers his shoulder, he's short. He makes it 3rd and 1, but a good job by Georgia. Look at this. It's almost like if they were running the football all game, like just level-headed people were able to see they should have done, they would be in full control of this game. But, the powers that be, maybe the national football, maybe the college football playoff committee said, we want you to make this game more interesting. Don't start running the ball until the 4th quarter.
1st and 10.
Well, they get him the first down.
Yep. Clock just keeps running. Keep grinding.
Let's say they're going to try to run this out. If I'm Alabama, stack everybody in the box and make us, beat us passing. And here it is, right?
Another run, gain of 4, gain of 5. Why not? And here's the thing. I'm almost to the point. I'm running the ball 4 times. If I'm getting
if it's 4th and 1, sure, why not? You've been moving the ball at will. It's just what makes the play calling so freaking mind-numbingly dumb this game. I mean, Monken just wants to screw them over any which way he can.
As a former offensive lineman, I mean, this is when the game is good for you, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're running the ball. You move the ball at will. I'm telling you one thing. The offensive lineman, like, why the fuck are we pulling these dumb play calls? Just run the power, run the ISO. Look at this. Run the ISO. Another 7-yard game. This game is done for Alabama. They cannot stop the run.
Number 48 for Alabama, grabbing his shoulder. Looked like it could have been a late hit, honestly, by number
Darian Mathis.
Whoever it is, number 54. 54. Ooh, that's a late hit. See, that's a late hit. That's another dumb move by number 54.
Doesn't take a penalty. Luckily.
Looks like he got away with it, but that's for certain. This is a late hit. Absolutely, that's a late hit. And the kid comes up
looks like it's a little banged up. Yep.
That's a late hit by 54. You know what? You can't coach dumb. You can't coach dumb out of a player, though. It's really, really tough.
John P. said the running game overtime wears out of defense.
Imagine where they would have been if they had tried to establish a run before, I don't know, the beginning of the 4th quarter.
Oh, again, they'd be up by 20 some odd points. It's so obvious. John P. said, like I said in my prior comment, 4 to 5 yards of carry wins the game, period.
John, man, showing off that genius IQ once again.
Absolutely.
From Eastern New Mexico University. Woo! And it's funny, I was going to wear that shirt today, but I didn't know if John was going to be on the podcast. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go with the Grumpy's Groupie shirt today.
Remember, anytime you touch the hood, Grumpy, your microphone's there, so it just makes
woo. Okay, like that. It just looks funny. Oh, look at my.
I feel bad for him. His shoulder probably dislocated.
Yeah, he grabbed it right away.
And that was a late hit.
Absolutely. He was lucky to
I wonder if they're going to show that. I wonder if they're going to talk about that on the broadcast. So they're going to stay quiet about that because they didn't call it. I mean, that was quite obviously a late hit. Well after the whistle, well after the guy's on the ground, you see a guy dogpiling in. He just bounces on him bounces on a shoulder that's impinged and hurts him. So, I mean, here it is. The clock just keeps ticking down. If you're Alabama, please send more of a blitz. You have got to send more of a blitz. Anderson. They throw the football. Bennett throws the ball. What the hell are they doing?
Why?
And hold on.
They got lucky with the pass interference.
I was about to say, I think they just saw. I mean, he was kind of impeding.
That ball was in bounds. If you're going to throw that ball, you got to throw it out of bounds. You can't throw. I mean, honestly, the safety, I thought the safety was going to come around and get that.
I gotta watch this one again. I mean, they've been letting a lot go. I'm interested to see if this is, actually
McKinstry is
is
not
this
looked good
Kool-Aid? It's
today.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
He's not.
Oh, bullshit. I'm not. That's not a penalty. I'm sorry. That's not a penalty. Anderson better watch out because he hit the hell out of Bennett there. He better watch out about like a personal foul penalty there for roughing the passer.
This kid's like a little rag doll, isn't he?
He's a rat.
He's
That's
like
the most
Raggedy
ignorant ways
Andy.
I could call him as a rat.
You ever, TJ? You know who Raggedy Ann is and Raggedy Andy?
No.
They were two little floppy ass toys, and that's what this kid reminds me of.
Every single power, they're just picking up 6, 7 yards.
Boom.
Okay.
Oh, don't jump on the pile again. 54.
54. He's not getting called. He's not getting called for it. He should.
He's a dumbass. The referees are talking to him now. He said, "Hey kid, get your head out of your ass, or I'm going to penalize you."
I about to say that the play was stopped and he jumps on the top again. I tell you, that's how you hurt players.
That's how he hurt the last guy. He jumped on top of the guy there. Then he gets up and jumps on top of the pile. Watch this. This play is over. I mean, this play is over. He's a dumbass. He is really stupid. Coach needs timeout. Kid, get your head out of your ass, please.
Moving the ball at will. I'm just still so shocked Alabama
and they are talking about it on the show because I have the words on. They are talking about how dumbass.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that belly flop on top of the pile. It could cost you 50. I was about to say, we said the same thing last time, and here it is again, too. I mean, man, did he almost take a delay game penalty?
He had to call timeout because shithead couldn't get the play off.
I tell you, that was a
just
penalty.
To let you know, shithead is number 13, dumbass is number 54. Just so you know who they are.
And what do we call the endearing offensive coordinator? What do we call him?
Dumbass. No,
oh, goodness gracious. John P. said, "Go Hounds." And he also said, "That's a penalty, period."
Absolutely. Certainly. Both of them were penalties. Back to back. Same guy.
Yep.
54. He's going to cost them. You watch, he'll cost them before the game's over. And what's with
them saying Bennett's like Flat Stanley?
Flat Stanley. I mean, I just hate Bennett. His name should be Bailey.
Bailey Bennett.
Not George Bailey either.
Bailey. Oh, goodness.
Run the ball. Pitch to the outside. He gets the corner and he gets the first.
He's a little short. I thought he's short, man. He's short. It's third. He's short.
Really? I thought he definitely did.
Here's Flat Stanley Grump.
Look at pull up Raggedy Andy. I'm going to tell you what, I thought he got the first down. I still thought he got the first down.
He's short.
Got the first down.
Raggedy Andy. Oh, this is this little Brock.
Grumpy, there's your buddy.
Brock Bowers.
Oh my God, TJ's hero. There's a flag.
Hold the phone. Here's a flag. Is it a legal man downfield? What is it? Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Who is it on? Anderson get hands to the face? Let's see. Oh, God. On defense, on offense, offsetting penalties, question mark? Let's see what this is. What's going on here?
Even when they do something good.
Personal foul, roughing the passer on 31, Anderson. Oh, my God. Touchdown. Holding. Oh, really? Let's see this. Is Anderson going to roughing the foul? Oh, come on, man.
Show the replay. I'm interested to see that play. Okay. All right. He's like the little doll, though, of the Raggedy Andy doll. Just like he used to grab him, just like flop around. Like his arms were just like stitched on. That's
well said. Just checked in for the final minutes of the game. Go Georgia!
Why? Okay.
Why are they not showing us the replay? Can I see the replay of the roughing the passer?
No.
That's what I want to see. John P. said, laughing out loud, Josh Bailey, LOL. Tony Cheese said, flag on Grumpy for Josh Bailey reference during the national championship game. 15-yard penalty. It's almost as dumb as 54 dog piling on top of down piles. Let's see here.
Let's see. I am interested to see the penalty.
He did hit him in the helmet. Number 9 did.
Yeah, no.
By the letter of the law, it's a penalty.
He scores a touchdown. McKinstry is really underwhelmed for me. And I don't think I used the name Josh. I think Bailey. I said, and not George. I think that's what I said.
John M. saying, yes, yes, yes. Georgia goes up 8. He did hit him in the helmet. For certain, that's a penalty. It's a personal foul. I can't hit him in the helmet. John P saying, I just have a feeling, despite the coaches and quarterback, I feel Georgia's going to win. I mean, they're up by
I hope
8. Dude, could you imagine? They march down the field. There's 3 minutes and 33 seconds left. Bryce Young marches down the field, scores a touchdown, and caps it off with a 2-point conversion, forcing overtime again. Another Georgia-Alabama college national championship game that goes to overtime. How lucky would we be as viewers, Grom?
Okay. The Bowers kid was just on the phone, and they were saying TJ from the TJ and Grumpy Old Man podcast has been pumping you up all day, so you're going to have to send him an autograph.
You've done well here. We're going to need you to continue to perform.
Sure.
He's been speaking so highly of you all day.
I mean, they can certainly score in 3.5 minutes.
For certain. Again, this game is far from over. I will say it definitely does hurt without Michi and without Williams.
Okay.
Those two
now,
weapons
see,
hurts.
why not try to squib that ball and try to recover an onside kick there?
Because you could just fair catch it even if they squib it.
Yeah. Doesn't have
Unless
to
you're planning on kicking it. Was it? It's got to get within the 20-yard line. 20 yards.
Maybe you should just, like I said, just do like a little pooch down there and, maybe try to recover it at the 30. Even if they get the ball at the 30, what's the difference between 30 and 25?
Not much.
Yeah. I mean, I would have taken a shot like that. Just if you're going to try a trick play, that's where you do it right now.
He's going to need 75 yards in 3 minutes and 33 seconds. They've got 3 timeouts left on the board, right? This is where you earn yourself that Heisman status that you've gotten, right? Time to earn it. Time to show why you're the Heisman Trophy winner, Bryce Young. Time to see what this Georgia defense has. They go with the empty back set. They get a quick completion here to number 11. Quick tackle by that Georgia defense.
And
you're looking at about second and 6.
The running game is out the window now, isn't it, for the most part?
You've got first downs, reset the clock. Anytime you get out of bounds at reset, it stops the clock. And you've got 3 timeouts left. I don't think you have to be one-dimensional. You still have plenty of time left on the board. A wide receiver screen, and Jesus Christ, that's not working. The wide receiver screen hasn't worked since the first drive, and here Alabama is still trying to cling on to that, making it 3rd and 5. I tell you,
they gave him a generous spot there. They gave him a really generous spot. And do you go for it on 4th down, or do you punt?
I go for it on 4th down.
Okay.
Go for it, man. I don't care even if it's 4th and 4, go for it. John P saying overtime and national championship, it would be pretty awesome. I was about to say, I'd love it. He gets pressure. Oh, he hits him in stride on the slant. He picks up enough for the first down. Alabama now moving the ball a little bit. Robinson with the catch. Alabama and Bryce Young trying to find a little bit of momentum and movement here on a must-score drive. Look at that pick play, a little bit designed. 81, Latu with the pick play. Uncalled for offensive pass interference. The Alabama Crimson side are sitting at their own 43-yard line. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left to go. A run for Brian Robinson gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Got to run hurry up here, guys.
They got timeouts. They don't want to leave too much time on the clock. That much I'm going to tell you right now.
Ben, it's not. Jesus Christ. You might want to run with a little bit of more up-tempo, guys. 1 minute and 54 seconds, 53 seconds, 3 timeouts, and the clock stops. But you want to be able to have the ability to, when you're at the goal line stand, you could run the football if need be. When you're pissing away time here, it could hurt you later on when you're in a goal line situation. The clock keeps ticking. Bryce Young and the Alabama Crimson Tide have pissed away 20 seconds on this drive. 20 seconds on that play. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. He's got to go ahead and evade, get out of the pocket. Young finds tight end. He gets enough for the first down here. Latu again. I'm just saying you might want to start hurrying up a bit. You want to be able to have the ability to run the ball if you get on the goal line stand.
Well, they know they're going to have to go for a 2-point conversion also. So
Tony Cheese said, it's not the national championship game. Flag on me. No, it's considered the national championship game. That's what they're still calling it. And they get pressure again in Young's face. He throws it deep. Oh, my God, into double coverage. He's lucky that's not intercepted. I'll be honest. Ooh, making it
I'll tell you what,
10.
He has not impressed me at all as quarterback today.
And Bryce Young, again, when pressure's in his face, he struggles a bit. He looks pedestrian at best, but this is a drive where you really need him to show up here. Tony Cheese saying, I'm really tired. I bet you are, Tony Cheese. It's such a lethargic point of the game. What could ever happen? Come on, Georgia, says Drew L. I tell you, it's
How can you not root for Georgia?
I'm rooting for the game to go to overtime. Wouldn't it be great if they score a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, a little overtime action in the national championship game? Bryce Young has all the time back there in the world. He gets, he tries to bring in a one-handed catch.
I don't understand why everything has to be a 30-yard pass.
You have 1:09 left and 3 timeouts, and every single route you're running is a fly route. You beat him off the line, but
he beat him. He had him beat.
Jesus, he overthrows the wideout by a bit. That's what maybe the wideout wants to come up with too.
He's got to do better on that. Number 7 needs to do better on that.
I agree.
He's watching that ball the whole way.
He's got to come down with that. Maybe you want a little bit of a better pass, but you got to come down with that pass. Only throwing one hand up there is not terrific. Run the football. I'd run the ball here. Pick up some yards.
Third and 10?
Make it 4th and manageable. You don't want 4th and 10. Make it 3rd and 4th and manageable. And here's another interception. See, right there.
Just go down.
Keely Ringo going for the touchdown. He's going to bring this back to the house. He's got a house call. Keely Ringo brings it later with a touchdown.
Oh, man, 47 took one for the team.
I tell you, that is why you run the football. That is why you make it 4th and manageable. The guy has not played well when pressure's in his face and he's got to throw the ball 20 or 30 yards downfield. Get yourself a few easy yards to make it 4th and manageable. Bad play calling. Give your quarterback a chance for success. Do not put him in situations where it's tough.
You don't have to throw every single pass as a 25 or 30-yard pass. That's the problem. How about working underneath? You had 3 timeouts, a minute and 10, 15 seconds at 1st and 10. And you every single pass was 30 yards down the field. It's just stupid. Take the short stuff, work your way down the field. You don't have to throw everything. Doesn't have to be a 30-yard pass.
Oh my God, Bennett's crying like a bitch. God almighty.
Oh my God.
Hey, buddy, they win in spite of you, man. As much as you almost missed it.
Whoa, that was close.
They win in spite of you, buddy. Trust me. It's not your performance is the reason they won today. Georgia's defense did a hell of a job, an outstanding job. The team almost won. The team has won in spite of you and in spite of bad play calling. Jesus Christ. I tell you, he gets look at the technique again. He believe it or not, with the pocket around him, he still finds a way to throw off his back foot, and he still finds a way to short arm that ball. I tell you, I mean,
47 took a shot from 24. He took a real shot.
Yikes! I mean, they
look at Kirby, man. Williams, the vertical on Kirby, smart.
47,
84 run him.
Yeah, I would too. John Pete, look at that. No, he had go down. He said, go down, go down, go down.
That's exactly what I said. Go down. Now he's like, go.
He's even saying go down.
Still saying go down there. It's like, okay.
Oh,
making sure there's no flags.
John P. saying the defensive coordinator from Georgia is the only coach worth a damn on that staff, in my opinion. For certain, he is.
And he looks young too.
Looks like honestly, if he didn't have a helmet on, I'm pretty sure Kirby Smart kissed him on the lips. He would have kissed Keely Ringo on the lips right there. John M. saying, pick 6, baby, War Eagle. And Drew L. saying, let's go, pick 6. I'm just saying, it's bad play calling. I mean,
Bryce Young,
he's still crying.
Oh, my guys, is he still crying?
He's still crying. I mean, good for him that they won, but dude, they won in spite of you. I wish they would show us JT Daniels. If JT Daniels was sitting there like thinking to himself, I'm happy we won, but this bastard stole all the sunlight and I should be the starting quarterback. He sucks. I'd love to see what JT Daniels looks like at this time.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Number 78.
As a walk-on, starts, and I mean, they win in spite of him.
Really?
Oh, my goodness.
Now they're putting up the Stetson Bennett highlights. Here we go.
He's a walk-on.
His dream school.
Walk-on his dream school. Transferred to Jones County Junior College and led the team to their first bowl win. He returned to Georgia as a scholarship quarterback in 2019, was 13-3 as a starter.
He's like, stop.
Dude, he is blubbering. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, honestly, I can see why. I can see it being an emotional moment for him.
Not like that, though.
This is it. Yeah, he shouldn't be crying like that.
I mean, like, I look at it like this. When your mom dies, he's crying harder than if his mom died. Holy crap.
I don't know about that. You maybe cried, I don't know.
I don't know, man. Dude, Jesus. I'm glad he won.
The coaching staff
it's a good story. It's a great story. It's a great story. He is not a good quarterback, though. Great story, not a good quarterback.
Well, this is it for him.
Yep.
This is it for him.
It's fun and the sun's over. And I'm glad he did. Tony Cheese saying here, Kirby Smart looks like everyone's creepy uncle. For certain he does.
Oh, man. I don't know about that.
Oh, man.
Look at the haircut. Look, who's that guy on the sideline? He's crying too. Mr. Black Jacket.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. You have to be happy for Alabama, for the program, for their fans. I mean,
Dude, that Georgia defense is just stout.
they are outstanding.
Now it's like they smell some blood in the water, man. They're ready to keep it, dude. I mean, Nick Saban looks flabbergasted right now.
Greatest coach ever, right? Yeah, sure.
He is the greatest coach ever.
He's not. He's not.
He's the greatest. He's the greatest college football coach there's ever been.
Absolutely not.
Oh, stop.
He's not. He's great. Really, really good, but he's not the greatest ever. Just not.
I'm glad he won. It's a good story. He's not.
It is a good story. It is a good story. He sucks. He's a piece of shit, but it was a good story. You know, they won in spite of him, honestly.
They did.
Come through it. You know what they're going to say? Oh, Stetson needs to come back 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. That's what's going to
exactly what they're going to say, despite the fact he is awful.
Is Alabama's not even wait? Are they calling?
No, he only had 1 touchdown in the fourth quarter.
No, he had 2. He had the bomb. He had the bomb, and then the little
that's right.
to that lame ass tight end.
Yeah, Bowers. Brock Bowers, the superstar, the tight end superstar.
He can't run.
And then John M saying here, Grumpy, never happy for team up north.
Oh, geez. I don't know which team he's talking about.
Alabama. He's there up north of Auburn.
Oh.
Like
nice catch.
What the Keely Ringo, buddy? I want to bring a guy out of bounds. I know you just had
maybe he was out of bounds. I mean, okay, there's no way even Georgia could lose this game. No way.
No.
Usually the team up north, that was Michigan. That's what Ohio State would say about Michigan, the team up north. That's what Woody Hayes used to call them, the team up north. He never called them Michigan, the team up north.
I mean, this game's over, right? How crazy would it be if they somehow score a touchdown, they recover an onside kick?
They're still 15 points down. They have 2 timeouts left.
They do have 2 timeouts left.
What are they doing now? What are they doing now? They're nickeling diamond down the field.
I don't know why the hell they didn't do that early.
To me, that was the stupidest. That's why they're college coaches, though, right?
They try to outsmart themselves. Oh man, let's go ahead and go for these big bombs. Oh,
I mean, you don't need it. I hate when teams.
I'll give it. They're playing a little bit more of a prevent style anyway. Georgia is, but I mean, like you could tell they're a little bit more compressed now.
Those little short passes were there all night, though.
Look at him, dude. Anytime he gets pressure, he just throws off his back foot every damn time.
Again, that was a designed deep play down the field.
Yep.
Look at how long it took.
He's saying intentional grounding. Should be.
Well, he's right, but they ain't calling it.
It should definitely be. They are.
Are they going to call it?
It should be. There's nobody in the area.
He just threw it in the. They did the same thing for the Stetson or the Bennett kid. Same thing. Throw the flag. There you go. They did. All right.
They should.
See what Saban does.
John M saying, "Thank you, gentlemen. You're the best. See you guys on the Islanders. Never say die. For certain we will.
Wednesday night.
Wednesday evening. Intentional grounding for certain. Loss of down.
And a spot foul. That's the killer. It's a spot foul, too.
Dude, he was far back in the backfield, too. 15-yarder on top of that. Yikes.
Let's see. 5, 10.
Oh, Jesus.
It's only 12. Only minus 12.
Man, oh, man, I tell you.
They finally get that call the last play of the game.
This is.
But again, why was that? Why was that the penalty? Because there was a bomb down the field. You don't need the bomb. That was the mistake they made the first time when they had the ball with 3 timeouts, a minute and a half to go. All they need to do is just nickel and dime it down the field. The clock stops every time you get a first down. They did it a couple times, and then they started going to 25, 30-yard passes. The rate of completion on those passes is very small. I mean,
I don't get it either. I mean, you had time. You had timeout still left on a board. Every first down stops the clock. It just kind of was left. I was left flabbergasted by it, too. But, I mean, this is the first national championship for the Georgia Bulldogs since 1981. 1980.
1981, and there was Vince Dooley, who was the coach of that team.
It was 1980.
Okay, 1980 national championships.
Yep, 1980 national championships, Grump. Man, oh, man, look at this. They're going to do it. What the hell's going on here with Bryce Young?
They hadn't got the brass ring in 4 decades. People are crying. It is a huge deal for them.
And
he's going down again.
Well, here it is. Alabama, just let the clock run out. Are you calling a timeout? Are you shitting me, Saban?
Third and It's third and forever.
Robert Beal with the sack. I'm about to say third and forever. I think third and forever is an understatement, Grump. John P saying, let's go Islanders, by the way. Let's go Islanders is right. I mean, Owens. Is that Neal? Gives up the sack.
Probably third and 29.
No, Owens, dude. Owens is miserable. He's you could just tell he's
a benchy, I think.
Oh, he's a starter.
Is he?
Yeah, Chris Owens is a starting right tackle, but he's not been good this season.
Oh, you're talking about for Alabama.
Alabama, that's right.
I was talking about the kid number 33.
No, Beal is listed as a starter. Robert Beal.
Okay.
For the
third and 28. I got to say this is when you're throwing the ball down the field here, though.
I'd have to agree with you, Grump.
Can't think it here.
I was about to say, I mean, it's third and 28. I mean, run some type of slant. Hopefully you get some yak yards. That's what I'm looking to do. Holy shit. I mean, they get pressure right in his face. Lot to.
Yes, and they only come up 12 yards short of first down.
Well, here you go. I just don't know why.
Oh, it's fourth down.
Let the clock run out, man. Come on. Game's over. It's fourth.
No more timeouts. They're like, get back. Kirby Smart's not taking any chances.
I don't know why the hell you're freaking out, man. It's
his last play of the game. You want to finish with the sack, and they get it.
Yep.
Put them to sleep.
Nolan Smith was the sack to end the game. It's only suitable that Georgia's defense is the team. You know, they go out there, they win the game for them, and they end the game on a sack. Fantastic.
And that kid Bennett always has dirt all over his face.
I have no idea.
No matter when.
There's JT Daniels. There's JT Daniels sitting there.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe if he got a haircut, he'd be the star.
It looks like Nick Saban was happy for him, though.
Yeah, he's saying, hey, man, this fantastic job. Good for you. Couldn't wish for a better guy to win like that.
Feels like Obi-Wan once. He feels like Obi-Wan Kenobi after Darth Vader slashed him
down. John P. saying, the game ball, the Georgia defensive coordinator.
Absolutely. Their defense was really, really good today.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Grump, we're here at the end of today's, man. 4 hours on covering this game. Woo, buddy.
They're always a long game.
What do you want to say before we wrap this up, man?
I want to say love and laughter to everyone who listens, and even those who don't, from TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. And please make sure that you listen Saturday night. Well, we're going to have Thursday at 9 o'clock, our normal podcast. And then we're going to have Saturday for the AFC wildcard game, the Buffalo Bills against New England Patriots.
Yep.
8:15.
Absolutely. And John L. there saying one more comment. Honestly, whoever was that coach that was caressing that player's face looks like John Gruden's younger brother. He didn't execute. I'll say that. Oh, goodness gracious. That was Kirby Smart. But thanks so much, guys, for tuning in. Thank you, Grumpy Old Man, for being here. And again, if you're new to the channel, we welcome you to subscribe, like on Facebook, and follow on Twitter. We'll see you this Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be covering the NFL playoffs this Saturday and Sunday. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on any of the action. Thanks so much for tuning in. And thank you, Grumpy Old Man.
My pleasure.